Good evening. This is the December 2020 meeting of the Santa Monica City Council. We will begin with closed session from 4:30 to 6:30. We will return at 6:30 for the public meeting. And just as a reminder, the phone number to call in should you wish to make public comment is 310-458-8423. So, City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Para. Who else
Here.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember McCown.
Here.
I'm sorry. Councilmember McCune.
Here.
Okay. Councilmember Brock.
Here.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Here.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Here. Would everyone mute, please? Thank you. Somebody is not muted. Oscar, thank you. Denise, will you please call the closed session items?
Sure.
I'm sorry, are there any chits? Wait, don't I start with chits?
Well,
No.
let me read them. Let me read them, and then I'll tell you. But yes, there are speakers. First, we have an existing litigation. It's for Kamenskaya versus the City of Santa Monica. Then we have another one, Jason Walker versus the City of Santa Monica. The third one is Eric Gomez versus the City of Santa Monica. And then we have another existing litigation. It's Santa Monica Coalition for a Livable City versus the City of Santa Monica. We have a conference with real estate, for real estate. And the properties are 9 parcels located at 4th and 5th Streets in Arizona Avenue. The City of Santa Monica David Martin is the negotiator for the city. And the partners, this is with the Santa Monica Successor Agency. Persons to be negotiated at Claret West Development LLC and DLJ Real Estate Capital Partners LLC. Under negotiation is the ground lease terms. Then we have labor negotiation, and this is with the city's designated representative is the Chief People Officer Lori Gentles, Human Resource Manager Sean Whiskey, and the bargaining unit is the International Association of Steel, Metal, Air, Rail, and Transportation Workers, Transportation Division Local 1785, MART TD. And then we have to enter into a lawsuit as an amicus curiae. And this is Munchkin, United States District Court, District of Maryland. And we do have 5 callers on hold for this.
Thank you. So why don't we hear the speakers and then we'll adjourn to close.
Okie doke. Here's the first caller.
Transferring Maria Espinosa.
Maria Espinosa, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Adelante, María. Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es María Espinosa. He vivido en Santa Mónica por 13 años y he trabajado en el hotel JW Marriott Le Merigot por 17 años. Sé lo que es vivir cerca de mi trabajo y cerca de la playa y quiero este futuro para mi familia. Tenemos un proyecto que nos dará dinero para vivienda ahora. ¿Por qué esperaríamos más?
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Espinosa. I have lived in Santa Monica for 13 years, and I have worked at the JW Marriott Le Marigold for 17 years. I know what it is like to live near my job right at the beach, and I want this future for my family. We have a project that will give us money for housing now. Why would we wait any longer? Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have questions for the caller before I drop them?
No, I don't see any questions.
Okay. Thank you.
Transferring Theodore Hernandez.
Theodore Fernandez, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening, council members. My name is Teodoro Hernandez, and I have lived in Santa Monica for 11 years, and I work at the Fairmont Miramar Hotel for 28 years. I'm a father of 3 kids, a daughter in SMC, another daughter in Samo Heights, and my son is in elementary school. And I have supported this project from the beginning, because projects like this, I'm able to live here in Santa Monica because I have a good job with good benefits, and my children can attend great schools here in the city. We need to think about the future during this extremely difficult economic period, and we need to think about jobs and housing for our children and their children. And thank you so much. That's all I want to say.
Thank you. And
Sorry.
Sorry, Mayor, go ahead.
No, I was just thanking him. I'm sorry, I cut you off, Corey.
I was just going to say, caller, if you want to hold in case council has any questions for you.
Sure.
I don't see any questions.
Okay, thank you for your comment.
All right.
Transferring Hugo Romero.
Hugo Romero, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. My name is Hugo Romero. I am the political coordinator for the Los Angeles County Federation of Labor, AFL-CIO. And we just wanted to call in and express our support for the Plaza at Santa Monica project. We believe the project will help advance our mission through its mix of green space, affordable housing, tax revenue, and of course, jobs. Well thought out projects such as the Plaza project are needed more than ever and set precedent and standards across the region. You know, one of the things is COVID-19 has had, as you all know, has had devastating impacts across the country, creating issues that will require multifaceted solutions. And we believe that this opportunity for union construction jobs, permanent jobs via Santa Monica's tourism industry, and of course, much needed affordable housing. Furthermore, according to the estimates by the developer, the Plaza project will generate about $7 million in revenue for the city at a time where budget deficits are expected across California. So we hope you will support this, specifically around the issues of housing and not restart any of this process that we've been supporting for months now, and we just can't afford to restart any of this process. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see any questions, Corey.
Okay, thank you, caller.
Transferring Lupe Stevenson.
Lupe Stevenson, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hi. Can you hear me?
We can barely hear you. If you speak up a little more.
Okay. They can hear me now?
It's
Hello?
better. Speak super loud so we can hear every word.
Okay. Hi, my name is Lupe Stevenson, and I've been working at the Fairmont Miramar for 20 years, and I've been living in Santa Monica for 14 years. And I've been supporting this project for too many years, and the opportunity that this project is going to give it into the city is good. It's going to be opportunity for kids, like the future. And my son got laid off. He was working at the Fairmont Miramar too. And this kind of project is going to support this city for, like I say, for kids like my son and kids from the city. And I've been laid off, like I say, for the pandemic. People I've seen, it's hard for them to find a job with good benefits and insurance. So this crisis has been damaged the whole country because everybody's out in no jobs. And I hope you guys and my coworkers can get a good job for the future and the city and the whole world. Thank you. Have a good evening. Bye.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Mayor, you're muted.
questions. I muted so we could hear better, and then I forgot.
Okay. Thank you, caller.
Bye.
Transferring David Watley.
David Watley, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hi, good evening. This is David Watley. I actually wanted to call in support of the, I believe it's 1G, the request to enter into a lawsuit as an amicus curiae, the one that's RV versus Mnuchin, the Secretary of the Treasury. So anyhow, for people that don't know, that's basically a complaint against the U.S. government for depriving U.S. citizen children of the benefits of emergency cash aid that was generated because of the pandemic. And the reason why they were denied the aid as opposed to children of non-immigrants is because of their one or more of their parents has an undocumented status. So I think that I appreciate this, and I think that this is definitely something that I think stands in line with the values of a lot of residents in the city, especially now that we have a new council. I think that I'm glad to see that new values will be represented in the decisions made by the council. And I think that the callers that we had, a lot of them come from immigrant families or immigrants themselves that we're speaking about that work for the hotels. And so, I think that, we definitely need to value the fact that, almost 40% of LA County is Latino. And I think in California, 40% of the population is Latino. And a lot of our immigrants come from Latino households. So I certainly do appreciate this, and in line with sort of the values of standing for the civil rights, or standing for the rights of Latinos, I think that we should take that a step further and revisit the civil rights complaints that we have pending with regard to Latino civil rights and voting rights in the city, and make our values consistent across the board. Thanks so much.
I see no questions. Sorry.
Okay. Terrific. Thank you so much for your comment. And that was our final caller.
Yeah. So let me ask the city attorney. I know that we're supposed to be back at 6:30. Is there any reason, Mr. Cardona, that we can't be back then?
No, I would expect we will be back by 6:30, barring something unusual.
Great, thank you. So on that note, we will adjourn to closed session and be back at 6, or as close there to as we can. Thank you very much. Good evening and welcome to the December 15th, 2020 open session of the Santa Monica City Council. Before we have our report out from closed session, I have one agenda management item, or I should say two, to bring up, and that is that items 13F and 13G have been pulled from this meeting by the requesters. And for those of you interested in 13G, it will be continued until January 28th. And on that note, Mr. Cardona, could you please give us the report out of the closed session?
Thank you, Mayor. On item 1A, plaintiff, an 80-year-old Big Blue bus passenger, alleges a fractured hand and back injuries resulting from an unnecessary sudden stop while she was preparing to exit a Big Blue bus on August 20th, 2018. The city does not admit the allegations, but to avoid the expense and burden of further litigation, we recommend settlement in the amount of $85,000.
Settlement.
Second.
May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember De La Torre, did he make it in? Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem McCowan,
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown, Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes.
On item 1B, the plaintiff, a former Santa Monica Fire Department employee, alleges that his May 18th, 2018 demotion from probationary captain back to fire engineer illegally based on a disability and the city's failure to accommodate this disability. The city does not admit the allegations, but to avoid the expense and burden of further litigation, recommends settlement in the amount of $100,000.
And again, oh, sorry. Right. Second? Are there any seconds?
I second.
Thank you.
Who was the maker, Mayor?
I was, Ms. Anderson
Councilmember
Martin.
Davis. So now we're on a roll call vote.
Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Is Councilmember De La Torre with us?
No.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes. And I just want to make sure that someone is making an effort to bring Councilmember De La Torre back.
Yes, I had someone reach out to him.
Thank you, Corey.
You're welcome.
Sorry,
So-
George.
On item 1C, the plaintiff alleges injury to his shoulder that required surgery and to his knee that may require future surgery, resulting from his car being rear-ended by a Big Blue bus on May 16th, 2018 at or about 5113 Lincoln Boulevard, Venice, California. The city does not admit the allegations, but to avoid the expense and burden of further litigation, we recommend settlement in the amount of $85,000.
Do we have a motion to approve settlement?
Move settlement. Move settlement.
McKeown second.
Moved by Davis, seconded by McEwen. Thank you, Kevin. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yeah,
You have to say yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan,
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
Yeah. So that passed 7-0.
And Mayor, can I go to item 1A for a second? Because I believe I misspoke and said that the settlement in that amount we were recommending was $85,000 when in fact it was $43,000. So I would ask that we go back and take a re-vote on that item with the settlement of $43,000 being recommended as opposed to $85,000.
Will you repeat the number again, George, because you were garbled? I want the public.
On item 1A, this is the item that involves an 80-year-old Blue bus passenger who alleges a fractured hand and injuries resulting from an unnecessary sudden stop. We're recommending settlement in the amount of $43,000.
The
And that
original motion makes it again with the correction.
Second.
Yes. So we're going to do another, and I think that was Davis and McEwen, am I right?
No, it was McEwen and McCowan.
Okay, great. Okay.
And so if you take that vote, Denise.
Okay. Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan,
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes. So that also passes 7-0.
On items 1D and 1E, after consideration of these matters, Council is directing staff to cease negotiations with Claret West Development LLC and DLJ Real Estate Capital Partners LLC, set for open session administrative item for Council to provide direction on how to proceed with respect to the property.
I move.
Moved by Brock. Is there a second?
I second.
May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
No.
Councilmember McKeown,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan,
No.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes. So that matter passes 4-3. And I see that Member Davis wants to speak.
Yes, I'd just like to enter into the record that my no vote reflects my belief that we could get a very good project out of the current developer, and that by continuing the exclusive negotiating agreement, we would be able to ask them to produce a project that would not only be economically positive for the city, but also meet the concerns of residents, and that by ending the exclusive negotiating agreement arrangement, that we are postponing the project for an indefinite period into an indefinite future, and which will cause us to have significant delays in terms of developing both revenue generating portions of the project, open space, as well as potential housing. So that's why I voted no.
Thank you. So that closes the report out of closed session.
No, there's two more items. Sorry.
There's two more.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Items 1E. On item 1F, that matter was not heard. On item 1G, the plaintiffs in this case allege that the provision of the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act that excludes U.S. citizens with one or more undocumented immigrant parents from stimulus payments intended to offset the hardships caused by the COVID-19 pandemic violates the Fifth Amendment by discriminating against U.S. citizen children based solely on their parents' alienage without any substantial relationship to an important government interest. The County of Los Angeles is preparing an amicus brief to be filed on behalf of cities, counties, and municipalities in support of the plaintiff's motion for summary judgment. Given the city's interest in ensuring that children facing heightened risks of food insecurity and educational setbacks are provided with all available aid, we recommend joining in this amicus brief.
Do I hear a motion?
Second.
Moved by Davis, seconded by McCowan. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember De La Torre,
You're muted. Wait, let me see if I can fix that
there
up.
you go.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, there we go. Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan,
Yes.
Councilmember McCune,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes.
And that concludes the closed session calendar.
Thank you, George. And so now we are going to move to the consent calendar. Will the clerk call that, please?
Yes, the consent calendar. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion. And you you have one caller.
And
before we go, go ahead, Mayor.
no, you go.
Okay. So I'm asking the council, we have a special meeting of the Redevelopment Successor Agency. I'm asking the council if it's okay to combine those two items to combine those. And then I have to report that as the Redevelopment Successor Agency, you receive no compensation. Is everyone in favor of that? Yes.
Okay, so let's vote on, and do we need a motion and a second, Denise?
That would be helpful. Yes.
Okay, so let me do this. I'd like to move that we combine the City Council and Redevelopment Successor Agencies for this meeting.
With the consent calendar.
With the consent calendar. Is there a second?
I second.
Bill Brock, second.
Yes.
May we take a vote?
Sure. Agency Member Para,
Yes.
Agency Member Davis,
Yes.
and I'm sorry, you guys, it's Council Agency Member. Council Agency Member McCune,
Yes.
Council Agency Member Brock,
Yes.
Council Agency Member De La Torre,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCowan,
Yes.
and Mayor Chair Himmelrich.
Yes.
Okay, so we have one caller, one member of the public.
Okay, may we hear from the public, please?
Sure, and before I take the caller, I just want to remind everyone to mute yourselves when you're not speaking, even if it's just in between roll calls. It's just more helpful to hear the speaker. So here we go to the callers.
Transferring David Watley.
David Watley, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hello.
Hi, you're in the meeting. Your time starts now.
Oh, what agenda item is this? Sorry.
We're on the consent calendar.
Okay. Sorry, I had a problem with my computer. So yeah, I just wanted to say briefly, I noticed that there was a couple of contracts awarded, it's for some water projects. And I just was curious to find out, I didn't see anything. I'm not sure if there's any kind of policy with regard to how the contracts of the city are awarded. I know there's like people go through a process and they have to register their company on this website or something like that. But I was curious to find out if there's a way to maybe link like job training through these contracts. For example, let's say there's some like kids in high school or whatever, or in college or whatever, that are interested in how maybe water, right, and how construction works with water and stuff like that. Is there a way that the city can have as a part of the contract, say, would you be willing to work with local youth on how to find out how a career in this particular construction industry works? I don't know if anyone's ever thought about that, but it's just something that crossed my mind, and I was curious to find out if there was a policy already that talked about those particular items. So that's all. Thanks so much.
See if the council has any questions for you.
Okay.
Hi, this is Councilmember Para.
Just wanted to say, hi, I just wanted to say thank you so much, David, for bringing that to our attention. I think that's a wonderful idea and duly noted. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you.
Mayor, you're muted.
Any other comments or questions?
Yeah, I also wanted to support Councilwoman Christine Parra's comments, and I think it's an excellent idea, and we definitely want to pursue something like that moving forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Brock.
And I'll add my support. And David, thank you for calling in. David is a good longtime resident of the city who is very concerned with those least fortunate. So I thank him for his call.
Thank you, Phil. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Does anyone want to pull any items from the consent calendar? Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Watley.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes, I'd like to pull item J, 3J.
Thank you. And Councilmember De La Torre. You're muted, Oscar.
Item I, I'm trying to. Is it item I3? I'm trying to pull it up, but for some reason.
Which one, Oscar?
The Grace, is it the contract that?
Grace Environmental? Yeah.
Yeah, 208. Is that I?
Yes, that is I.
Yes, that I could pull that item.
Okay, so does anyone want to move the remainder of the consent calendar, which is all items on the... Oh, I'm sorry, Jill, go ahead.
That's okay. I'm trying to find the item. It's the library item. I'm concerned about that.
The library I thought was,
There's water mains,
yeah, hold on.
security.
3N like Nancy.
3N, so we,
Thank you. Yes.
Okay. So we pulled 3I, 3J, and 3N. Does anyone want to move the remainder of the consent calendar?
I'll move the remainder.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Brock and seconded by De La Torre. I'm sorry, for the consent calendar, minus items 3I, 3J, and 3N. Can we take a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Agency Councilmember Parra.
Yes.
Agency Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Agency Councilmember McCune.
Yes.
Chair Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Agency Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Agency Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Chair Mayor Hemmerich.
Yes. So
Yes,
now we're moving on to 3I. And
3I is approval of first modification to agreement 10567 with Grace Environmental Services.
So, Oscar, do you want a staff report on that, or do you want to ask questions?
Yeah, I just want to know, is that a one-time expense? Is that going to be an ongoing expense? And just trying to understand, I mean, this is a project that's supposed to be sustainable, and I know it's environmentally sustainable, but financially, is this something that's sustainable in terms of these expenses that we're seeing?
Good evening. This is Sunny Wang, the Water Resources Manager. Regarding your question, Oscar, the operation cost for the water treatment system in that building is ongoing. This contract modification is to add that scope to our existing contract operator that also operates the Charnock treatment facility for us. So this is to align with their contract, but once their contract expires, we will need to bid that out. So it's ongoing operation requirement for the water treatment system.
do we know annually, like how much is the expense? Is this an annual cost? We're expecting this on an annual basis?
The annual cost varies year to year. It could vary anywhere from $50,000 to $150,000, depending on replacement equipment that may be required at that year.
And are there any other subsidies or other grants that we're utilizing for this, or is this all coming from the general fund?
This is from the. There's no grants or anything for operation cost, and the cost is the operation is conducted by water department.
And Sonny, does that mean it's coming from the water fund rather than the general fund?
Yes, right now that is funded from the water fund.
Thanks, Sonny.
And do we have the capacity to do this work in-house, or are we planning to have the capacity to do it in-house, or is it just cheaper to do it this way?
We also have in-house operation staff, but it is more cost-effective for this portion to be contracted out. If we were to do this in-house, we would need to increase our operation staff.
In the future, can you provide more information in terms of those options?
Sure.
So,
I also.
Excuse me, Phil, I just want to understand. Okay, so you have more questions about 3I?
Yeah, I want to follow up because I'm looking at the cost for City Hall East. What does it cost for the main City Hall for water treatment?
The main City Hall is served currently with the distribution from a main water treatment plant. So there is no treatment plant dedicated just to the main City Hall.
Wasn't there, follow-up would be, is there a way to have connected the two together, thereby saving us $2,280,000 over 5 years?
So the $2 million on the contract is for operating the Charnock treatment facility. What's only required to operate the City Hall East treatment facility is the $280,000.
And that's per year or for 5 years?
That is from now through fiscal year 22-23. The $280 to operate the City Hall East water treatment system.
So is there a requirement that it be a separate plant, or could it have not been connected to City Hall water? That's my question.
Well, to satisfy the living building requirements, it needs to have its own sustainable water supply for the building itself.
And is that a permanent satisfaction that we have to continue to do every year, or could we just, in 2 years, whenever we finish our living building, could we connect it to city water, thereby saving the residents that $100 and some odd thousand a year, $140,000 a year?
So, Phil, we're approving a contract.
That's my last question.
But you're talking about going back on recreating the city services building.
Well, no, I'm asking if there's a way to mitigate that going forward in the future. Or is that a permanent expense? And I think that's what Oscar was asking, maybe.
Well, I think if you're asking that, you need to ask if that's a permanent expense and what would it cost to replace it. Right.
All right. And can the water department person give us that answer?
Staff will need to look into those requirements with the architectural services on the requirements of living building certification.
You know what would be really good to know is like the cost of, like, if we would have done like a regular sort of plumbing operation like what we have at City Hall versus what we have now, like with this new expense. For me, it's really important to understand how much we're spending right now, for example, on something similar within City Hall that operates without the extra bells and whistles, and then how much it costs us to do this sustainable project. Just to know the difference in terms of cost, so we know. I mean, it might be that it's just more cost effective to run something that's more basic than what is currently there. But I wouldn't know unless we had the comparisons,
I think that would go back to Mayor Himmelrich's comments with regard to revisiting the whole living building concept, since this treatment portion is a very small part of the overall building design and intent. If we're looking at how it integrates together, I think.
All right.
So we have an item on sustainability on our long range agenda, and you guys might want to make a note if you want to somehow talk about that in the context of sustainability. But this is a single contract that, as things stand now, is an extension of an existing.
Could we ask Sunny to come back during that sustainability segment at a future council gate and just give us those figures so we understand more, since we're late to the picture? I apologize for the questions, but we'd like to know, and I think residents would like to know if we're going to be paying additional expense yearly forever.
Yeah, and if we can ever do the work in-house versus, if it's cheaper, or even develop the technology or the training in-house so that we don't have to continuously pay for outside consultants to monitor our whole
water plant.
Yes, the whole operation. I was going to say our toilets, but that wouldn't sound that good.
Okay, so that being said, I think that's the best answer you're going to get tonight. Is anyone going to move this item now, or do you want to hold it open? I mean, what do you want?
No. I'd like to move the item.
Second? I'll second it.
Okay.
Moved by Delatorre, seconded by Himmelrich. And may we have a roll call vote on this?
Councilmember Delatorre,
No.
Councilmember Brock,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan,
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Para,
No.
Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes. So that matter passes 4-3.
Next, we have item 3J, which is approval of purchase order with Axon Enterprises, Inc. for purchase of taser for police department.
And Councilmember Davis, you pulled this?
Yes, I just have a couple of questions for staff.
Yes, Councilmember. This is the police chief.
Good evening, Chief. Thank you. In the item, it says that the current CED X26P will have its warranty expire in the spring of 2021, and so it won't be able to be serviced, et cetera, anymore. My question was, do we have any unused devices that we could sort of continue to use for another year and just put off this expenditure for a year or so? Or when they fall out of warranty, is it imperative that we buy new devices?
Ma'am, we do not have any extras lying around. What we did when we made the original order back, I believe in 2016, we did order extras, but over time, some of those devices have been reissued to other people. Some have unfortunately been lost or damaged. So that leaves us with enough to provide for staff, existing staff, but no replacement parts or no ability to, once they're out of warranty, to service them or get any that would be damaged subsequent. We wouldn't be able to get them repaired.
So we couldn't put off this agenda item for 6 months or a year. It needs to be done now?
Well, the preference is that it would be done now because there's a need based on, we know that over time they'll fall out of warranty. Furthermore, as we move forward, the pricing structure will change dramatically. As it was, we were able to negotiate a very strong and very favorable pricing structure for the city and stretch it out over an extended period. That offer would not be in effect were we to defer this down the road. And as of, I believe at the beginning of the year, that pricing structure will change in excess of $100,000.
And then I have a final question. You said that one of the features of the new TASER 7 is that it will automatically activate the body camera systems worn by SMPD personnel. So it's my understanding we've had our personnel wear body cameras for quite some time. Is that correct?
That's correct. When I was here last, we implemented the pilot program, I believe, don't hold me to this exact period, but I believe it was sometime in 2013, 2014 that we did that. And then over time, we moved away from the original pilot, adopted it on a full-time basis, and then we've gone through an iteration of cameras, and now Axon is the primary provider, which creates the bridge for us to be able to, if we move to, and council should approve this evening, it creates a system of accountability by being able to activate the cameras for those that are within, I believe it's a 25 to 30 foot range on activation.
And just so I'm clear, the current system doesn't have that capability, so that would be a new capability with the new device. Is that right?
That's correct.
And I'm assuming that's a capability that we would make operational, that we would use that capability?
Oh, absolutely. The way that the camera, the body worn cameras work, there's a buffer of about 2 minutes prior to activation. And so what typically we would want to make sure that we don't lose is on a deployment where perhaps the situation unfolds very quickly, you would have the 2 minute buffer included because the TASER device speaks to the body worn cameras and would automatically ensure their activation. And so it really substantially minimizes the potential for lost perspectives when it comes to a TASER deployment.
Great, thank you, I appreciate that. And if no one else has it, oh, looks like there's another question, I apologize.
Sorry, hi Chief Brooks. I just had a question related to the number we're purchasing compared to the number of personnel that are required to use tasers and how long this inventory will potentially last. And then lastly, approximately, if you can, or if you know the number offhand, how many times do we know on average are we using tasers?
Okay, I'll start with the last part of that. I do not have that information available on hand. I can make sure that that is obtained and provided for you within the next 1 to 2 business days, if you will permit me to do that. And then, I'm sorry, your other question was with respect to how many of these we provide. There was a disconnect, yes?
You're muted.
You're muted, Councilmember McCowan.
No, of course you couldn't hear me. The total number that we're purchasing under this contract, and then how many personnel require the devices?
The devices are required for all police officers, police sergeants, and police managers at the rank of lieutenant. For the captain and the police chief, it is an optional carry. But we always ensure that we have spares in the inventory to the degree that we can to accommodate for damage, to accommodate for loss, which does not happen that often, but has happened on 1 or 2 occasions in the past.
And so what is the percentage difference of that contingency? That I'm just trying to understand how many we're purchasing versus the required number.
Sure. We are purchasing, I believe it's 242, which provides the entirety of the police department. And if you can hold on just a second, I'm flipping through my notes to get you what you need. Hold on just a second. And actually, let's see, Captain Covarrubias is also monitored in. If you, Captain, if you could speak to that specific issue.
Chief, so just we get back to Councilmember Cowan. First and foremost, good evening, Council. So for in 2018, for how many times we utilized the taser, in 2018 we used it 15 times. In that year, we had 167 uses of force, so documented uses of force, and we responded to 132,000 calls for service. So it's a relatively low percentage that we utilized the taser. In 2019, we had 137 uses of force and 20 taser deployments, and we responded to 123,000 calls for service. So we are purchasing 242 tasers because our civilian personnel that work in the jail are trained to use the taser, and so that is why we have an extra amount that is set aside for them. I hope that answered that question.
It gets close enough. Thank you so much, both.
Thank you, Captain.
Are there any other questions about 3J? That was 3J, yes? Does anyone want to move 3J?
I have a question.
Yes, Councilmember De La Torre, sorry.
Yeah. Chief Seabrooks, thank you very much for joining us and answering our questions. In terms of the taser, do we provide training? I'm just reminded of the incident that happened up in Oakland with Oscar Grant and the law enforcement personnel at that point. And I recall him stating that he made a mistake in terms of the reaching for the taser. He thought the gun was the taser. And would you say that, how do we ensure that that doesn't happen in our community? Is it with training or does the device also look very different in color or feel from an actual gun?
Okay, let me start with, it looks very different in color and feel. If you have seen officers out in the field and you see this large plastic encasement that's on their waistband, it is carried on the opposite side of the firearm to minimize the potential for those kinds of tragic mistakes. And then if you've seen it, it's a bright yellow color, very different from the tasers that we carried when I was a patrol officer, or excuse me, a patrol sergeant in the 1990s, and that's how long the police department has been carrying this piece of equipment. So to answer your question, to minimize the potential, there is absolutely training, and that training is exceedingly consistent. And then we require that the officers wear the taser on the opposite side of the firearm. And then, to your point, it is differently colored to ensure that there's a visual cue in the event that there's that kind of mistake, the potential for that kind of mistake.
Thank you very much, and I feel very confident, with your answer. And one other question in regards to we've used the tasers sparingly, according to the report by Captain Covarrubias, which makes me feel really good, considering how many calls and how many times we use tasers. But in terms of this device compared to other devices, would you say it's as safe or safer than others on the market in terms of harm to people, like in terms of it being tested for fatalities? Would we say that it's as safe or safer than other devices on the market?
Well, when you say other devices on the market, are you speaking of conductive energy devices? What devices are you speaking of?
Well, similar devices that we're purchasing. I mean, whatever.
Okay, then I would say that this is a far safer device. The conductive energy is more consistent across the period of time for deployment. It captures data that we can then use to analyze and re-customize any training approach that we may have. The training tools that come with this system, which are built into the pricing structure, are such that it creates customizable training that we can then require the employee to go through and force decisional types of activities, meaning the nature of the training can be structured in such a way that de-escalation or other alternatives would be an appropriate mechanism, or no deployment would be an appropriate mechanism. And it is the totality of that system, the equipment, the training, the decisional component, the de-escalation component, and then the nature of the way that this device is developed and how it's created that makes it a safer alternative than the others that are on the market, which is why the vast majority of law enforcement agencies across the country utilize this particular device from this particular manufacturer.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So 3J.
I'm ready to move for approval.
Davis moved, and is there a second?
I'll second.
Moved by Davis, seconded by Brock. And Chief, it's so great to see you, by the way. I just have to throw that in. So can we have a roll call vote, please?
The clerk with us. Denise, are you there?
Denise, you're muted.
I'm sorry, I thought it was you guys. Okay, Councilmember Para. Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember McCowan. I'm sorry, Councilmember McCune.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes.
Okay. Next, we have item 3N, which is a work contract to Cirrus Dentix, Inc. for integrated library system for the Santa Monica Public Library.
Councilmember Brock, you pulled this?
Yes, I had a question. I asked, I think some of the people from the library this before. I just looked at the amount of the contract and felt that when we've been laying off librarians and we're desperate to get library services back up, this would give us, I see this is at least $100,000 this year, or $125,000 this year that would be used for staffing and try and restore some services to our children, our seniors, and our adults. So I'm curious about whether this can be postponed for a year until after we are out of the COVID crisis and we can use part of that funding in a different way that would reach our residents quicker.
We have a member of staff to address this.
I believe both Patty, the city librarian, and Erica are on the call. I see Erica now.
Great, thank you.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, hi, Erica.
I think maybe Patty might be having some issues with her. Sorry, I have the mic. I apologize. I don't know. I couldn't grab the mic. Patty Wong, Director of Library Services. And good evening, everyone. Councilmember Brock, I do hear you saying we have an opportunity at this moment to replace a system that we currently need to use for serving our public. It's 7 years old. There are no updates coming for this particular product. And we actually will save close to $100,000 by using it. It is also more functionally capable of doing many of the things that we want to do. And it's actually already in our budget. So we're actually saving money by changing it out to this particular vendor, which we could use actually to restore some services.
Can I ask a follow-up? What is the system? What's the system for? What does it do?
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, an in-library system is essentially a database that merges our library card holders with our catalog and brings all of those things together. It's really the backbone of all of the services that we provide the community. So when
it's the update to the Dewey Decimals.
Everything that plus all of the card members that participate in our services, and it integrates all of those things together.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yes, Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes, hi, Patty.
Hi. Good
seeing you. And are we any plans to integrate with K through 12?
You know, I'm glad you mentioned that. We actually are in the process right now of working out a plan to provide our Overdrive, our e-materials directly to our K-12 students. And we're actively working with SMMUSD, actually, and a lot of the other K-12 community, both public and private, to provide additional services. Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember McCowan. Mayor Pro Tem, I got to get used to that.
And Patty, I just want to say thank you for an informative staff report that laid out many of the answers to the questions that we're asking tonight. So thank you so much. And I move this item.
Thank you.
And I'll second. So moved by McCowan, seconded by Himmelrich. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Para.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes. So that passes 7-0. And that ends the consent calendar. And shall I adjourn the special meeting?
Yes, please.
Great. So, and I will adjourn the special meeting.
Thank you. Now we'll go to the study session. It's review of the housing element. And we currently have 6 callers for this item.
Corey, are you waiting for me to say something?
I wasn't sure if we were going to the calls first.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Next time I'll say something. Sorry.
Okay. We have, here we go.
Go to the callers.
Okay.
Actually, we need to have the staff we need to have the staff presentation.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. I'm sorry. I'm not following my script that I have here.
Do we have members of the planning department here with us?
We do. I just was, is it okay for me to share the screen now?
Yep.
Okay. Great. Good evening, Council. This is Jing Yo. I'm a planning manager. Very pleased to be here tonight to speak to the Council about the housing element update and to gather the Council's feedback on this very important work. You'll be hearing from me tonight in addition to other members of the Housing Element Update team, including Rachel Kwok, who's the environmental planner, and Housing Element Update project manager, Steve Mizukami, and Kerry Fukui. Ross Furman is also part of the team, and we have support from Heidi Van Tongen from the City Attorney's Office as well. So let me just move along here. This is just an overview. We have 7 sections to this presentation, and so we'll try and move through them as quickly as possible so that Council can get to your discussion. As you can see here, we'll give an overview of the housing element update process, what it is, why we are proceeding with this update, providing some context as to the state of Santa Monica's housing, providing an overview of the methodology that's included and how we accommodate the allocated housing need, and then a review of both Santa Monica's approach to housing priorities and also a review of the prior housing element, just so you can get an understanding of the goals and whether those should move forward. And then we will then conclude with an overview of the process and timeline to come over the next 10 months at this point. So let's begin with the first section, which is what is the housing element. It is a mandatory state requirement that was established in 1969, and it mandates that each jurisdiction does their part in planning for the community's housing needs every 8 years. Santa Monica is within a region, Southern California Association of Governments, otherwise known as SCAG, representing 6 counties and 191 cities. So there are 191 cities going through this exact same update process as Santa Monica at the moment. And SCAG actually is the entity that is responsible for allocating the region's housing need as determined by the State Department of Housing and Community Development, which then, then all cities are responsible then for planning for that allocation. You can see here that the housing element is one of 7 mandatory elements of the general plan being like the kind of, constitution for development of the city. So in addition to the housing element, we have an adopted land use and circulation element that is 2 elements in one. We have a conservation element, a safety element, open space, and noise element. And then historic preservation rounds out the elements that we have adopted. Historic preservation is not a mandatory element, but it is an optional element that the city has chosen to adopt. So what is included in a housing element? Housing element, it has these 4 sort of main mandatory components according to housing element law. So we're required to evaluate the city's past performance with respect to the prior 8-year planning periods. For the 2013 to 2021 housing element period, we have to review our progress, with respect to whether the programs were implemented. We have to conduct what's known as a housing needs assessment. That is a data update largely in terms of demographics, housing characteristics, and the like. And then we have to evaluate both resources, so available land and administrative and financial resources, and then also constraints on housing production, in terms of what are the governmental constraints that exist to the production of housing. So all of those are required as part of the housing element. So why do we do the update? It ensures that the city plans for the housing needs of the community. I think that's an important distinction, that this is largely a planning and zoning exercise, to make sure that the city can demonstrate that the city is able to accommodate the housing needs allocation. So as I indicated here, the components you can see there, of the housing elements are listed below. Ultimately, everything gets kind of baked into goals, policies, and programs within the housing element. Programs here really are just implementation actions of the stated policies. This diagram here shows in very sort of 10,000 foot view of the housing element update process very generally. So you can see from following the lines from the top left there, it begins with the RHNA allocation that's prepared by the state and SCAG. So Santa Monica, gets its draft number. And then basically where we are right now is in this housing research and analysis phase, where we're gathering public input. We're trying to make sure that we have a lot of input into the overall scope of the study. And then we will go into a research phase and then come out on the other end roughly in the spring with testing concepts for public review, which will then provide staff direction to then prepare the written document, the draft housing element, around early summer, where it will then be transmitted to HCD for a 60-day review period. HCD then will give those comments back, and then the city will review those comments, prepare a revised draft as necessary, have hearings, and then ultimately council is required to adopt a housing element and the associated environmental impact report by October 15th, 2021. That is the deadline that is set within housing element law. We then after that adoption, the housing element is then given to HCD for a 90-day review period, at which point HCD then certifies the housing element. And then sort of as a follow-up to that, if there's any sort of implementation actions in terms of programs, or probably more commonly if there's any necessary zoning and general plan amendments, those have to be completed within 3 years from the adoption of the housing element. So this entire update is taking place against the backdrop of a declared statewide housing crisis. As we're well aware, it is very expensive to live in California. The statewide median home cost is about twice the national average. And according to estimates, from Legislative Analyst's Office, there's a shortage of approximately 3 million units in Santa Monica. So that's, not in Santa Monica, within the state, indicating an imbalance between supply and demand. Other estimates estimate that there's about 1.3 million low-income renter households that need affordable homes in California. So not only is it sort of a crisis in terms of affordability for home costs, but obviously for renters as well. And that cost burden is disproportionately impacting households at the lower income end of the scale. And you can see that statistic there, California Budget and Policy Center, that 8 in 10 low-income households spend upwards of 50% of their income on housing. So they're considered very cost burden. In response to this, the California legislature has taken some very swift action starting in 2017. And so there was sort of the landmark 2017 housing package. And you can see the diagram there, kind of the major themes that housing legislation addresses, largely focusing on streamlining local processes. So removing a lot of administrative and regulatory barriers to housing production has been a massive focus of legislation that has come down the pike. There's also been looking at strengthening the Housing Accountability Act, which is a state law that basically removes, a substantial amount of discretion for cities to deny housing projects that are compliant with objective standards, removing local barriers to housing production, and there's also been a major focus on accessory dwelling units, also in terms of legislation. On the flip side, there's also been focus on affordable housing funding, and of course, in the area of tenant protection. So that sort of balancing of production and preservation. You can see here a summary of some of the highlights. This is not all the legislation, of course. So you can see the 2017 housing package is where we started to see some changes to housing element law. And SB 35 is a pretty significant piece of legislation that has direct implications for cities meeting their RHNA production goals. And then in the 2018 session is where we saw some very significant changes to housing element law and the RHNA process that really speak to what the process that we are undergoing today, and it also added requirements for affirmatively furthering fair housing. The trend continued in the 2019 session with SB 330, which is a bill that further provides a process for streamlined housing approvals, most notably also puts in place a ban on downzoning, housing moratoriums, and non-objective design standards. You can see there that it does sunset January 1, 2025. On the flip side of that, SB 330 also includes some pretty strong no net loss provisions in there in terms of not allowing the removal of housing units, someone to construct fewer housing units than were existing on a site previously. There was also density bonus added for 100% affordable housing projects, some of our housing projects in the city have already taken advantage of, and then further streamlining to the accessory dwelling unit process. And all of these have been integrated into Santa Monica's local, into our municipal code. It was adopted by the council earlier this year. And the trend continued in 2020, further attempts at encouraging housing largely. So you can see, that has really continued. I'll now move into the second section, which is getting more into detail on the 6-cycle RHNA process. So the 6 cycle is another way to state this 2021 to 2029 planning period, which is the current housing element update process. So RHNA stands for Regional Housing Needs Allocation. And what it is that the state determines the number of units needed in California for an 8-year cycle. So this number is then divided amongst regions of the state. So, between like SCAG is one region, San Diego is another region, the Bay Area is a region, Sacramento is a region. And it's located in the Southern California. So Santa Monica, as I indicated, is located in the SCAG region, and then which then allocates that number among cities. And then cities then must plan for that RHNA allocation over an 8-year cycle. This is the timeline of developing the RHNA. So it actually started in October of 2018 is when SCAG's RHNA subcommittee convened, and over the course of the year, they came together to study and talk about the appropriate methodology, ultimately resulted in sending forward a recommendation to the SCAG Regional Council in November of 2019. And ultimately, the SCAG Regional Council adopted the final RHNA methodology in March of 2020. Santa Monica received our draft allocation in September of this year, and you can see that there was an appeal period that ran from September 11th to October the 26th, so that period has now passed. And all the appeals are available on the SCAG website at that URL that you see on the screen. What's forthcoming in January is appeal hearings by the RHNA Appeals Board. It is important to note that appeals are a zero-sum process, so any successful appeals are just reallocated back to each county. Is kind of how that works, and then ultimately will result in February with a final RHNA allocation. So what factors were included within the RHNA? So this is a kind of a high-level diagram showing, what's included in it. So it's the jurisdiction's projected housing need, and you can see what's included in there is projected household growth, future vacancy need, and replacement need. You add that on to the jurisdiction's existing housing need, which was something that was new for this cycle, and that accounts for population proximity to transit, to jobs, and also a sort of shifting from low resource to high resources cities within the same county. Santa Monica is actually identified as a high resource city within LA County. So you add those two together and you get a total housing need. There is then a further adjustment called a social equity adjustment that is then added on, and that is meant to account for disproportionate geographic concentrations of each income category. So as you may expect, Santa Monica got a further social equity adjustment given our position as a high resource city, and also this social equity adjustment was added in direct response to that requirement for affirmatively furthering fair housing. You can see that was added in AB 1771 in 2018. So all that added together results in the total RHNA allocation, which is then divided into different income categories. So to provide a point of comparison, this was the allocation from the 2013 to 2021 housing element. So the prior housing element, 1,674 units were allocated to Santa Monica, of which 58% were affordable. And you can see in this current cycle, this sixth cycle, 2021 to 2029, Santa Monica has now been allocated more than 5 times the number in the prior cycle. And you can see here that this is the breakdown. Approximately 70% of that allocation is at the lower incomes. The table on the right there shows everything that is below the above moderate. So above moderate in this table basically is what we would commonly call market rate housing, and then anything below that is at those lower income categories at moderate, low, and very low income. The chart here is basically showing, for comparison, Santa Monica has typically, over the last 5 years, permitted about 209 units per year. In order to meet this RHNA allocation, we would have to permit an average of about 1,100 units per year. So certainly significantly more than we have ever done historically. How does our RHNA compare to other cities? So this chart shows Santa Monica compared to other West Side cities and other coastal cities in LA and Orange County. We also added here Santa Barbara, which is actually outside the SCAG region, given its coastal location as well. So you can see where Santa Monica compares to other West Side cities. We obviously have, you can see here, the highest allocation among all of the West Side cities. So what counts towards the RHNA? And this is just a way of, we've heard a lot of questions about, when does it count? How do we know that we've created a unit that counts towards the RHNA? So it's housing units that receive building permits or certificates of occupancy during the planning period. So from June 30, basically after June 30th of 2021 to October 15th of 2029 would be the period that would count for building permits or C of Os. And what counts is a definition of a housing unit. So it has to be a unit that's intended for occupancy as separate living quarters. So just as an example of what that is, it's single unit dwellings, ADUs, multi-unit dwellings, permanent supportive housing. These are just examples of what counts. I would note for multi-unit dwellings, it counts regardless of the length of the lease. That's been a question that we have received recently. What doesn't count is shared living quarters because they're not separate living quarters, obviously. So things like temporary emergency shelters and dormitories, those do not count as a housing unit in terms of RHNA. We thought it'd be helpful also just to go over the RHNA appeals process, given some of the questions that have been raised in some of the public outreach we've done thus far. So this is just an overview of the statute and what it says with respect to the appeals process. So the basis for appeal have been narrowed, and those have been directly the result of changes in legislation. So the appeals have to state why the revision is necessary to further the intent of the 5 required RHNA objectives, and the appeals have to be consistent with the development pattern in the sustainable community strategy. You can see there that the appeals are limited to 3 factors only. So it's regarding the methodology, whether failure to consider affirmatively furthering fair housing or changed circumstances. And SCAG can only grant an appeal, or excuse me, cannot grant an appeal on the basis of any of the following. So it can't be based on existing zoning restrictions, any sort of voter-approved initiative. Prior underproduction is not a reason for granting an appeal, nor a stable population growth. All this to say is that, the changes in the statute were meant to narrow the basis of appeal and to make it very difficult to appeal. And, that was clearly the intent of those changes. One of the things that housing element law does allow is something called a quantified objective. And it's something in housing element law that recognizes that the RHNA allocation may exceed a community's available resources and the ability to satisfy the need within the content of the general plan requirements. A quantified objective is requested at the time of submitting a draft to HCD for review. But we did want to note that under current housing element law, under existing law, quantified objective really has no part in determining compliance with the RHNA. So, in order for the quantified objective to mean something and to be meaningful in terms of compliance would require a change to housing element law. How a quantified objective could be requested, this is just a diagram of, basically how that process works is, we have our RHNA number, we would filter it through available resources. This is just an example of what some of those potential filters might be, and then, resulting in a quantified objective based on any of those potential constraints, that the city would like to be considered. If we do not have a certified housing element by October the 15th, you can see that there are potential penalties and fines that may kick in. The state can also withhold important grant funding that could affect housing programs, infrastructure, water, transportation grants largely. And also there are implications, as you heard me mention, SB 35. It is a bill that was passed in 2017 that basically established that requires cities every year to report on permits that are issued. And, if those targets are not met, then it sort of triggers a streamlined process for housing projects. So you can see that October 15, 2021 is the deadline to adopt a certified housing element. And if we don't have one, then we would be determined out of compliance. So compliance with RHNA is determined based on the building permits issued, and it's an annual progress report that is due April of every year. So those are available and published on the HCD website, and it reports on the prior January to December calendar year. And, we have to report out on the total the units that were produced, the number of affordable units that were produced, that were approved, like basically what's coming in the pipeline. We also need to report out on progress towards housing element programs. So that provides an overview of, both what the housing element is, why we're doing it, and this current RHNA cycle. I'll now introduce Rachel, who's going to walk through kind of the state of housing in Santa Monica.
Thank you, Jane. Good evening, Council. Rachel Kwok, Environmental Planner in the City Planning Division. So in order to plan for housing, we need to first understand what our housing conditions are in Santa Monica. So I'm just going to provide some facts and figures for you. Slide. So one of the first things that the state requires us to look at is population. As you can see here, from 1970 to 2000, our population has dropped, but then from 2000 to 2018 and 19, it's increased steadily. While we're still waiting for the final results of the 2020 census, we do anticipate, consistent with 2019, our population is around like 92,000. And in terms of looking at our age groups, as you can see here, the 25 to 44-year-olds are the largest representative age group in the city. And these are really the age group, this is really the age group that is, starting out the careers and looking to start families, and they need housing units. Next slide. In terms of housing inventory, we have about 52,000 housing units in the city. More than 77% of this is multifamily, which means apartments and condos. As you can see here, most of these are housed in buildings that have 5 or more units. And over the past 20 years, single-family units have remained relatively stable, while the numbers of multifamily housing by approximately 12%. And so that really results in just mostly a renter-occupied city. As you can see here, we have about 71% of our population as renters. Here again is the breakdown of the 71% of units. As I mentioned before, about 27,000 of them are rent controlled. So they are subject to rent control, and it's reflected in the age of this housing stock. As you can see, about 75% of the city's housing stock was built before 1980. And in terms of just the age of the housing, rather old, it is rather expensive to live in the city of Santa Monica. Next slide, Jane. Thank you. In terms of the median price for a single family home, you're looking at about $3.9 million. And if you're looking at a condo, it's not any cheaper. The median cost for a condo in 2019 before COVID was about $900,000. And if you're a renter, it's also very costly to live here. In 2019, pre-COVID, the median rent for a 2-bedroom apartment in the city was about $3,200 a month. Next slide. So understanding that Santa Monica has a housing shortage, and we're required to plan for housing for the next 8 years. How are we doing that? Next slide. The way we achieve our RHNA, as Jane mentioned, we are required to plan for our housing need and achieve our RHNA in the housing element. We are required to do that is to tell the sites what sites are available that could be developed for housing. This is called the Suitable Sites Inventory. And while ADUs do count towards the RHNA, as Jing mentioned, they are separate from the Suitable Sites Inventory. And so the Suitable Sites Inventory enables our city to show the state that there is sufficient adequate sites to accommodate the RHNA by income category. Next slide. As Jing mentioned before, new housing element law has put some new restrictions on what we can count as suitable sites. They do require that if we are identifying sites, that if a site gets developed for commercial, that there's no let loss of residential unit capacity. So that residential has to be made up somewhere else in the suitable sites inventory. Next slide. This diagram provides an overview of the methodology that we plan on using to identify sites for residential development. As you can see here, we'll start with our city land use inventories, which is basically an inventory of all the parcels in the city. And from that, we'll filter using a set of factors, considering things such as site constraints, environmental constraints, as well as site characteristics, such as what is currently on the site now, and if they impose if they pose as impediments to redevelopment. And from that, we get a list of potential suitable properties. And from there, we apply realistic capacity, which is required by the state. The state basically has said you can't simply assume the maximum development would occur on these properties, but realistically, what could be developed, considering things like design standards, open space requirements, and what has realistically been developed at similar properties. And from there, we determine the housing potential. And if we are not meeting RHNA based on this set of sites, then we may have to do policy and zoning changes as needed to meet the RHNA, and that's how we get to the final suitable sites inventory. Next. So the next slide, I'm going to focus on going step by step on how we will be identifying potential sites. First, as I mentioned before, we'll start off with the city land use inventory, and then we're going to filter out things like the single-family zoning districts. And this is consistent with our loose policy of protecting neighborhoods and ensuring the preservation of our single-family neighborhoods. Next. And from there, we'll separate between residential zone parcels as well as commercial zone parcels and city-owned properties. And we intend to focus our efforts on the commercial zone parcels and city-owned properties. Next. As I said before, by focusing on the commercial zone parcels and the city-owned properties, it is consistent with SB 330's provision of no net loss, which states that you can't develop on a parcel if it results in less housing units. It is also consistent with our loose neighborhood protection goals, as well as our general housing preservation goals and policies. Next slide. So from that set of commercial zone parcels and city-owned parcels, next, we're going to apply more filters. And these filters include things like site constraints. We'll be filtering out landmarks and historic properties, as well as affordable housing units, as well as condos, and any kind of unique land uses, such as the cemetery, hospital, parks, and libraries that cannot be developed for residential uses. We'll also consider factors such as whether or not the parcel has recently received entitlements for a project or is under construction. And we'll also be filtering out newer buildings as well as properties that have a high assessor's value ratio. And from that, we get the filter commercial parcels and city properties. Next slide. And then lastly, once we get to the filter commercial zone parcels and city-owned sites, we'll rank the sites according to this list. We'll need to identify sites that were already on the prior suitable sites inventory in the last housing element cycle. We'll also rank sites that were included in the downtown community plan and the Bergamot area plan that were identified for redevelopment, as well as any vacant lots, parking lots, and any auto dealership inventory lots, such as those giant surface lots along Santa Monica Boulevard that are associated with auto dealerships. And then we'll also rank any properties that have recently undergone sales or are actively have an active sales on them. We'll also look at large sites, as well as any site that is considered underutilized with a development potential of 20,000 square feet or more. And from that, we'll get to our final list of, or not final, preliminary list of potential suitable properties, and then we'll review the sites with consideration to whether or not the site has access to transit, high-performing jobs, schools, and other residential amenities. As was required by state law, we'll make sure that the sites do conform with the SB 330's provision of affirmatively furthering fair housing, meaning that we are not placing housing in all one area of the city. We'll also consider whether or not the site is likely to be redeveloped to residential based on whether or not there's common ownership with adjacent properties, and what the market conditions have said about potential redevelopment of similar sites. And the state law requires us to provide substantial evidence that existing uses are not impediments to redevelopment of the site. So these are the considerations that we must apply when we are going through our suitable sites inventory. Next slide. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Jing, who will discuss our overall housing approach in Santa Monica.
Great. Thank you, Rachel. Council has given prior direction in terms of Santa Monica's housing priorities, largely within the realm of, again, production and preservation. So you can see that the focus has largely been on stabilizing existing housing stock. The city obviously has rent control, and there's a focus on no net loss, largely bolstered now by the provisions of SB 330. And there's also been actions the council has taken recently to ensure that the city's housing stock is retained. The city has consistently supported affordable housing, both funding it and trying to remove barriers to its production. And finally, on the production side, council has given direction to plan for the RHNA consistent with the loose growth strategy. So this is largely in ensuring that any new housing development that does occur is occurring within areas that have access to transportation systems, like the Expo and commercial boulevards. We kind of divided this up into a couple phases. So phase one is sort of these immediate actions that have already occurred either last year or this year. So in terms of production, there's currently an interim zoning ordinance in place that streamlines housing approvals for all code-compliant housing projects citywide. So these are housing projects that meet all of the zoning standards. They don't need any variances or modifications. And the city has also implemented changes to be in line with changes in state density bonus law for 100% affordable housing. In those cases, affordable housing projects are allowed up to 3 stories or 33 feet and unlimited density. So those are in place already. And in terms of preservation, council recently passed new leasing regulations for all rental units that took effect on October the 9th that require all leases to be at least 1 year, leased to natural persons intending to be their primary residence, and that the units be leased unfurnished. So that is a local law that is in place right now. In this phase two is really working towards a certified housing element. So you can see here that a huge part of that is going to be what we talked about, that housing needs assessment. So a lot of the data updates and getting public input as to what the needs of various populations in the city are, that will then feed into housing goals that will inform the housing element update. And then the major components of the housing element, including these policy and research areas, including the suitable sites inventory, the feasibility analysis that we will be conducting in order to understand the likelihood of a housing project occurring instead of commercial development, and to be able to maximize inclusionary housing within new market rate development, and also policy research in areas like integrating changes in state density bonus law, accessory dwelling units, both in incentivizing them and understanding whether there's possibilities in incentivizing affordable ADUs, and also looking into this sort of new housing innovations, if you will, such as co-living, and whether there's a place for them in Santa Monica. And ultimately, that will lead to both production and preservation policies and any necessary zoning changes in order to meet that RHNA allocation. So this kind of, represents the totality of that work plan that the staff is currently embarking upon and that we're seeking feedback on. And I'll turn it over to Steve, who's going to provide a review of the 2013 to 2021 housing element goals.
Great, thank you, Jean. Steve Mizukami here from the Planning Division, and I'll be going over this next section, which is a brief overview of the current housing element goals and objectives. Next slide. So as briefly mentioned, the LOOSE outlines our growth strategy, which is concentrate our future housing and commercial development towards our transit-rich areas along the boulevards and where jobs are located in the city, and to create transit-oriented mixed-use complete neighborhoods while also preserving the character of our residential neighborhoods. The LOOSE calls for a continued commitment to developing affordable housing, which will be critical during this update since a considerable percentage of our RHNA number will need to be affordable. and to develop area and specific plans such as the Downtown Community Plan and the Bergamot Area Plan to achieve our long-term goals. So these were the principles that helped develop the suitable sites inventory for the current cycle, and we'll continue to look at these principles to see whether or not that will help us guide us through the next cycle as well. Next slide. As we move forward with thinking about the next housing cycle, we want to make sure that we are reflecting on the goals and the objectives of the current housing element and see which goals should be expanded upon or revised as appropriate, while also thinking whether there are new goals and objectives to include in the next housing plan. So again, this is a summary of the current goals as they are established in the current housing element. Goal number 1 is about making sure that our construction of our housing is of high quality, is sustainable, and is compatible with the surrounding neighborhoods. Objectives towards meeting this goal include, for example, updating the zoning ordinance based on the LUCE, which establishes zoning and development standards for a variety of different housing types and affordability levels. And as we know, the zoning ordinance was updated back in 2015. Maintaining an architectural review process to ensure the quality design of our buildings and to continue to encourage green building to facilitate sustainable housing. And facilitating housing development in our transit-oriented areas of the city, such as the downtown and the Bergamot areas. And as we know, these specific plans were also adopted in recent years, the Bergamot Area Plan in 2013 and the DCP in 2017. Next slide. I'm sorry, Jing, if you could go back to the last slide. Goal number 2 involves the housing production for all income levels, including affordable housing. An objective is to maintain the city's affordable housing production program, also known as the AHPP, by implementing, evaluating, and revising the program as we move forward to address the housing needs of the city. Goal number 3 is to protect the existing supply of affordable housing. An objective is to continue to implement programs that protect tenants against discrimination, facilitate the conservation of at-risk housing, and also to maintain a tenant eviction protection program to prevent unlawful evictions. Next slide. Moving on to goal number 4 is to make sure that we have continued maintenance and rehabilitation of our existing housing stock. For example, a few examples include maintaining a residential repair program which seeks to fund the rehabilitation of our existing apartments and home repairs occupied by low-income residents, and also maintaining the current earthquake retrofit program which requires seismic retrofitting of our older apartments and residences. Goal number 5 is about housing assistance for affordable and above moderate income level households and also households with special needs. This would include maintaining the rental housing voucher programs that we currently have in assisting all persons with disabilities and continued support of the tenant relocation program, including temporary relocation of residents due to any remodeling or safety upgrades within a tenant's residential unit. And then, of course, also to facilitate the reduction of homeless persons through a range of services and housing options with emphasis on affordable housing, supportive housing, and eventually permanent housing. Next slide. Goal number 6 would include maintaining our fair housing programs, meaning educating landlords on practices that meet fair housing laws. And goal number 7, which seeks active participation of our residents and our community members on housing and, of course, neighborhood safety. And, of course, this involves our continued public involvement through public meetings and workshops on our long-range policy efforts and on new developments that are submitted to the city. So again, these are just a few of the objectives of each of the 7 goals in the current housing element that we'll be reflecting on as we look to formalize the appropriate goals for this next housing cycle. And thus far, we've received feedback on the goals and policies during the Planning Commission and Rent Control Board study sessions, as well as our technical working groups. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to Carrie, who will be going through the process and timelines of the housing element update.
Carrie, are you having audio issues? Sounds like it. Okay, no problem. I'm going to take on this part. So in terms of the forthcoming process for the housing element update, you can see here this diagram kind of provides the whole picture of where we are at this moment. You can see the red arrow at the top. We are currently in this initial outreach phase where we're gathering a lot of public input and starting to formulate a lot of those research questions that are going to take us through the development of options and concepts for public review. We expect to do that in March, at which point that will inform the drafting of the draft housing element, so that written document to be presented again for public review in June, and we expect then to have hearings and study sessions with the Planning Commission and City Council, aiming towards transmittal of a draft housing element to HCD in July, and then that's when that 60-day period for HCD to review the draft housing element occurs, finally coming back to the city for adoption of the housing element in October. So what you can see there is this chart is intended to show sort of those key milestones and also what we need from the public along the way. So we wanted to also show here the different outreach phases of the project, so that initial project outreach, how the broader public can continue to participate in the process, and then our review, both in visiting the website. We expect to have, we did a first round of webinars, and we expect to do webinars when we have the options and concepts available for public review in addition to questionnaires. We recognize that this is a very different outreach process than many other planning efforts we have undertaken in the past. But given the constraints put forth by the COVID-19 pandemic, we have certainly done our best to try and make the information as accessible as possible in both digital format, and if anybody needs it in non-digital format, we're more than happy to accommodate that as well. And I would be remiss to not also mention that there's an ongoing EIR process as part of it. So you can see at the bottom that's underway, and the notice of preparation has been issued, and the community has until the end of the month to comment on what the issues to be studied in the EIR should be. I think Kerry got his audio fixed, so I'm going to turn the rest of the section back to him. Wants to try that again? Not. Okay, if not, I'm going to keep going. So this is a sort of a broad diagram just to show how the various aspects of the outreach program are coming together. So we formed these two technical working groups, both around production and housing stability, intended to bring a lot of expertise in those areas together. Given the limited resources of staff, we wanted to rely on expertise from within the community, from the outside, to use data and their experiences to refine some of these ideas into concepts, that can be then shared with the broader community for comment and feedback. So that's the idea. You can see here is that, starting with the technical working groups to sort of present those ideas, present them, to the community for testing, and then ultimately looping back with our commissions and with City Council, ultimately for decision making. So the outreach program has included the launch of the Housing Element website that was launched in August, and it's at the URL you see on the screen there. It provides a lot of background information and background data on a lot of the slides that you saw here today in terms of the state of Santa Monica's housing. And this was intended to allow people to peruse that information, become familiar with the project at their own time and convenience. And also, it's the best way for anybody to keep updated on both the project schedule and any upcoming events that are going forward. At this point, we have the calendar of events on there. We've also posted any videos of meetings and notes and things like that that people can follow along with. We held 3 identical introductory webinars the week of November the 9th. So we held a webinar both on a weekday, sort of midday, weekday evening, and on a weekend morning, try and accommodate people's different schedules and try to make sure that we made this as available to everyone as possible. In total, we had about over 100 participants in those webinars, and we received probably close to 200 questions, I think, from the webinar. So, we are working on getting responses to those questions and posting them online. The actual verbatim questions are already online, so anyone can, go online and take a look at what they are, and we will have answers to those questions posted. We're working as quickly as we can to get that up. There's also an online questionnaire that has been available since that time. It did close on December the 11th, so about 4 days ago, and I think we got over 450 responses, I believe, to that questionnaire, and we're just working through a lot of the responses to those to sort of see if there's any emerging themes coming out of that questionnaire. And then, as I indicated, the formation of 2 technical working groups. This was an open process. Anybody could sign up for the group. So we had about 44 people sign up for the housing production group and about 24 or 25, I think, for the housing stability and preservation group. Both groups have already kicked off with their first meetings. And you can see the dates there. And they'll be meeting over December through January and probably into early February. Again, and you can see some of the topic areas that those working groups are going to be covering. So what's happened so far is we've had the study sessions with the Planning Commission on November 18th and December the 9th, in addition to a presentation from the Rent Control Board and the kickoff of the EIR process. And what is coming up is over this month and the next month, we've started the work on this preliminary sites assessment. So some of the factors that Rachel was talking about, that will be underway, and then ultimately pulling together a lot of the ideas that the working group is putting forth, and working with them to sort of formulate a lot of the research and concepts that we want to present for review in March, and then ultimately leading towards a draft housing element in June. So I wanted to finish here with just a summary of the Planning Commission and Rent Control Board study session comments, given that both bodies spent quite a bit of time reviewing this initial information and providing feedback. So in terms of the Planning Commission study session, they provided feedback on their outreach program, the 2013 to 2021 goals, and the scope of study. So you can see in the outreach program, the Commission was indicating, further outreach to communities of color, low-income tenants, persons experiencing housing insecurity, and homelessness. I apologize for that typo. And also property owners of large sites. In terms of the 2013 to 2021 goals, the Commission provided feedback on modifications to some of the language. Particularly had a lot of focus on language that could be read to be exclusionary. And the Commission discussed the concept of equitable zoning in order to ensure that we address the goal of affirmatively furthering fair housing, and to ensure that there's the preservation of deed restriction and naturally occurring affordable housing. There was a lot of comments for the scope of study of the housing element. So in terms of production, I would say that there was, some highlights included the conversion of commercial space. So considering, is there a possibility of adaptive reuse of potentially a lot of vacant, retail and office space to residential use? Is there the possibility of incentivizing more ownership units to encourage more permanent residents and the retention of housing stock within the city, encouraging missing middle housing, new construction innovations and the like. And in terms of stability, as you heard me mention, this theme of protecting units and tenants at risk of conversion and loss was something that the Commission spent a lot of time talking about. And a full summary of the Commission's discussion is included in the Council report as Attachment D. As the Rent Control Board also in their discussion, not surprisingly focused on retaining existing long-term housing stock as a major goal of the housing element update, strategies helping tenants to become long-term community members, and to emphasize family size and affordable ADUs. And, really the emphasis should be on the creation of long-term permanent housing as part of the housing element update. So that provides a summary of the comments that we received from both of those bodies, and just a very broad and hopefully comprehensive overview of the housing element update and the process to come. And we will leave you here with the questions for council discussion. I think we would like to hear back tonight from council in terms of feedback on the outreach program and the proposed scope of study, and some key questions here in terms of what are policy areas we should explore in the update. Are there specific groups we should target new housing for, and what housing types would the council be most interested in seeing in Santa Monica? So with that, I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer your questions.
So now we're on to, so let me discuss how we're going to move forward with this. So first we will have questions from council members, then we will have, and those are directed to staff, obviously. Then we're going to open the public hearing and hear public speakers, and then we will have our own discussion. So let me start with questions, and would people, does anyone have any questions right now? Let's start with that. Councilmember Davis.
So thanks, and staff, that was a very thorough presentation. I really appreciate it. I do have just a couple of questions. So first of all, we've obviously gotten a lot of feedback on the appeal, and you set forth what the factors for appealing were. But it's my understanding that had we appealed our RHNA allocation numbers, that in fact it sort of sets the bar back to zero in a sense, so that in the appeal process we actually could have been allocated a higher RHNA number. Is that correct?
That's right. It does trigger a review of, the allocation and the basis of the appeal. So yes, it certainly could result in a higher allocation. And I think, as you heard me mention, it is a zero-sum process. So in the, to the extent another jurisdiction is successful, even if we're successful, it's not like LA County's number just, it doesn't just disappear. It gets reallocated back, to everybody else, potentially even back to Santa Monica. So.
And with regard to, so shall we say, the teeth in the housing element process, it's true that, for example, back in the 1990s, Santa Monica was actually sued by the state for not having an adequate housing element. Is that correct?
I was not here for that, but I believe that is the case, yes.
And more recently, I think when you were here, but we know that Huntington Beach was recently sued by the state in connection with its housing element and was forced to concede some local control to the state in order to settle that lawsuit. Isn't that true?
That is correct, yes.
And one of the other things we've heard a lot about in the community is the quote-unquote vacancy rate of 4,000 units. Has staff done any analysis of the vacancy rates? I know where I've heard that come from, but I'm wondering what staff's analysis is. And how the vacancy rate affects the housing element.
Yeah, so that is a data point that we haven't dug into. It's part of the work to come. I can probably speak to what we would look at in terms of data sources. So in the 2013 to 2021 housing element, that information was from census data. So typically we would look at both census data, ACS data, and California Department of Finance data, and kind of looking at those figures together, understanding, how it works relative to what we're seeing on the ground. So, I think that's a short answer to say that, we don't have that figure right now, but it's just mentioning, those are the data sources that we would look at in order to evaluate that particular data point.
Okay, great. And then one of the things that came out of the SCAG analysis for the RHNA was obviously a focus on the coastal cities in the West Los Angeles area. And I know you put up our total allocation in comparison to other cities, but it seems to me that probably what's, also useful is looking, for example, it looks like West Hollywood's RHNA allocation was about 108 per 1,000 residents, new units. Santa Monica's was 96, Beverly Hills was 90, and Culver City was 85. Is that sort of comport with your understanding of how the units were allocated, so that on a per 1,000 residents basis, Santa Monica's was comparable to comparable cities like West Hollywood, Beverly Hills, and Culver City?
Yeah, I mean, I think that is probably one of the factors. The RHNA allocation is a extremely complex process, so I'm sure that was one of the factors that was indicated. The major factors, as we reviewed, really were that they were looking at from a regional planning perspective. It's where, who has highest transit accessibility, who has jobs, who is high resource, and then, factoring in then that social equity adjustment. So, it's not surprising that the coastal cities of, LA County and Orange County, came up with larger allocations in this regard. And then you saw, Riverside County and Imperial County cities had fewer. It sort of makes sense when viewed through that lens.
And then the suitable sites inventory, you went through the process we're going to use. And I know we haven't gone through the process yet. Do we have some feeling that when we go through that process and filter out all the numerous things we're going to filter out, that we will be able to identify enough suitable and large enough sites sufficient to meet our RHNA obligations?
I mean, I think that's hard for me to speculate, given that is, certainly the work to come. What we wanted to present tonight was sort of our thinking on a proposed, approach and a methodology to doing this work and sort of to allow it to be an iterative process and allow the data to lead us ultimately. We want to be able to present to the council some options, based on, because I mean, the answer, I think, to that question is that if you don't have enough sites, what Housing Element will ask you to do is like, well, then you need to have more capacity on those fewer sites, or do you look at more sites and have less capacity on those? But ultimately, you have to demonstrate the ability to accommodate, and to plan for that RHNA number. So I think that there are definitely going to be options available to the council to decide how we want to proceed at that point.
Well, yeah, and that was sort of going to be my next question. So when we looked at Mr. Mizukami's sort of recap of where we were, and we said that during the loose process, we focused on the commercial boulevards and didn't change the zoning in any of the, for example, our single family or R1 neighborhoods. And as you presented the site inventory filter, you said we were going to filter those out, which is fine. But the way we can avoid impacting the R1 neighborhoods is by building sufficiently then on the boulevards and in the Bergamot area and in the downtown. So if someone objects to building on the boulevards, what they're effectively doing is then saying, well, then we need to start looking at other possibilities in neighborhoods that we might not normally have considered. Is that right?
Right, and I think that, it's not that the neighborhoods don't produce any capacity, because as you heard Rachel mention, there's the, how you account for ADUs. It's obviously it would be impossible to pinpoint particular sites for ADUs. So that's why it's the inventory plus, some additional factor for ADUs. So, that would be, I think, largely where you'd see a lot of that residential neighborhood inventory coming from. And that does count towards RHNA. And that's certainly something that we will, take a really serious look at, because there's certainly a lot of interest in that arena. But generally, yes, that was the that is the Adopt a Loose strategy, is, that link between land use and transportation and having, new growth and new development occur closest to those major transportation systems.
Okay, thank you.
So before I call on somebody else, I have a question for the council. Shall we go to public comment now? There were 6 before. I'm guessing there are more. And then do our questions and our comments after public comments so that we can keep them from waiting on the phone a long time? Does anyone disagree with that way of proceeding? Good. Then, Corey?
Quick question. I support having public comment go now. But one question, someone asked me if when someone's speaking, if their phone numbers show up on the Blue Jeans app. No, phone numbers did not show up. Okay.
No, that's a city line that you're seeing. Yeah, those are.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
And you notice we are holding people on, so if you have any questions, you're able to ask them. But Corey, are we all queued up? Are we ready to go to public comment?
We are ready. It's my understanding that we're going to be hearing from the Planning Commission, Sean Landris, and the Housing Commission, Elisa Pastor, and they're sharing 5 minutes, and they're going to go first.
Elisa Pastor is not the Housing Commission.
I'm sorry, she's the vice, right? She's the vice chair.
Oh, my apologies.
And how many callers are there?
21 callers.
Well, let's go.
Okay, Sean, you're up.
Good evening, council members. Good evening, Mayor Himmelrich, Mayor Pro Tem McCowan, and welcome to our newly elected council members. I'm Sean Landris, chair of the Planning Commission, and I'm joined tonight by Elisa Pastor, vice chair of the Planning Commission. I'm going to speak briefly, and she'll give the remainder of the report from the commission. We want to thank the planning staff for the presentation that they gave. We had a very good discussion last week, and I just want to highlight a couple of additional pieces. You saw that there was a supplemental staff report posted summarizing the Planning Commission and the Rent Control Board discussions about the housing element. I would like to draw your attention briefly to the fact that we made quite a number of suggestions about revising both the substance and the wording of the housing goals, and you'll see that in the supplemental report. We did make requests that the Housing Commission be given an opportunity to give formal input as quickly as possible, and we know that there are other commissions that have sought the opportunity to meet, so I just want to reiterate those requests. And finally, I do want to stress that we are very open to doing the work that needs doing with respect to preparing this housing element, looking at different data sources, unpacking the discussions that need unpacking, as many different members of the public from a wide variety of perspectives have requested. So we will follow the lawful direction of the council with respect to producing a legally compliant housing element, and we defer to you on the larger policy decisions, but we look forward to that work. With that, I do want to turn it over to Vice Chair Pastor, who will give additional comment on the discussions we had.
Thank you, John. Good evening, everyone. I'm Elisa Pastor. For those of you who I don't know already, I'm Vice Chair of the Planning Commission. I'm pleased to be here tonight and want to congratulate our new council members and our new mayor and mayor pro tem. This is an exciting and challenging time for our city. As we work together to craft our housing element, we're undertaking something that has the potential to impact residents and stakeholders like nothing else. We have an opportunity to help those most in need, those who work and live in our city and in our community, and those who grew up here and want to return back to their hometown. As you heard from Jing and Sean, the Planning Commission has already taken steps to identify the goals and priorities for our housing element. There was a consensus of the Commission that helping those most at risk was a priority, as was diversity and inclusion. Now, diversity means economic and racial diversity. It also means diversity of housing choice. So let's make our community a place where individuals and families of all stripes want to live. Let's build housing for types of every cycle of life, whether that means single-family homes or apartments or innovative new forms of housing. Now, another important aspect of our discussion at the Planning Commission the other night was the need to house the missing middle. These are people who work but still can't quite afford to live in our cities due to high housing costs and scarcity. They're people that we know, our children and our seniors. We heard from these people at our study session, those who grew up here in Santa Monica and who are not sure that they can afford to return. The missing middle is some of the hardest housing to encourage, and I know, though, with cooperation and hard work, we can make it happen. Thank you for listening, and thank you in advance for all of the hard work that you all are going to do in making the housing element a reality.
Thank you. Oh, Mayor, you're muted.
Thank you for thanking for me, Corey. Thank you to the Planning Commission, and now just do the 21 include planning commissioners or no?
No, it's 20 on top of the planning commissioners.
Right.
So we'll go to the callers.
Okay, thank you.
Transferring Tricia Crane.
Tricia Crane, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now. Tricia Crane, you're in the meeting.
Hi, good evening. This is Tricia Crane. I'm the chair of Northeast Neighbors, and I'm speaking tonight for our board and our members. First, congratulations to our new city council members and to Mayor Himmelrich and Mayor Pro Tem McCowan. We're so delighted to have this new council seated for this really big job ahead. Santa Monica has done an exemplary job among coastal cities of providing affordable housing, and we must continue to plan for affordability for our existing and our future residents. But unfortunately, the unfunded RHNA housing allocation mandate won't serve our city well in this continued effort. Members and the board of Northeast Neighbors have studied the housing element and the requirement from the state HCD and SCAG to plan for more than 8,800 new housing units. And we've encountered reasons to question the underlying methodology used by HCD and SCAG in the RHNA allocation mandates. There's impressive evidence that HCD generated RHNA housing numbers using an incorrect vacancy rate and double counting. And this evidence can be found in the September 2020 Embarcadero Institute report titled Double Counting in the Latest Housing Needs Assessment. More reasons to challenge RHNA are to be found in the February 2020 Freddie Mac report titled The Housing Supply Shortage, State of the States. The findings of both of these reports are troubling, and we ask that they be reviewed by the new council. We also ask City Council to direct the City Attorney to send a letter to SCAG asking for a review of our RHNA numbers. Also, we ask Council to direct staff to assemble a report to be presented in a public meeting on those California cities that are actively and collectively exploring legal challenges to the RHNA allocations. And finally, request comes from us that City Council members participate in the California Association of Local Electeds to work alongside the leaders of neighboring cities who also seek to
Time is
pursue
now
local
up.
control.
Will you finish your,
Thank you.
are there any questions?
Yes, I'm happy to finish. I'm happy to finish. I just wanted to say that, that there are other electeds who are fighting to pursue housing affordability and local control. So I'm available if you have any questions, but we did have a very worthwhile meeting with some of these individuals who are leading the legal challenge, including Gab Layton of the Embarcadero Institute and Peggy Huang, who's on the legislative committee of SCAG. And these are very high-level people. This is no.
I don't want to interrupt. I was inviting you to finish your sentence, but not to continue.
Okay,
So,
very good. Thank you so much.
No, but don't go away. You may have questions, right? I mean, what I'm trying to do is let people finish their sentences and keep them on the line if there are any questions. So are there any questions? Mr. Brock.
Ms. Crane, I have a question for you. If you looked at the housing element, you said that your group looked closely at what's needed in Santa Monica. What do you believe Northeast Neighbors should achieve in that segment of the city over the next 10 years? So what do you believe is a fair allocation of affordable housing and new housing in your segment of the city?
Thank you for the question. One of our board members is on one of the technical committees, and we haven't gotten together to discuss, some of what he's discovered there. I have not been on those committees, so I really can't say, but
Thank you. My assumption is you're saying the 8,800 and some odd units is excessive.
Well, all of what I've learned is that the numbers are questionable to all cities, not just Santa Monica. That's what we've learned from these two studies, and it's pretty convincing stuff. So
thank you very much.
I don't have a. Thank you.
Any other questions? I'm sorry. Councilmember Para.
Hi, I just want to take this moment to thank Tricia and all the other residents that call in today to speak to us about the housing element. Thank you.
Thank you, Tricia. Next, Lori. Sorry.
Yeah. No worries.
Transferring Ken Kutcher.
Ken Kutcher, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now. Ken Kutcher, you're in the meeting. Your time starts now.
Mr. Kutcher?
Good evening, council members. This is Ken Kutcher on behalf of Harding, Larmer, Kutcher, and Kozel. And our firm, as you may know, is general counsel for the Santa Monica Housing Council. And that group is an all-volunteer, Santa Monica-based advocacy group that has weighed in on Santa Monica housing policies and practices for the past 30 years. I've recently submitted several letters and 2 lengthy policy memos commenting on the housing element update. And those comments include our collective suggestions as to some specific action steps that should be closely evaluated for use in the housing element update process. The Housing Council looks forward to remaining active in the housing element update process, followed by the state's review of the housing element update. In my limited time this evening, I'd like to emphasize at least one point, which is that the best way for the city to protect existing residential neighborhoods from disruption, while at the same time meeting the RHNA numbers, will be to better incentivize housing on the boulevards, in the downtown, and in Bergamot area. By all indications, these incentives need to be substantial, with the goal being to make housing the preferred option for property owners in comparison to perpetuation of the existing commercial uses in those areas that in normal times are generating cash flow and often have little to no mortgages. As did the Planning Commission, and as you've heard already and will continue to hear, there will be objections this evening from some about the SCAG allocation of nearly 9,000 new units to be accommodated during the 8-year planning period. Those same objections have been raised in workshops held by city staff. And it's true that this RHNA number will require the city to increase its rate of housing production. But at the same time, the reality is that this is only a 2% annual increase in the city's housing supply. And from our perspective, that's not a great growth rate. That's a slow growth rate. In conclusion, the Housing Council urges you to take the city's legal obligations under California Housing Element Law seriously and to adopt a new housing element update that complies with that law, just as we expect all residents, businesses, and visitors to comply with the law.
Excuse me, Mr. Kutcher, your time is up. There may be questions for you. but I'm not. Anyway, are there any questions for Mr. Kutcher? So, Corey, I think I need to reinforce your time is up, or whoever is saying your time is up.
It looks like Councilmember Brock has his hand up.
Oh, good. Okay. Councilmember Brock, do you want to ask a question? Can you lower your screen, Phil? I can barely see you. You're like way at the bottom.
I'm being comfortable for this long study session. Mr. Kutcher, you mentioned Bergamot. What is your intention or your housing council's intention of building at Bergamot? What is your idea? Mr. Kutcher, are you still on the line? Okay. Then we'll pass on that question. Let's move on.
I think you'll have another
We have not
opportunity.
proposed specific numbers, and I apologize. My phone is not getting any audio, so I turned up my computer to hear that question. So if the timer went off, I didn't know.
But what I'm asking, Mr. Kutcher, what I'm asking is
sorry about that.
sort of simple.
In any event, with respect to Bergamot, we would suggest a housing overlay, and that it needs to be generous. We haven't recommended any numbers at this point, but I think that that'll be an important step to take.
Are you speaking about Bergamot Station?
No, he's talking about the Bergamot area, I think, Phil.
I'm just asking if he's talking about Bergamot Station as well.
No, the Bergamot area. I'm sorry, there's a delay, and I'm not getting any audio on my phone, so this is going to be difficult.
Okay, so why don't we wait, Phil? Can you wait on your questions for someone else from the Housing Council? And
I'm fine. Fine.
Okay. Any other questions? No. Next speaker, Corey, please.
Sure, and there is a delay in the audio when listening on your computer, so just so that the attendees know that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Transferring Lee Kaplan.
Lee Kaplan, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hello. Good evening, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Lee Kaplan, and like my colleague Ken before me, I'm an attorney at Harding Larmore, Kutcher and Kozol. And I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Santa Monica Housing Council, or SMHC, a nonprofit all-volunteer organization that has been involved in Santa Monica housing issues for more than 30 years. As you've heard already tonight, Santa Monica has been issued a RHNA allocation of 8,873 units for the 6-cycle planning period. The main point I want to make tonight is that realistically planning for this allocation is a mandatory requirement of state law and is in no way optional. State law requires the city to create an inventory that can accommodate the full RHNA allocation. Unlike in the past, the law now requires the number of units that the city claims it can accommodate to be realistic. The city will need to consider real-world factors, including past rates of development, to determine how many units can realistically be built. These new mandatory requirements will mean that the city will almost certainly need to change its zoning laws and policies to allow increased height and density for residential development. As Ken said, we submitted a 2-part memorandum with recommendations on how the city can do this. And overall, we recommend increased development, height and density on the commercial boulevards, downtown, and in the Bergamot to predict existing residential neighborhoods.
Thank you. Are you done?
Yeah, thanks.
Any questions? No questions, Corey.
Okay. Thank you.
Transferring Elizabeth Lord.
Elizabeth Lord, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now. Elizabeth Lord, you're in the meeting. Your time starts now. Okay, we'll come back to that caller.
Thank you.
Transferring Mark Burville.
Mark Verville, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
My name is Mark Verville. Good evening. I am a native of Santa Monica. On behalf of the residents, Cross City for Sanity and Safety, I am commenting on the slides entitled Santa Monica Housing Production 1995 to 2020, which were submitted into the public record earlier today by residents Cross City for Safety and Sanity. In these slides, we have provided the Council with Santa Monica-specific documented data on current and historical housing oversupply in proportion to population needs, oversupply outcomes, including current and historical vacancies, average rent cost statistics over the past 10 years. These data strongly suggest the need for an immediate halt in new housing production, including projects currently in various stages of the permitting process, a reevaluation of housing policies in accordance with the actual housing needs, in consensus with the needs and determinations of the local community of permanent residents, and creation of Santa Monica housing policies that are specific to the city, clearly articulated, and formed in consideration of well-researched environmental, social, fiscal, budgetary, infrastructural, and community impacts. As this study session is contemplating overdevelopment and hyperdensification, we believe that substantial research and policy reevaluation are required if we, as a city, are to satisfactorily mitigate the risks and dangers that overdevelopment pose to our resources, public health and safety, city infrastructure and support services, fiscal and budgetary responsibilities, and community stability and well-being. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Verville. Are there any questions? So I actually have a question if no one else does. Does anyone else have a question? So, Mr. Verville, when you say we have to plan our production based on what our city's needs are, is it your contention that we shouldn't look at either regional needs or at the needs of people who right now can't afford to live here?
I am not a policy expert. What we have done is we've taken a look at the current situation, and as it stands, the city is sitting on top of about 4,000 vacancies, and the city has a pipeline of approximately another 4,000 units. So as it stands, the city is sitting on about 8,000 units that would not even apply to the upcoming RHNA. So with those vacancies and that pipeline, there's quite a bit of oversupply.
At what price level, Mr. Verville?
Well, it's at the market clearing price. We have vacancies at the current price.
Right. Thank you. That was my question. That's all.
Okay.
But thank you for calling and thank you for your input. Any other questions? Corey, next. Thank you.
Transferring Michael Soloff.
Michael Soloff, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
The crux of the housing crisis is the shamefully large number of low-income Californians paying unsustainably large shares of their meager incomes for rent. HUD estimates that more than 7,000 renter households in our city are both low-income and pay more than 50% of their incomes for rent. That is more than 1 in every 5 renter households. And a full 1 in 3 renter households in our city are both low-income and pay more than 30% of their incomes for rent. These rent burdens drive homelessness. For LAHSA, 2/3 of LA County's homeless in the year prior to COVID were first-time homeless, the economic hardship the primary cause. Not surprisingly, 70% of our RHNA target, 6,152 units, is for deed-restricted affordable housing. The core challenge of this housing element is how to address these units, not the market rate units. The city approved as many market rate units last RHNA cycle as are included in the new RHNA targets. 2 points. First, how does it make sense that the city refuses to consult with the Housing Commission regarding the housing element? The Housing Commission's mission is affordable housing. It has experience and expertise, and unlike you, the Planning Commission, and the RCB, the Housing Commission includes 2 affordable housing residents, including one who is formerly homeless. Second, Santa Monica must use the housing element to challenge the state to put its money where its mouth is. To meet the city's RHNA affordable housing target with new construction would cost $5 billion. At 20% inclusionary, it would require building 30,000 new units. We must propose more cost-effective approaches, like rent subsidy and private capital for conversion to deed restriction, challenge the state to provide needed resources. We alone have the moral authority to challenge the state, stop promulgating meaningless numbers, and instead develop meaningful programs to address the housing crisis, low-income Santa Monicans and Californians. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes, Councilmember Para.
Hi, thank you so much, Michael, for sharing your thoughts and your comments. I just had a quick question for you in terms of funding. Where do you think the funding would, come from in order to support these allocations?
Well, what I actually think is that it's the other way around, which is we have to determine what resources are available, and then the targets should be set at what can be achieved with those resources. And then we and the rest of the state should be held to actually produce that housing. For us, that would include, hopefully, something that some of us are discussing with the legislators in Sacramento, which is developing new forms of successors to redevelopment that would result in a triple matching between local resources, county resources, and state resources for affordable housing. If I can be political here for a second, if 2 races in Georgia go the right way for Senate, hopefully federal funds as well.
Thank you for your response. I appreciate it.
Any other questions?
Yeah, real quick, a question in regards to the Housing Commission. I understand that many of the boards and commissions are not meeting, or some maybe are not meeting, but I think it's real important. Just I want to support what Michael stated in terms of engaging the housing commissioners on developing these plans.
Thank you, Councilmember De La Torre. Councilmember Brock.
And to follow up on Councilmember De La Torre, there is a 13-item later tonight that asks that all commissions begin to meet again, because our commissions are, regardless of the Housing Commission, all of our commissions are composed of citizen volunteers who really matter in the city, and they are our line of communication to the grassroots, so they need to meet. Commissioner Soloff, you mentioned redevelopment money and reestablishing that in the state. What are the chances of success? Are you getting a favorable response from legislators? Because I believe that's extremely important to our success in providing housing.
I'm hopeful that at least 1 or 2 legislators who represent us are actually favorably disposed to this, but we're not quite there yet to have a bill entered.
So we need 38
that we're in
40
discussions
more.
with.
Okay, thank you, Michael.
If I can stay up late enough, I will comment on your 13 item as well. Thank you all.
Any other questions for Mr. Soloff? Then thank you, Corey. No more questions. We can move on.
Transferring Connor Finney.
Connor Finney, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. You're in the meeting.
Oh, great. Hello, my name is Connor Finney. I am a Westside renter who has, at various times, worked in and commuted to Santa Monica, as I could not afford to live in the city. Today, I am calling on the Santa Monica City Council to accept its housing allocation with grace and focus on the work of allocation rather than trying to fight the inevitable. Santa Monica is very blessed. It's a very wealthy city that has experienced a lot of job growth in the last few decades, but during this period has built very little housing to meet its job growth. One need only look at commuting patterns on Highway 10 to see the consequences of this. I have seen some council members claim that HCD's numbers are without merit, some citing heterodox studies from discredited organizations run by wealthy NIMBYs, like the Embarcadero Institute, even though these numbers are far out of line with the vast majority of research on the subject. Santa Monica not building its fair share of housing displaces and gentrifies communities in other parts of LA County, and by not meeting your obligations, you are leaving the city open to lawsuits during a time when budgets are tight. In addition, staff should pick an allocation that builds housing in high opportunity areas, not just polluted commercial corridors. Rich neighborhoods, like folks who live north of Montana, shouldn't get to skirt its housing obligations. Please do the right thing and make room for renters like me in your community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Finney? Mr. Brock? I'm sorry, I'll get into the council member things.
That's okay. I'll take Mr. or just Bill. Mr. Finney, you mentioned you don't live in Santa Monica. I was wondering if I could know the zip code you live in.
I live in 90232.
What? Now, I don't really know that zip code. I'm sorry. What area of the city is that?
I'm in Palms.
Oh, so you're pretty close. Okay. And housing is just as expensive in Palms or less expensive?
Well, for the moment, I am sharing a 500 square foot apartment with my partner. I am currently rent burdened, but I, am, able to make ends meet. But at the end of the day, our severe housing shortage on the west side, leaves me paying about half my income every month in rent.
Okay, thank you. That's too bad. Thank you so much.
Any other questions for Mr. Finney? Thanks, Corey. We can move on to the next speaker. Thank you, Mr. Finney.
Transferring Denise Barton.
Denise Barton, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening. Here's a thought. Might the reason the city has such a high number of affordable housing units in its arena be because the city has not met the percentage of the housing required for affordable housing in the past years, because of allowing developers to dictate the number of affordable housing in their mixed-use housing projects? As well as since you've removed extremely low-income housing from production, the number of affordable housing units built or promised does seem to have dropped to single digits. Between September 2019 and September 2020. To support this, I encourage everyone to refer to my October 13, 2020 City Council presentation for item 7D, where you will find, if you compare the numbers from the Special Planning and Housing Commission meeting on November 20th, 2019, and the table from the item 7D from the October 13, 2020 City Council meeting, you will find in 1 year the only affordable housing produced or promised was 9 very low-income units. Next, one also has to wonder when looking at the tables for the median single home prices in relation to the housing element in the December 11, 2020 Santa Monica Daily Press, if everyone knows how high taxes and fees from the city makes the home prices artificially high. And wasn't there just another one added? Then let's look at the attachment from comments from the Planning Commission and Rent Control Board on the housing element. One of their suggestions is to convert commercial spaces to residential. But if you did that, wouldn't it make getting what residents need harder, resulting in more car trips, as well as job losses? And would you be planning on declaring eminent domain on church parking lots for affordable housing? I thought church's mission was God, in whatever form it may be, and helping others, not giving their property up for the city's affordable housing production mismanagement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. Any questions? No questions, Corey. Next speaker, please.
Transferring Elizabeth Lanyard.
Elizabeth Lanyard, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Any questions?
Okay. Hi. Can you hear me?
You're in the meeting.
Hi. Okay. Hi, Elizabeth Lair, longtime resident, speaking on behalf of the residents Cross City for safety and sanity. I would like to ask the council to reference the letter of protest sent to the governor by the statewide group of local elected officials known as the California Alliance of Local Elected. This letter of protest has asked the governor to suspend all activity on land use bills until the full after effects of the pandemic are known. The existing bills cannot respond to the post-COVID world, which would include increased remote work, increased commercial and office space vacancies, increased housing stock due to potential demographic and preference changes, decreased urban housing demand, and other as yet unknown new realities. And so I sent this letter, and I want to thank Councilmember Christine Parra for actually sending me an email back. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Lehrer? Yes, Ms. Parra. Councilmember Parra.
Christine, Chris, I'll answer. I just wanted to first thank Elizabeth for calling in and for writing to us, and also for submitting that letter. I share the same concerns that she does regarding where we are with allocations and pre and post COVID. So thank you, Elizabeth.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Council Member, and thank you, Ms. Lehrer. And Corey, I think we're ready for the next speaker.
Transferring Anne Greenspan.
Anne Greenspan, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now. Ms. Greenspan, turn down your computer.
Yes.
You're in the meeting. You're with us.
I don't have a. Okay. Thank you, City Council. Thank you for actively listening, because I can see you're a bit tired now. My name is Anne Greenspan. I've lived in Santa Monica for 48 years, and I wholly support truly affordable housing as part of our housing diversity. And also thank you, Eliza, for also addressing the missing middle. I thought the comments and questions developed and printed in the Santa Monica Mirror by Mario Fondo Bernardi are thorough and all in need of answers, so I look forward to a two-way discussion. When the city staff made their excellent online presentation a few weeks ago to the public, the time for questions was extremely short. My questions that I posted never got answered, and they also weren't sure if there were any representatives from low-income families that were part of the two study and discussion groups. It was everybody else deciding what, quote, they, under quote, need. Last week, the Planning Commission acknowledged that the housing elements like this usually take years, not months, as they seem to be pushed through with lightning speed. Also, surprisingly, only 2 people from the public called in to ask questions. I feel the California legislature is plain wrong to penalize cities if they don't do their bidding. Collectively, we know what is best for our city, not the progressive 40 senators and 80 assembly people, many of whom are negatively affecting the 440 cities in California. Lastly, this is wrong and rushed. Let's look at this realistically in relation to our supporting resources, such as water, schools, funds, transportation, police, fire, businesses, beaches, and finally, money. Who will support and subsidize these buildings with the skyrocketing price of land? So let us all strike a balance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Greenspan. Any questions for Ms. Greenspan? No questions? Oh, Oscar De La Torre. No? Yes. You're muted. You're muted, just like I am always. Greenspan, any questions for Ms. Greenspan? No questions? Oh, Oscar De La Torre. No?
Yeah. That's weird.
So now, Ms. Greenspan, you need to turn your radio off so we can hear me.
Yeah.
My TV. Okay. I can see you and I'll hear you through this. Okay. It's weird. I feel like I'm on a walkie-talkie. Okay.
Yes. Stu, can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Two participants have been bumped. Wendy Dembo and Anna Thalawala. They wanted to know what happened in terms of them. Are they still on the speaker's queue?
It looks like Wendy Dembo took another call, and when she tried to join again, the queue had already closed. And I don't know about the other caller. I don't know if they're in the queue or not. Oh,
I have
do see
another
that.
caller that also dropped. Michael
Ann-
Jolly was dropped as well.
And it looks like Ann Thanawala is on hold with one of our agents right now.
So, Phil, who was yours who dropped? I'm sorry.
Michael Jolly, Jolly. Just let me know he was dropped as well.
Okay, we'll check that. Thank you. So, Oscar, no questions for Ms. Greenspun? No. Thank you, Ms. Greenspun, for your comment. And Corey, I think we're ready for the next.
Transferring Mario Fonda Bernardi.
We'll check that. Thank you. So,
Mario Fonda Bernardi, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Okay. Hello.
Thank you, Ms. Greenspun.
Hi, you're in the meeting. Go ahead. Your time starts now.
Hello, this is Mario Fonda Bernardi. First of all, I'd like to thank you all for taking on this very serious. Hi, this is Mario Fonda Bernardi, and I want to thank.
You turn down your radio or your television because there's a delay.
Mario, obviously, no one ever listened to talk radio other than me, right? You have to turn down your radio. There's a time lag. So, Mario.
Well, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you? Okay. Well, this is Mario Fonda Bernardi, and as you know, I feel very strongly that the RENA numbers that we've been handed by SCAG are a fraud. And I see Councilwoman Helmerich is talking, but I don't hear what she's saying.
Yes, we can.
You can hear me. Okay. So
We hear you. You're in.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And that.
Talking, Mario. You need to keep talking. There's a time lag.
Okay.
I'm talking.
Okay.
You aren't going to hear me
Okay.
for 10 seconds. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. The point I'm making is that we're in a situation where the RENA numbers are inviting us to create an artificial housing element, a fake housing element, a housing element. That's all I'm doing is talking. I'm just trying to talk.
We hear you.
Can you?
Yeah, we
Okay,
can hear
I
you,
keep
but
getting
turn. Yeah, no, because there's a delay. So turn down either your radio or your TV or your computer, and just talk to us. We're hearing you in real time, but you're hearing a delay.
Okay. So the point I'm making is that this number is an artificial number. It is fake in two directions. One, it's not funded. It's an unconstitutional, unfunded mandate. On the other hand, it has all kinds of statistic flaws in it. So it's a fake number. We should not try to build our housing element on fake numbers and on the rig game that's coming from Sacramento of the different rules and stuff that they've put in place. The sole purpose is not to build affordable housing, but to increase the property value of existing landowners by requiring upzoning. And the classic example of that is that we're only allowed to count 600 ADUs among the 9,000 possible R1 sites that we have to play with. Now, they're not all going to be built out, but you know that more than 600 could be built over 8 years.
Thank you.
What I'm really saying,
Mario, I, for one, would like you to finish your thought, please.
okay, can I finish then? The point I'm
Yeah.
making is we should have a real housing element built on real facts, and I totally agree with what Commissioner Soloff said. The most important real fact is how much money is available for the affordable housing that's going to cost somewhere between $3.5 and $5 billion.
Thank you.
Thank
Are there any
Thank you.
questions? Thank you. Are there any questions for Commissioner Fonda Bernardi? Yes. Councilmember Brock.
You were almost going with Commissioner Brock. I actually got promoted.
In a year and a half, I'll be good at this, right?
That's okay. Commissioner Fonda Bernardi, my understanding is Freddie Mac says California has an 820,000 unit shortage, and that's about 23% of the 3.5 million shortage that that the State Housing and Community Development Department is claiming. What's right?
That's right.
What is the actual balance? Do you have any information on that? Because that's a wide discrepancy.
Yeah, they're basically what Freddie Mac is saying, that we have about a quarter of the need that the bogus Kinsey report says we would need. And of course, the state chose the bogus Kinsey number because they didn't like the real number that Freddie Mac was giving them. And the difference is like a factor of 4 to 5, depending on how you cut it.
So 800 follow-up would be 820,000 low-cost units are what we need in California.
Well, 820,000 total units. And how you divide them up between market rate and affordable units, that's a decision, that's a political decision and a funding decision.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you.
So, Commissioner, when you say Kinsey, do you mean McKinsey?
Yes, the McKinsey report that was based on numbers that were generated in 2016, which are obviously dated and now have been completely compromised by the COVID changes.
Thank you. Are there any more questions for Commissioner Fonda Bernardi? Thanks for calling. We really appreciate it. And Corey, we can take the next call, please.
Transferring Ann Thanawala.
Ann Thanawala, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. So, okay. Hello?
Hi,
yes,
you're in the meeting.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I wanted to congratulate the new council members. Yay. Glad to see a new year about ready to roll around. I wanted to start off by saying that I am exceptionally baffled by the response one of you received from our planning department on this housing element. We certainly do know what the vacancy rates are in Santa Monica because our planning department actually prepares an E5 report for the Department of Finance every single year. I filed a PRA and received a copy of one of these a few years ago with our planning department signature on it. So in effect, you know, we really actually do have these numbers because we have to provide them to the State Department of Finance. And to follow up on some prior comments, the SCAG numbers are double dipping, and in our city actually triple dipping, because they are that data is based on saying that the Department of Finance doesn't know what they're doing. The Department of Finance already included those numbers, okay? And then SCAG said, oh, those numbers aren't done by the Department of Finance. We're going to figure out how to do these numbers. They're not professionals. I mean, obviously, the people at the State Department of Finance got their jobs because they are the professionals. So the numbers are flawed terribly. We need to press pause. This housing element cannot continue this way. We're in an environment where we can't get to meetings. We can't participate in these meetings. The meetings are not working for anyone except the few people who are in the know. And with the working groups, as you all probably received my emails regarding the working groups and participation, the call for the working group specifically stated qualifications that I don't have, but then apparently after the fact, they allowed people who applied that don't have those qualifications in. And I never got a list of who got in. So, you know, I wanted to also touch base on the Prop R. Hello?
I'm sorry, is her time up?
Yes, it is.
Oh, I'm sorry. Will you finish your this thought, Ann, and then I'll ask for questions.
Thank you very much, Mayor Himmelrich. I wanted to touch base on the Prop R because I know that we get our...
I'm sorry, Ann, I didn't mean start a new sentence. Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Thanawala? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I have
I will ask you the question. Can you tell us about Prop R?
Yes. Because I've been following these for the last 6 years very diligently, and I understand that when we increase the Prop R fees, we're actually, getting money from those fees to increase our affordable housing funds, which is great. However, it's gotten absolutely impossible for people to actually develop unless they're private equity investors or billionaires who can afford to do the building. So the cost of building continues to go up. We don't know who we're building for. And basically, we're going to put the mom and pops who are rent control owners out of business because they're going to sell out to people like Amazon and Dell and Facebook. And then who's going to own our housing?
And I'm sorry, I would let you go on, but this is a little not about housing. Okay, good.
Well,
Thank you.
it is.
So, thanks, Corey. I think we're done. Next caller.
Transferring Carl Henson.
Carl Henson, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Himmerich. Congratulations on your appointment to mayor. Also want to say welcome to our new council members, Councilmember Brock, De La Torre, and Parra. I look forward to working with you and all of the council on important items like this one before you tonight. I'm Carl Hansen, a resident and housing commissioner, but speaking as a co-chair of Santa Monica Forward this evening. Forward submitted a letter to you yesterday, which should be in your packets, that includes stories from young Santa Monicans about how they're dealing with the challenges of the high cost of housing and why they support the RHNA goals. As you consider the housing element update, we hope you'll actively engage young people who are directly confronting the housing shortage crisis. We especially hope you'll speak with Santa Monica College students that are experiencing homelessness. I wasn't able to find Santa Monica College specific data, but in 2016, the LA Community College District conducted a survey of their students and found that almost 55% of those surveyed had experienced some form of housing insecurity, 20% had experienced homelessness, and 62% were experiencing food insecurity. As we consider our housing production needs, shouldn't we understand the concerns of those who need it the most? What kind of community would we be if we were opposing providing adequate housing for the next generation? We also hope you'll reach out and engage those who have applied for affordable housing in Santa Monica in the past. In 2017, when the city opened the Section 8 program, 17,000 households applied for vouchers in less than 2 days. Shouldn't we hear from them too? When you do hear complaints about the current RHNA numbers, I hope you'll ask those complaining about their own housing situation. I imagine most of them are already comfortably housed. It seems terribly unfair for the haves to advocate that the have-nots continue to have not. Our RHNA targets are not without precedent. From 1960 to 1979, the rough equivalent of 2 RHNA cycles, Santa Monica built 17,000 new housing units, much of which makes up our more affordable housing stock today. That's about the same rate of housing production we need for this current RHNA cycle. And I suspect that many of those opposing the RHNA goals themselves live in the housing that was produced during that earlier housing boom. Ironic. We don't judge the greatness of our. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Hansen? There are no questions, Corey, so may we have the next speaker, please? Thank you, Mr. Hansen.
Transferring Matt Stoffer.
Matt Soffer, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. And congratulations and welcome to the new council members and to the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem on your new positions as well. Matt Stoffer here on behalf of the Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce in support of the RHNA housing target. The jobs housing imbalance is an ongoing concern for the business community, and the chamber stands ready to engage with the city over the course of the next year. And I actually hope that some of our members are engaging already in the technical working groups to that effort to ensure a successful and sustainable housing element update. So I just wanted to drop in and give you that comment, and thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Stoffer. Any questions for Mr. Stoffer? No questions, but thank you for your time. And Corey, we're ready for the next call.
Transferring Lenora Kamner.
Lenora Kamner, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Leonora Kamner. I'm Executive Director of Abundant Housing LA. I'm a member of the Housing Commission, and I'm a mom here in Santa Monica. The rhetoric around RHNA in the city has been too negative. RHNA is an opportunity for us in the city to meet our housing needs. Everyone here is touched by the housing crisis. People are struggling. The RHNA is a calculation of what will reduce our levels of rent burden. I know from serving on the Housing Commission that people want solutions. So instead of fighting it, Santa Monica should serve the needs of its residents by planning to meet these targets. We also have to be honest about the racial and economic segregation we have in this city and the history of racism here and how that affects our housing and how it affects diversity. We need to plan for affordable housing throughout all communities, especially where there is evidence of racial segregation. For example, if you look at different school districts here, there's clear segregation. Our housing element should account for that and create a strategy to open up those areas to people of all backgrounds. Anything less is not affirmatively furthering fair housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And are there any questions for Ms. Kamner? Yes, Councilmember Davis. Did I miss you before or no?
No, you missed some of my colleagues before, though. Thank you, Ms. Kamner. I just have a question. We've heard a lot tonight about perceived issues or inaccuracies in the RHNA numbers, and specifically heard Freddie Mac and the Embarcadero Institute quoted. It's my understanding that some local institutions reviewed the RHNA numbers. Are you familiar with that and actually confirmed their accuracy?
Yes, I know that the academics at the UCLA Lewis Center have written a lot about the problems with that study and the fact that it didn't come from an unbiased source. That study is really linked with an effort to sue. It was really bought by an effort to sue HCD over the RHNA numbers. So I don't think that that's an honest study at all. And I think there's, the UCLA academics that are near here have written a lot about it. And there are lots of other academics throughout the state that have supported the RHNA numbers and actually find them to be pretty moderate.
Thank you.
Oh, I have a question.
Yes, Councilmember Delatorre.
Yes.
But wait, I want to ask, I'm sorry, may I ask one question? When you say I missed some of your colleagues before, Councilmember Davis?
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem McCowan had her hand up for a previous speaker, I believe, and she was called on.
Forgive me if I missed you, but
it's okay. It's okay, Mayor Hemorrhage. Thank you, Councilmember Davis.
In any case, okay. Councilmember Delatorre, go for it.
Yes, thank you very much for your comments and appreciate your experience in providing housing and advocacy on this issue. You made a very powerful statement today regarding the history of racial segregation in our city and how that even impacts our public schools in terms of our student demographics at various schools based on housing and racial segregation and the history of it in the city. Do you have any suggestions on ideas that how we might be able to use the housing element to remedy those historic patterns of racial segregation?
Yeah, thank you. I'm so glad the City Council is looking at this issue in the housing element. It's required under AB 686. And I think, the HCD's guidelines that have already come out in the Sites Inventory memo make it clear that what we should do is we should distribute the lower income sites on the housing element throughout all neighborhoods, neighborhoods of opportunity. And so I think the city should look at where we do have evidence of that. And I've seen that on the Housing Commission in our AFSH report. There were findings that we do have geographical segregation here. Like you can see that in the demographics in the different census districts and in the school districts. And so especially in those districts where we see that, like where we see the most exclusion, then we should really put more of the lower income sites throughout those neighborhoods. And I think, like, you know, just putting the sites on the sites inventory and the housing element, that's not enough by itself. We have to also create the funding mechanisms for that. And I think, you know, looking at more inclusionary programs could really go a long way and would actually be, like, despite some of the rhetoric that goes on around this, it would actually be a completely realistic way to meet some of our affordable housing targets. You know, if we had like a really broad, aggressive plan to do an inclusionary program throughout these exclusionary, racially segregated neighborhoods, I truly believe like modeling of that would show that it is doable and we could actually meet the needs of residents while addressing the history of racial segregation here.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Kamner. Next speaker. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Brock. Council member, go for it.
Hi, Commissioner. I know that Council Member Davis asked you about alternative figures from UCLA, and you gave sort of a vague answer. Have any of your friends at my alma mater done a comparative analysis between the Embarcadero Center and the Housing and Community Development departments to see what the accuracy of the figures are from either department? Or is it just supposition?
Thanks. Yeah, I apologize for the vague answer. I wasn't totally prepared to talk about that study. I'm just sort of speaking off the top of my head here, but I definitely think, you know, I don't necessarily have the answers to what they did or didn't do, but, you know, I definitely think the city should consult with these academics that have been working on RHNA and housing for a long time and, you know, get their perspective first. And so, I mean, like some of their names there, it's like Pavo Monkanen, it's Michael Manville and Mike Lenz that have been doing it. But I don't know exactly what they've.
Okay, because what I'd like to see is someone look at the comparative figures and come up with what's really accurate, because you're right. We've got people on one side saying, hey, it's double count and fake, and on the other side, it's another thing. And it would be really nice if we could come up with realistic figures for the state. Thank you.
Any other questions? And I'm looking very carefully. I don't see any hands. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Kamner. Corey, we're ready for the next speaker.
Transferring Bradley Ewing.
Bradley Ewing, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
It would be really nice if we could come up.
Mr. Ewing, you're in the meeting. We can, yeah. Go ahead and turn down your background noise because there's a delay.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, go ahead. You're in.
Thank you. Yes. Hello, my name is Bradley Ewing, private citizen. Lived and worked in Santa Monica for about the past 6 years. And I would implore the city council to, actually go in and follow the RHNA allocation, at least as a bare minimum amount of units. Because quite frankly, Santa Monica suffers from a severe housing shortage and has been underbuilding housing for over 50 years when there was massive downzonings across the entire state of California. And in addition to that, I think one thing I want to highlight that was brought up by a lot of the previous speakers, especially on issues of like racial equity, is several neighborhoods within Santa Monica today have an explicit history in segregation. For example, the North of Montana neighborhood, when it was first subdivided, had deed restrictions that were in place that prevented anyone that was not white from being able to purchase a home. And when you look at the demographic data today, these neighborhoods are objectively some of the most segregated in the United States. So it is my opinion that when we're figuring out where to put the new homes that need to be allocated under RHNA, that neighborhoods like North of Montana get a disproportionate amount of the affordable housing and are able to kind of skirt basically on their obligation instead of just putting all of the housing on the already kind of polluted and busy commercial corridors. Thank you for your time. I don't want to keep you guys any longer.
Thank you, Mr. Ewing. Don't hang up. Let's see if there are any questions. Are there any questions? There are no questions from Mr. Ewing, so Corey, next speaker. Thank you, Mr. Ewing.
Transferring Elena Christopoulos.
Elena Christopoulos, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Yes, hi, good evening. In crucial job centers such as Santa Monica, we can't ignore state housing law. RHNA is state law. It's not optional. We have a housing shortage. We have a housing crisis. So many people are forced out of our community who can't afford to live in our city. As a proud downtown resident, I support housing at every single price point, market rate through Section 8 levels, and that Santa Monica will do its best to achieve the state's prescribed housing goals to every extent it can. All housing is good housing. We need to upzone. Other cities such as Huntington Beach sued the state already and lost. I don't want our city council going down the same path again, wasting more taxpayer dollars. My city is inclusive and welcome to everyone and anyone. I'm a proud downtown Santa Monica resident. My neighbors welcome everyone, and that's why I'm a YIMBY, and that's why I called in tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Christopoulos. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. And Corey, next caller, please.
Transferring David Watley.
David Watley, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hi, good evening, Council. Again, this is David Watley. I just wanted to make a few comments. The first one, I really appreciate the speaker before that acknowledged the city's history of racial segregation. Actually, I think we had two callers. I think it's really good to have that on public record because in the previous council, it's kind of like that fact seemed to have been was never really recognized, and I really appreciate that. You know, I think the slide, the last slide of the plan of the staff asked, "What do you want us to do next? What do you want us to focus on?" And I would say diversity is really important. You know, I'm looking right now at the census, census.gov, and it says 75% of residents in Santa Monica are white, and 15% are Latino, and 4.5% are African American. I'd love to see more people of color in our city, and also Asian Americans as well. But I'd love to, particularly, there's a horrible history of mistreatment and against African Americans and Latinos in Santa Monica. And I think a way to go towards equity and justice is that we specifically target diversity from those groups, from individuals that suffer from disabilities as well, and other protected classes. Yeah, and there's a second speaker that mentioned deed restriction in north of Montana. That is, I think, something that we also have to keep in point. One last thing. Mike Soloff, Commissioner Soloff, I think that he made some excellent points about consulting more with the Housing Commission and using the housing element to challenge the state. I think the fact that everyone says we got to do state law, well, you know, state law says we had the California Voting Rights Act, but somehow for 5 years we had a council that said that law meant nothing to them. So I think that we have to do what our values. Now we have a new council. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for your time.
Are there any questions? Well, don't hang up. Seeing no questions, next caller, please, Corey.
Corey, before you go, is Mr. Watley still on the line? I wanted to let him know.
Oh, he dropped.
Okay.
Yeah, I did. He dropped off by himself.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Transferring Zena Joseph.
I wanted to let him know.
Zena Joseph, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Although Santa Monica has exceeded its SCAG allotments in the past, the Friends of Sunset Park Board finds that the SCAG number of over 8,800 new housing units for our city by 2029, with 70% of those affordable, is unrealistically high. The board urges the City Council to, 1, direct staff to provide information on the current carrying capacity of our present zoning, 2, direct staff to agendize a City Council study session on the Embarcadero Institute document Double Counting in the latest housing needs assessment. 3, participate in the California Association of Local Electeds, which is investigating possible legal action concerning the unrealistic statewide HCD numbers. And 4, direct the city attorney to do an objective analysis of state housing laws in terms of Article 11, Section 7 of the state constitution. This was suggested to our board by Attorney John Murdoch. With no state funding, the city cannot afford to pay for the construction of 6,000 new affordable apartments, and developers are not going to build that out of the goodness of their hearts. According to the double counting document, the use of an incorrect vacancy rate and double counting has caused the state's Department of Housing and Community Development to exaggerate by more than 900,000 the number of units needed statewide. The League of California Cities doesn't even include discussion of the HCD numbers in its priorities. Again, the Friends Board urges the City Council to direct staff to provide information on the current carrying capacity of our zoning, 2, direct staff to agendize a study session on the double counting document, 3, participate in the California Association of Local Electeds, and 4, direct the city attorney to compare state housing legislation to the state constitution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Joseph. Any questions? No, I'm seeing no questions, so thank you, Zena. And we'll take the next caller.
Transferring Wendy Dembo.
Wendy Dembo, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hello, congratulations, and to all the new council members. I'm very excited. I just wanted to say during this time of COVID, I have a 13-year-old daughter, so I'm taking a lot of walks, and I am seeing more and more for rent signs. I walk near where I live on 21st in California. I also, my daughter's on swim team, so I walk in Sunset Park. There are tons of empty places. And I personally know people who are leaving Santa Monica and going places where they can buy houses. So I just worry that we would spend all this money that our city doesn't have to build housing, which, you know, potentially isn't going to be needed in the future when people can be anywhere. I've been talking to friends who are getting job offers of jobs that can be anywhere in the world. It's just amazing. You know, all these people who used to have to come in, I think Google saying you don't have to come into their office for another year. So I would just think about the change in the world that the COVID is bringing before you go with the state of California's desires, especially since I think even the state of California knows that everybody's moving to Idaho and Oregon. So that's my thought, and thank you. And also, you know, the Pacific Palisades, they can't even build a long-term, like a house for older people, much less low-income housing, and they are our next door neighbors. So just that's the thought, like what Santa Monica is doing versus what the Palisades is doing. So thank you and have a good night. Bye.
Thank you, Ms. Dembo. Any questions? Not seeing any. Corey, next caller, please.
Wait. Councilmember Himmelrich.
So, Phil, the problem is your hand is very white and your background is very white, and it's hard to see it. So
I'm sorry that I'm a clear person, but
yeah,
look, I've been called that before.
Just like this in front of your shirt and face, and I might be able to see it.
Is Ms. Dembo still on the line?
I am.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Ms. Dembo, you talked a lot about flight out of California. And my understanding is that California lost over 250,000 more people than it gained in 2019, 2020, and the flight is continuing. But you're saying you're seeing a lot of empty apartments around Santa Monica. A lot of those, however, are market rate apartments. So how do we still help those in need? I think Commissioner Soloff said 1 out of 5 of our low-income residents or our renters are suffering over 50% of their rent in housing costs right now. What do we do for them?
My friend actually was able to move in Santa Monica. She had a 2-bedroom apartment on 18th and Idaho, and was able to get a 3-bedroom apartment with an extra bathroom and a dishwasher for the exact same price, because the landlords at this point right now are hurting so much because their apartments have been empty for months because people have just took off as soon as COVID started because they wanted to have outdoor space, and a lot of apartments in Santa Monica don't really have outdoor space. So I think there's an opportunity for people to try to.
And that is, I'm going to interrupt for a second and then I'll let you go. But I think that is a crucial part of the issue, because new apartments are going to need open space. We're going to have to go back to a time of the courtyard and garden apartments on San Vicente Boulevard and other areas, so that people aren't just in that 500-foot apartment that a previous caller talked about. So I think we've got to figure out a compromise. But yes, flight is continuing from California. Thank you.
Okay, good night.
Any other questions for Ms. Dembo? Thank you, Ms. Dembo. Next call, Corey, please.
And that was our final caller.
So I guess now we are ready for our questions from the council. So who would like to begin? Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
You're fine. So we heard a lot of mention of studies and what they say or don't say about these numbers and whether they're accurate or not accurate. And I'm just, in staff's on the phone, I'm assuming we've done some comparisons and research on this, because this has been circulating for a while. So I'm just curious if what we've found in reviewing some of the reports.
Right. So this is Jing. So I think I think maybe just to correct some of the perceptions of what's been out there. So the Embarcadero report that you've heard referenced tonight was actually issued in September 2020. As you heard us mention during the presentation, the RHNA methodology process actually started in October 2018, and it was a public process that went on for a year, concluded at the end of 2019, ultimately into early 2020. So the time to have provided input into that process, was when the SCAG's RHNA subcommittee was meeting and developing that methodology. The issuance of that report, occurred really after the draft out. Really after all the decisions had been made and the draft allocations, had been sent to every city at that point. We held study sessions with the Planning Commission and Housing Commission and Council towards the end of 2019, and kept both bodies aware of what was happening, as staff has been present at those RHNA subcommittee meetings since the beginning and through the development of the process, just following the proceedings. I think that obviously, as I explained, that the RHNA process is very complex. I wouldn't call ourselves by any means experts in a lot of this stuff, which is really determined by people who specialize in this work. I would say, in looking at the Embarcadero Institute report, generally speaking, it presents sort of two main arguments with respect to how the vacancy rate is applied. to ownership units, and then a claim of double counting of cost burden and overcrowding factors, and whether that has been factored into that. I think that, in terms of the numbers, I think it's, reasonable minds can disagree as to how that might be applied. It would not be possible for me to speculate as to, motivations of the authors of a bill, or, what they meant to do or what they didn't mean to do. I think that, when you look at the sort of totality of the state legislation changes that have occurred since 2017 through today that have created, the process under which the RHNA methodology is unfolding and under which this housing element update is happening. I mean, I think it's very clear, that it is the intent of the state, to spur a discussion around how to address this housing affordability crisis, that we see in California right now. And so, whether it's, how we look at the reports, the numbers, what have you, I think that we don't necessarily want to lose sight of, the process at play here, and what the changes, I think, in state law were meant to do in terms of, putting forth this mandate towards cities, and spurring a discussion, which obviously it has. I will say, like, having worked on prior housing elements, this is the first one where you had like a lot of cities showing up to RHNA subcommittee meetings, which wasn't the case in prior cycles, and it spurred a lot of interest. And so I think all that is to say is that it's sort of for us to comment on whose numbers are correct or what have you, I'm not sure is maybe productive to the discussion at this point, given the housing element law as it exists today and the charge that is being put towards cities now on how to address this issue. I think the council can certainly consider how you want to direct staff to proceed, given the way the law states now, what we're being asked to do. And, I think a lot of the concerns that we're seeing both within the community and from other jurisdictions, probably would require changes, legislative changes that, are clearly not going to be in place in time, before the October 2021 deadline. So I think that's kind of our assessment, of the various reports that have been put forth at this time.
Yeah, I guess I'm just, there were several callers that basically asked us to hold another study session specifically on these reports, right? And I guess I'm curious if these reports stand up to the test of sort of what we typically view as like, policy experts. I mean, are these reports being generated by trustworthy sources in that regard? I mean, I'm familiar with the Embarcadero Institute. I've reviewed their 990s. I don't exactly, but I'm just curious from your perspective as an expert in this space.
I mean, I think they're presenting, a challenge to the numbers. I will say, having followed the RHNA process very closely over, the year and some change in it. I mean, SCAG staff who have experts, on staff, the SCAG staff's recommendation, in terms of the regional allocation was actually lower than the 1.3 million that HCD ultimately certified. And all of their agendas are online. So SCAG staff actually proposed to HCD. They were asked twice by the subcommittee to protest that number and ask again whether it was being applied correctly. And SCAG staff's estimation was actually that the range should be between 820,000 and 920,000, mainly based on, whether HCD had correctly applied SCAG's population forecast, the use of comparable regions for determining household overcrowding and vacancy rate comparisons. So SCAG staff did propose that. They provided alternative calculations, different ways of applying that methodology. HCD ultimately said, thank you, but no thank you. And sent back a certification that said no, 1.3 million is the number. So, at this point, I would say that as staff, we don't have reason to believe that, that it was applied incorrectly, given that SCAG and HCD have, had that dialogue. So.
Thank you, and I appreciate the background. And Lane, I see your.
I was just going to say, Jing, is it correct to say that if we were to hold a study session and bring in statisticians and go through a back and forth over whether those numbers were correct, we still would be required to follow the state law and the HCD determination?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. I have a whole page of questions, but I'll stop because I'm sure some of them are in my colleagues' list too. So I'll share the floor.
Councilmember McEwen.
My buttons still disappear just the moment I need them most.
I get it.
Can you hear me now? You can?
Yes, we can hear you.
There's been so much disagreement and speaking about fake numbers and things, about the different studies that have been made, but that discussion is really kind of behind the curve on where we are in this process. To me, the important point right now is we're being asked to build a whole lot of affordable housing, and actually nobody's at least willing to speak out against producing affordable housing. Has there been any discussion with the state about how the heck they expect us to build housing that's not funded when we can't get more than 25% inclusionary? That's the real question we should be asking. Have we been asking it?
Yes, so certainly that is something that we have communicated through the city's lobbyists, to the state, in terms of, what is the plan. So I think the city has advocated obviously for a replacement of, what was taken away in terms of redevelopment funding, a replacement for that, but that was a significant source, of affordable housing funding and other possible solutions. One item in the work program, for this housing element update is identifying other possible financing tools. But I think as we all, I think Councilmember, you're very correctly recognizing this is a substantial amount of affordable housing that, certainly exceeds the city's ability to support all on its own. We are now seeing proposals from other West Side cities, within the SCAG region, even, about is there a way for cities to pool together funding? I think that, everyone's trying to think of different and creative ways to finance this mandate.
Well, I'm looking for ways to force the state's hand, and maybe after January 20th, Washington's hand too, because they can print money. But what tools do we have? For instance, if we're forced to upzone, the problem is that upzoning opens the door to market rate housing. And thanks to the tech industry and many other things that have gone on, there are more than enough people with lots of money who want to live in Santa Monica to occupy that market rate housing, with the overall effect of gentrifying our business community and our neighborhoods and not getting very much affordable housing out of that upzoning. But what if we don't have the capacity under our current zoning to handle the amount of affordable housing being asked for? Are we able, under state law, to zone land for only affordable housing, which we could then use to put the touch on the state? We've zoned it, now fund it.
I think that is something we'd have to look into in concert with the city attorney's office as to whether that would be something that would be allowed, to be done.
I don't know what's ever having been done before, but I've been through, this is my fourth housing element. It's the first time I've felt pushed up against the wall hard enough to ask that kind of question.
The state law builds into the site analysis elements of feasibility. And so there's the potential that zoning for just affordable housing would be viewed as non-economically feasible. So those are all issues that we'd have to look at in conjunction with moving forward.
And what I'd like to do is shoot that right back at them.
And that
make it feasible.
And that again, so I think what Jing is trying to get at is that under state law, we have a mandate to prepare a housing element by October 21st that complies with the RHNA number as we have it. On the side of that, there may be a desire on the part of council to take other actions in terms of pushing for legislative changes or trying to push funding changes on the state or doing other things. And so those are all things to consider, but I think what I think Jing is saying is that we are under a state mandate at the same time to produce a housing element that comports with the RHNA number we have, even though we may want in other ways to do something else. And so those are all things that I think council needs to consider and decide how you want to proceed.
Are you done, Kevin? Any other questions?
I'm done with questions. I have a lot to say.
Christine, I get it, Kevin. Are we? We're all done with questions, right? Christine, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. Thank you. So clearly, there is a lot of concern around, our ability to be able to meet those RHNA numbers without having any, funding mechanism from the state. And it's very, in my opinion, it's very unrealistic for them to make that mandate on us. And as such, that's why many cities throughout California and a lot of beach cities have banded together to try to affect change so that they can have their allocations lower. We are all in agreement that affordable housing is necessary, for sure, without a doubt. But what's reasonable, what's feasible, what is doable, it's very difficult for the state to come and have, try to make a local municipality do its bidding without giving it the support, let alone how is it going to affect our infrastructure if our infrastructure can't support those numbers. And so taking to heart what a lot of the callers have called in about, clearly there is a potential discrepancy with those numbers. There are two reputable reports that are worth looking at and taking our time to review before we can actually commit, because how can we commit to preparing a housing element that shows, okay, we're going to do 8,800 units without figuring out how we're really going to make that happen? It's unrealistic. If we put it in that element that we're going to do it, but we don't have the means to do it, then aren't we going to get penalized at that point as well? And so I really I took to heart what a lot of people have said, and really I'm very interested in, got so many computers here with notes, hold on. Really looking at the Embarcadero Institute report, looking at the Freddie Mac housing shortage report. They need to be discussed further. I really would like to see, our city attorney send a letter to SCAG to ask them for a review of our RHNA numbers. And then I'd also would love to have staff research and assemble a report on the other California cities that are actively mounting legal challenges to the regional RHNA allocations. I had an opportunity to listen to Mayor Wang from Yorba Linda, and she's brilliant with her assessment and what we can do to fight those numbers. And she's also, I think, a board member with SCAG. So I really think that we need to take a very good holistic approach to this before we make any type of decisions to move forward with 8,800 housing units. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. So let me just say, I think we're in questions of staff now, and then we're moving on to comment. But, it's great that you did it. But does anyone have any more questions? Okay, council member De La Torre.
I think Councilmember Brock had his hand up before me.
Oh, is that what you were doing? There we go. Oh, I thought you were saying no. Okay. Council member. Okay.
Your turn. I like Vinny in our city. I was very disappointed that the previous city council makeup didn't challenge and appeal the numbers. 51 other cities.
Excuse me.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. 51 other cities did. Many cities right now are, while they prepare their housing study, they are also sending letters to SCAG asking for a closed session to discuss the allocations. My question is, will Santa Monica join those efforts? So I think we could do a 2 or 3 pronged approach. Councilmember McEwen mentioned something that's absolutely dead on. We don't have the funding. We have an unfunded huge mandate, and we don't want market rate housing. So I agree with what Councilmember McEwen said. How do we mount a challenge to the state at that level? How do we also work with the Southern California Association of Governments to come up with letters and pleas to them, reconsider the numbers? And how do we pressure HCD in Sacramento at the same time? Because I know other cities are doing that. So for planning, what can we do on our end while we prepare a housing element? That does not mean stop our work, but how do we also try and adjust those numbers and work to something that actually fits? Sorry I made you yawn, Mayor. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I am anxiously anticipating the answer to that question. So what's the answer?
I mean, I think that if that is what the council would like staff to do, you can give that direction. I want to be mindful of, how we allocate staff resources to this substantial work ahead in terms of getting a certified element. It is it's a very fast schedule. This is the fastest planning process we would have ever done. As many of you know, most of our plans are years in the making, and this is months in the making. So, but certainly I think it's not a question for me to answer per se as to how or if we do that. I think that if the council wanted to give that direction, we obviously serve at your pleasure.
I think our interim city manager.
Yes, I see. Thank you.
I actually have a question for the city attorney that may come up, and I apologize since I'm not sitting near him, I can't ask in any other way, which is simply, some of this would be done through your legislative direction that you provide to us typically in other meetings. You can certainly in this study session provide feedback that you want us to push back on the numbers in various ways, or pursue or look at the question of an unfunded mandate. But George, I would have to defer to you on, because it's a study session and we're not taking action, exactly what we do about that tonight. So certainly in your comments in the study session, you can certainly raise that those are the things that you're interested in.
This is a study session. It was set as a study session, so there is no ability for the council to vote on direction to give to staff. It would have to come back at a future time on another agenda item for council to actually vote to give direction on things to proceed. So what you can do is obviously make comments as you have, suggesting thoughts, and then potentially we could set it on for another council meeting at which you could join together and vote on particular directions that you want to give in connection with particular actions you want staff to take.
Thank you. Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes, I want to thank staff for a very thorough report. It was a very good report. And I have some questions in regards to, the impact on our carrying capacity regarding, for example, like our water neutrality program. What impact is staff looking into the impact of the 8,800 units on our water neutrality program, or what impact will this have on our no new net PM trips goal? And what about the impact on our net zero by 2045. The other question that is related to this is, what are the actual costs or other penalties of noncompliance? I know that there's a number there. Is it 10,000 or 100,000? I forgot. Is there a monetary amount in terms of the actual cost for noncompliance?
So let me address your first question in terms of how we're evaluating the impact of the potential for 8,800 units. So obviously that number of units exceeds what we studied in the adopted land use and circulation element. So that's why we're doing a brand new EIR for this. And the purpose of that is to look at precisely the environmental impacts of those new units on public utilities, public safety, all of the infrastructure pieces, mobility. So all of that will be evaluated in the EIR. In terms of its impacts on the city's policy goals with respect to something like low net new trips or water neutrality, obviously all of that will be implicated and reviewed as part of this process and presented. That information will be presented to the council in terms of whether any of those goals are impacted by that. So I don't know the answer to that yet. That is work that is to come. In terms of the non-compliance piece, there are basically what housing element law allows is it allows HCD to refer a matter to the Attorney General's office. If it's a matter of a city being out of compliance on their housing element. The other potential implication of non-compliance would be, loss of access to grant funding that relies on having a certified housing element. And then I think finally, which is where probably most cities are also concerned, so that's the funding side of it. There's also the SB 35 law, that basically requires every city across California now has to report your housing production goals to HCD every April, and then HCD evaluates that against your adopted RHNA targets, and if those are not met, that triggers a sort of like streamlined process for housing projects. So those are the implications, for not having a compliant housing element.
In terms of the fines, specifically, if the Attorney General pursues an action for failure to comply, the fines start at between $10,000 and $100,000 per month that the city remains out. And if non-compliance remains, those fines can be multiplied as non-compliance continues. So there are real economic teeth behind the AG's ability to enforce compliance with the housing element requirements.
Yeah, and on the other side, the impact of the population growth on our parks, police, all the various services. It's also a cost for us as well. But anyway, it's important to know that, and I'm glad to hear that staff's going to be looking at that as part of the EIR and so forth. And then the other question I had is just the impact on gentrification. I mean, I'm assuming that a lot of them, especially the market rate housing that's created, is going to increase land values, and it's going to. I think it's going to push people out. There's definitely a risk of that, of pushing lower income people out, because it's hard to keep up, right? I mean, we want to create affordable housing, and I think I'm glad to hear that, everyone so far has been expressing support for affordable housing. It's just that all the other market rate housing is also it has an impact, on gentrification. And I know that, it would be good to study that as well, to look into that as we, move forward with assessing sort of the overall costs and benefits of all these units. So I hope staff can look at the impact on gentrification as well.
Yeah, and I think, there's, we spent a lot of time obviously focusing on the production number, but as you heard us mention during the presentation, the housing element update also looks on the other side of the equation in terms of, what we're calling sort of housing stability and preservation. And, the approaches that can be taken to, try and protect our existing housing stock and to address those issues of, how, and part of the, the growth strategy that is adopted in the loose is really intended to address that very issue is, how do we make sure that tenants and existing residents are not displaced, as a result of new development. So, it's that balance between the production and the preservation piece that has always been a line I think that the city has tried to walk.
Thanks.
So let me just interject here that I feel as if we're in discussion and not questions. So since we are at this point, I'm debating whether to mark people off who have already discussed. Yeah, Councilmember McEwen.
I'm just getting in queue for beginning discussion. That's all.
I think we've begun discussion. So how about if we go and I welcome you to start the discussion that already started, that formally started.
I think staff was very clear with us about the timeline and where we are in this whole process. And frankly, it's not going to matter much what we think about the Embarcadero Institute's report or any of these other reports. Decisions have been made at the state level. And I'm one who, given a certain situation, figures the best thing we can do is muster our forces, not squander them, and move forward. So, I'm not really excited by the suggestions that we back up and explore side streets that are going to turn out to be dead ends because the process is moved beyond us. I understand that as much as we all espouse our love for affordable housing, we have to acknowledge there are people in our community who feel that the RHNA numbers are real lemons. And what we have to do, I think, at this point, whether we think they're lemons or not, is figure out what it's going to take to make lemonade. And in this particular situation, the sugar we need to make that lemonade is money to subsidize the affordable housing. And we can't ignore the magnitude of the challenge been made to us. We're being asked to build 70% affordable housing. And if we do that with our existing inclusionary zoning, that's going to mean such a grievous overbuild of market rate that the gentrification of our community, the densification of our community will all be unacceptable. So we have to figure out a different way to do it. Now, 30 years ago, we in Santa Monica voted that we mandate 30% of all new multifamily housing be affordable. And we've done pretty well on that. We did much better until they pulled redevelopment away from us. About 2017 or 2018, in our downtown plan, we upped our inclusionary zoning targets to require developers to build 30% affordable in some of those buildings and 35% if it was going to be off-site. But what we found was we had hit the outside limit of what we can demand through inclusionary zoning. And, we heard tonight from the Santa Monica Housing Institute, or whatever I forget the name is, council, they haven't built housing. They're the people who got the money to build housing. They've chosen not to build housing with that level of inclusionary. So we're not going to get there with inclusionary housing. We have to come up with something better. Now, I suggested the possibility of affordable only zoning for housing. There may be other things that we can do. People are saying, well, what we should do is protest by joining the statewide group that fights for local control. I understand the passion for local control. We have fought for local control on many issues. I think in this situation, the best way to retain local control is to demonstrate local responsibility. Let's come up with a pilot program the state can fund. Let's say, hey, we are willing to accommodate the amount of affordable housing because actually we believe, most of us in the community believe we do need more affordable housing. But we want to work with you, state, on a pilot program. You give us the funding, we'll show you how it can be done so other communities throughout the state can follow our path. The truth is, we have a history of producing affordable housing in Santa Monica unmatched by any other community I'm aware of. We have the expertise. We have the political will. Let's go ahead and do it.
Councilmember McCowan.
I just want to thank you, Kevin, so much, as always, for just really focusing us and helping us along. I have to agree. I mean, I absolutely hear where folks are coming from with this idea of wanting to learn more, especially those of us that are newer to council and thinking that maybe we can change an entire process. But it's very clear we can't completely change where we are with these RHNA allocations and what we're required to do by October 2021. And I think to that end, we have to then look at if there's an option for parallel tracks, which I think is kind of what Kevin's saying too, not officially joining these other cities, but sort of pushing back on the state to say, you know, we have to find a way to get these affordable units funded so that we can meet our RHNA goals. So I would say, you know, we want to prioritize affordable first. This almost 70% affordable housing has to be the first priority in our housing element, and how we can get to building those as quickly as possible. That would be the preference. And you know, we have to prioritize the issues that we've been discussing related to historic racism and systemic racism. And so how do we address that, especially with Prop 209 not passing? We still have this challenge of how do we ensure that we're accommodating more diversity in our affordable housing and in our housing in general. And so I think we can also, it would be great to think about programs and opportunities that we might be able to partner, especially if we have we're going to have a favorable, not to get political, administration come January 20th. But also if Congress is favorable, we might be able to see some great opportunity with pilot programs and stuff around how do we bring back formerly displaced individuals, specifically minorities that were displaced by eminent domain and other things that we've seen occur here. And then we really need to think about prioritization of deed restriction and ways to increase deed restricted affordable housing specifically in all neighborhoods, but also in R1 neighborhoods through possible coordination of ADUs. So this idea that maybe like CCSM could manage multiple ADUs in an area, making them deed restricted affordable housing, even in, you know, traditional R1 neighborhoods. So not necessarily changing the zoning, but still creating that diversity throughout our city and prioritizing what Leonora spoke about, the access to neighborhoods of opportunity for lower income individuals. And then lastly, I think, you know, the market rate is just, to me, unnecessary. I love this notion of how do we make that the missed middle? You know, how do we ensure that other block, through additional programs potentially and funding and incentives, how do we ensure that you know, market rate is really more of what was traditionally called workforce housing or some missed middle, because we really are losing, you know, people like myself. You're not, you know, rich, but you don't qualify for the formula. So it's, that's, I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Parr, you guys are doing it like in perfect order, so it makes it so easy.
Thank you. No, I appreciate, you know, Councilmember McEwen and McCowan's position and their ideas on, you know, potentially how we can make this work or, you know, be innovative. But one of the things, you know, that I do have to point out is that there's an argument for extenuating, you know, circumstances because of the impact of COVID. We have yet to see the full impact of how the city will be affected economically and also regarding our population, since there is currently, you know, a lot of flight, and there's going to be a continued amount of flight within our city. And so it just seems kind of premature to have to make these types of decisions and put these things in place when we don't know the full impact of COVID and how that is going to affect our ability to, you know, to implement this element and the RHNA numbers. I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you. Anyone else? everyone else. Councilmember Davis. I see you, Phil. You're next.
I think, for me, housing is a civil right. And you don't, sort of try and parse out civil rights. You either support them or you don't. I do want to say that I think a lot of the people that we heard from tonight who said, oh, we don't need to follow the RHNA numbers, or the RHNA numbers are bad, or the RHNA process was bad, most of those people are housing secure. The people we didn't hear from tonight are the people who are living in terror of losing their housing. The people we didn't hear from are the homeless people who no longer have housing. And yes, it's true. There's an outflow of people from California, not because the weather got bad, but because the housing's too damn expensive. And the way we're going to make it so that people don't have to leave California in order to keep a roof over their head is by creating more affordable housing. I agree completely with Councilmember McEwen and Mayor Pro Tem McCowan that we need to focus on affordable housing. The fact of the matter is that the law of supply and demand works, so we do also have to build probably some market rate housing, but that'll take care of itself. I think we all agree that the economy will probably generate market rate housing. The challenge is generating the deed restricted affordable. But even the market rate stuff has to serve the people who live and work in Santa Monica. The nurse who works at St. John's, the bartender who serves you drinks when we're all able to go back to our favorite restaurant, the person who runs the local dry cleaners. Where are these people supposed to live? Right now, since the housing's so expensive in Santa Monica, they live in Chino Hills. They live in Palmdale, and they spend 2 hours in their cars spewing greenhouse gases, having a low quality of life because there isn't enough housing where their jobs are. Whether we like it or not, we're a job center. And if we really believe in terms of having an EIR and really caring about the environment, then we should care about whether or not people have to desecrate the environment in order to get from their house to their jobs. Now, I know there's been a lot of challenge tonight about the RHNA numbers, and I'll just say I've done a lot of research into the Embarcadero Institute, and as far as I can tell, it's homeowners in Palo Alto who don't like housing. They don't want housing in Palo Alto, and they've sort of broadened their scope. And it's just much more effective to say we're the Embarcadero Institute than we're a bunch of rich homeowners who don't want to build any low-income housing. I've spoken with people at UCLA and USC, academics who don't have a dog in the fight, who say that, yeah, you can pick around the RHNA numbers a little bit, but the fact of the matter is that they're a fair estimation of the housing needs in California and certainly the housing needs in Santa Monica. And it's important to remember that the A in RHNA is for allocation. We're not the only community that's facing this. Culver City, I want to point out West Hollywood, to their credit, withdrew their appeal of their RHNA numbers last week. So good for them. I think we all need to understand that we have a moral obligation to provide more housing, because by providing more housing, we will actually be able to make people's lives better, and housing is a civil right. We'll be able to reduce the number of people experiencing homelessness. We'll reduce the number of people living in substandard housing situations. We heard from Mr. Finney, who is crowded into a 500 square foot unit with other people. That's not appropriate. We need to build enough housing so people don't have to live in substandard conditions. I share everyone's concern about how we're going to fund affordable housing. But the housing element, the purpose of it is not to figure out how to fund affordable housing. The purpose of it is to figure out how we're going to accommodate affordable housing. And I think we can be on dual tracks of figuring out how are we going to accommodate it within our city, keeping in mind the goals of the RHNA, which include fair housing and fair distribution elements, and at the same time lobby the state for better funding for affordable housing programs. If there was better funding, then all we need to do is provide the framework where that affordable housing can be built. So I'm all for continuing to lobby the state for more funding for affordable housing. It's absolutely necessary. But I don't think we can use that as a pretext for not following our mandates under RHNA. I think that the important thing to remember here is that as we talk about what the purposes of the regional housing need assessment were, it's to recognize the fact that whether we like it or not, the population of California is going to grow. And it's not necessarily, by the way, from immigration. It's just simply people in California having families. And we want to make sure that the people who live in California have suitable housing. But that housing needs to be near jobs. And that's why, as Ms. Yao pointed out, you saw lower per capita numbers maybe in the Inland Empire where there are fewer jobs, and higher per capita numbers in Culver City, Santa Monica, West Hollywood, because this is where the jobs are. And so unless we want to condemn people to 2-hour commutes, we're going to have to accept the fact that we're going to have to build housing for people in Santa Monica. And it's not a basis for challenging it that, oh, we're built out, or there's too many people, or we're worried about traffic, all of those things, such as infrastructure concerns. We've been very careful about making sure that when we build housing, it's energy neutral. And we haven't abandoned that standard. We are still committed to water self-sufficiency. The housing on Lincoln Boulevard that you see go up, every one of those projects use less housing than what was there before. So, for example, the housing project at the Denny's site will use less water than the Denny's did. So we can do this. This is not a challenge to our infrastructure. This is not a challenge to our ability to creatively figure out a way to accommodate this housing. What it is a challenge to is our values of whether or not we believe that we need to build housing for people who already live in Santa Monica. Are we going to try and build a wall around Santa Monica and say nobody else, we're only going to build enough housing for the people who are here? Or are we really going to recognize that we need to address our role in the region as a job center and as a leader in the sustainability area, where it is important for us not only to build jobs, build housing near jobs, but to recognize that by not doing so, we are desecrating the environment. And we are denying the fact that housing as a basic right is being denied to people. So I think we need to move forward with the housing element. Certainly if we want to move forward on a separate track of lobbying the state to provide more funds for affordable housing, I am 1,000% in support of that. What I'm not in support of is trying to band together with anti-housing forces and try and overturn the RHNA allocations or the RHNA numbers or challenge them. Because one, I don't think there's a basis for doing so. But two, quite honestly, I don't think that's the Santa Monica value we want to project, that we are against building housing. I think we are in favor of housing. We want to build affordable housing. We want to protect the people who live here now. We don't want to displace anybody. But I'm hopeful that when we do the suitable sites inventory, we'll identify sufficient housing opportunities that don't lead to displacement. But I think we need to embrace this enthusiastically, and, it is our moral imperative. So that's where I stand, and that would be the direction that I give to staff.
We aren't giving direction. I just want to be clear. We aren't giving direction. Yes, Councilmember Brock and Oscar, you're next.
So I think we also have a moral imperative to take care of the people who live here, to make sure we have a city that's a beachside city, that is a comfortable place to live, that is not a city that becomes the Great Canyon of Lincoln. So I'm going to take a different tack. I want affordable housing in the city, but if you live in Chino Hills and you're commuting here, and you're still going to be commuting here after the effects of COVID are through, I'll be pretty surprised, because most of those people are now going to be telecommuting or finding jobs closer to where they live, or moving out of Santa Monica to a space where they have more room. And what you're talking about with 8,800 more units is destroying any sense of place that we have in Santa Monica. So I'm all for more affordable housing. At the same time, the RHNA numbers are unrealistic for our town. If you look at the Freddie Mac numbers, we should be somewhere around 2,300 units. If you look at other studies, we should be somewhere between 1,100 and 2,000 units. I believe we take a two-pronged approach. We continue with the housing element, but at the same time, yes, we band together with Redondo Beach and Beverly Hills and a number of other cities in the area to ask the Southern California Association of Governments to re-examine the figures, which a lot of their in-house counsel and a lot of their people in SCAG are already questioning. So other cities are sending letters of protest. That does not mean we want to shut down production of housing in the city. Absolutely does not mean that. But we need a realistic number that we can achieve. We cannot come up with the amount of money that would be needed to build that affordable housing, and under no circumstances can we accept the amount of market rate housing to build those 7,000 units. So we're in a rock and a hard place. So we don't just roll over and acquiesce. We look at all available avenues to find a number that really works for us. I believe that housing and community development in the state is going to shift those numbers. I believe that SCAG, I believe that the equivalent entities in Northern California and in the San Francisco area are also going to start working on shifting those numbers. There will be, if we don't get this done, there'll be a statewide initiative for local control to stop charter cities, which Santa Monica is, from losing any control over zoning, because at some point we need to control our own city. So look at, I think we do both. And I believe that we do send letters and we do protest and we do what Councilmember McEwen said, which is look, and Councilmember Davis, look at ways to fund more affordable housing. We don't need another 2,500 units or more of market rate housing in the city. And whoever mentioned workforce housing, Mayor Pro Tem McCowan, I'm all for you. I'm all for that because that's what we're lacking. We're lacking entry-level workforce housing in the city. But we're not going to get that through the RHNA numbers. We're not going to get that through the system. And I think we have to find an appropriate way to work on this. And we're not getting an appropriate rate right now. Look at, the Embarcadero Center. I don't know who they are. I've never met them. But they are PhDs that are operating the system. And they looked at the numbers. They may be totally off. I don't care. I care what's an appropriate number for Santa Monica. And right now, the 8,800 units are not appropriate. I know we're going to plan for them, but I want us also to look at the other avenues to try and mitigate some of the damage caused to our city. Thank you.
Councilmember Delatorre.
Yes, I wholeheartedly support what Councilmember Brock just expressed. I think that we need to be developing a housing element to meet our needs as a city, not SCAG's, and so we need to be challenging the RHNA numbers. I think it's really irresponsible development. This goes into the category of irresponsible development for a city our size. We need to do all the assessments, on the carrying capacity, and staff's going to come back and give us that that assessment. But I think it's important for us to stand up and to stand for our community and to stand for the residents of the city. We need to put our residents first and our quality of life, and that's what we should be leading. That's our job, to lead, to make sure that we are supporting the quality of life of our residents. I mean, I just looking at right there on the corner of Lincoln and Colorado, you look at that type of housing, and the idea that we can just keep on building that way and have any sense of a city, in terms of just the impact on our infrastructure, our traffic, impact on schools. I mean, there's a whole lot of stuff that we need to be assessing, and I just feel that we leverage better, we leverage more, we make by standing with others in protesting and questioning, these I think are unrealistic numbers for our city. So I want us to do both things, to continue the housing element planning process so that we can, ensure that we sustain the diversity of our city, that we find a way to build more affordable housing, but challenge, stand with those that are willing to challenge and challenge those numbers. And hopefully by doing that, we can end up with a more reasonable approach, to meeting our goals and our housing element goals. So in a nutshell, that's all I want to say for now.
Well, I haven't spoken yet. Thank you, Council Member. And as I think everyone knows, I became involved in the city because of my concern about affordable housing and the failure of the city to even follow its own rules concerning it. I think that we need more affordable housing. We don't need more market rate. We don't need more office. We know that. On a statewide level, we have seen a real dominance of real estate interests over individual interests in terms of how we are building our state and how we are approaching issues like housing. So we for instance, have Project Roomkey that puts 14,000 more people homeless people into housing. But then we have the same number of people who weren't without homes before now on the streets for economic reasons. I think we're in times of terrible uncertainty, and I think it is hard to know what we're going to be able to do or not do, what is going to be safe or not safe, what is going to be the right thing to do or the wrong thing to do. A year from now or 2 years from now, I don't think we ever envisioned ourselves in this situation. I agree with Councilmember Para. I think we're living in a whole new world that may pose obstacles that people aren't even understanding now, because we're dealing with one virus now that we don't understand very well, and I do not believe that that's the end of it. And I'm not a pessimistic person. So I just think we have to be realistic. So I think we need to prepare the housing element. As a lawyer who's prepared many futile documents in my life, F-U-T-I-L-E, futile documents in my life, I think that this may be a futile document because I think that it's trying to impose throughout the state things that are absolutely impossible. And I know that we are not going to be able to raise $3.5 billion to $5 billion to build the affordable housing requirements that they've imposed upon us. Now, that said, I like the proportion of affordable to market rate. I mean, this is the only good thing about these RHNA numbers is they're asking us in our community where we have a lot of market rate units and very high prices and all of these vacancies that people are seeing on the streets are going to be more market rate units. So if the prices come down 20%, it still is not, if you've looked at the reports, is not going to help most of the people who work in the city because they don't make $400, an hour. I mean, what was the number? It was, the number was, I believe, $60 an hour in order to afford the median apartment in Santa Monica. I don't think people are making that. But we prepare the housing element and we challenge the allocation to us and to others, and we challenge it hard because I do believe this is an unfunded mandate, and I believe that it is not, it's not authorized under the laws of the state of California. So I think that we need to operate on at least two prongs, but I think that there's a third prong here. And that is that right now the RHNA does not include units that are rehab, that are offices that are turned into housing, because the RHNA only talks about building new housing. And we need to think about other ways of approaching housing as well, including office buildings that may not be used in the future. I don't believe we're going to have vacancies in Santa Monica office buildings because I think companies will have flagship offices here. But I think there will be vacant offices and retail space in Santa Monica that we may want to turn into housing, and that does not count towards our REIT. I think that if only a small number of ADUs count towards our REIT, that also is wrong. So we have to affect the process. That's part of what we need to do. But the final thing I want to say is that everything that we build, everything we do, including ADUs, we should be building in affordability incentives. And we don't do that at all now. We can give people incentives for building ADUs, incentives for converting other spaces into housing, and I think we need to do all of the above. So I think the prongs we need are 3 prongs, but I do believe that the way we're looking at the housing element is not today, will not be the way we're looking at it in 3 years because of the changed circumstances of our way of life. So that's where I believe we are right now. Any more comments before we move on? Have we lost everybody? I only see 4 people.
I was just going to add, Mayor Himmelrich, that we prioritize bringing back the Housing Commission. Well, part of the housing.
I'm a little biased about that, but I do believe that the idea of doing the housing element without a Housing Commission, I think you're right, and the Housing Commission has done most of our heavy lifting on these housing issues.
So the council, there's already an emergency order that has been issued that permits the Housing Commission to come back and meet, discuss the housing element.
Well, discuss is one thing. The Housing Commission is traditionally, and I know a little about it, has traditionally had subcommittees that prepare actual analyses of things we want to do with numbers and everything.
Which is fine. The order would permit them to do that.
Okay, and would it permit them to look at the wide range of issues in the housing element?
Yes, as worded, it's very general and allows them to meet, to look at, discuss, make recommendations regarding the housing element.
Okay, then thank you, Mayor Pro Tem McCowan, and thank you, City Attorney. And on that note, I think we can move to the next item. We don't have to take a vote on this, do we? We aren't allowed.
No, it's a study session, so there's no vote for direction.
Great. So we're moving on to the 7 item.
Is there, Mayor Himmelrich, is there any, do we summarize what was, or?
I think that's minutes. Okay. I don't think we do anything. Is there anything more we need to do, staff?
Planning staff, do you have what you need from the council for today?
Yes, I think we do. Thank you.
So I'm a little worried that I'm losing my connection. Is everybody hearing me okay?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, great. So, so Denise, I think we're on to 7 now.
Okay, so we have item 7A is the second reading and adoption of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Santa Monica amending Santa Monica Municipal Code Section 4.67.060 related to public housekeeping training. And this is a second reading.
I'll move adoption.
Second. So now we take a roll call vote. There's no discussion for those of you who haven't been here before and don't know. That's it on a second reading. That is basically all we do.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock. Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Para.
Yes.
Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes.
Okay, so that passes 7-0. Next, we have 7B. It's introduction and first reading of an ordinance to amend Santa Monica Municipal Code Section 9.10.040 to prohibit certain fast food restaurants in establishments with frontage on the 3rd Street Promenade. And you currently have no calls for this.
But we obviously must have a staff report, so let's hear it.
Great. Thank you, council members, and a special welcome to the newest council members. Tony Kim, Principal Planner with the City Planning Division. Before you tonight is a staff recommendation for the introduction for first reading of an ordinance amending the city's zoning ordinance to prohibit certain fast food restaurants in establishments with frontage on the 3rd Street Promenade. In 2017, the council adopted the Downtown Community Plan, which set forth a vision for the continued vitality of the 3rd Street Promenade. In that spirit, council adopted an interim zoning ordinance in 2018 to prevent the proliferation of fast food restaurants on the promenade. This IZO was subsequently extended in 2019, and in October of this year, the Planning Commission recommended a proposed ordinance which would make this prohibition permanent. And the IZO has expired as of the end of November. The interim zoning ordinance created a new land use classification for fast food restaurants as establishments with more than 100 locations nationwide. It also described these restaurants as including characteristics such as orders placed at a walk-up window, counter, or machine, payment prior to food consumption, and food served with disposable, one-time, or limited-use wrapping containers or utensils. This prohibition applied to establishments fronting the 3rd Street Promenade only. This map shows you in blue the downtown commercial districts. And in the middle there in the gray area, you see the promenade and the applicability area of the 3 blocks of the promenade. The proposed ordinance would make the prohibition of fast food uses on the promenade permanent. It would not create any new land use definitions or modify any of the existing land use definitions, but would instead modify the land use regulations table for the prohibition. It would increase the threshold from 100 to 150 locations nationwide for prohibited establishments, and it would apply to the same promenade area for establishments with frontage on the promenade. It would also apply to applications submitted on or after November 27th of this year. This shows you the proposed change to the land use table for the Bayside Conservation District along the promenade. It would create a new specific limitation for restaurants that front the promenade, and you can see the language here as proposed, which describes the location of the establishments along the promenade, as well as the threshold for 150 locations nationwide and the some of the operational characteristics. So the proposed ordinance would help to encourage local uses and promote unique visitor experiences on the promenade. It would provide a diverse base of eating establishments, as well as protect independent restaurants, especially during these tough economic times during COVID. In reaction to some of the comments received from the Planning Commission, Downtown Santa Monica, Inc., in partnership with the city, will be preparing a 3rd Street Promenade Stabilization and Economic Vitality Plan next year to further look at opportunities for diversity, equity, and inclusion for visitors and business owners on the promenade. And with that, staff is recommending introduction for first reading of the ordinance.
Thanks, Tony.
Thank you.
Great report. Do we have any questions? Whoa. Council member McEwen.
Mayor Hemorrhage, can we just confirm if we have someone from the PC on the line?
We do. Yes, we do. We have Sean Landries, and we also have a member of the public who called in since the presentation.
Thank you.
The council questions were fast on fast food, but mine is quick. Why are we going from a threshold of 100 to a threshold of 150 units nationwide? what kind of business would that allow that the threshold of 100 would have prohibited?
The idea was to provide a little more flexibility with that, so it could incorporate a few other maybe more local or regional chains as opposed to some of the nationwide ones. And so that's why that number was proposed.
I'm afraid I'm not enough of a fast food customer to know what kind of business you're talking about that would fall in that 100 to 150 range. So I really want to try to understand why we'd want that on the promenade.
Yeah, I think I believe Downtown Santa Monica Inc. has provided some correspondence along those lines to advocate for that 150. I believe they also will be speaking to you shortly. They may be able to provide a little more information on that.
But we have to vote tonight.
Mayor, this is Jing. If I can address that question as well. The increase was also intended to address some of our regional outlets. When you look at some of these, I would say, local fast food chains, so they don't have a spread beyond probably mostly the Southern California region or California even. You'd be surprised by maybe how many outlets these sorts of chains have. So, as Tony indicated, that increase in number was intended to sort of not exclude, some of these they're not really like national fast food chains, who have tens of thousands of locations, obviously, but ones that are sort of more native to Southern California, if you will.
So at the core of this ordinance, are we trying to control fast food or are we trying to control chains? Because those are two different things.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the ordinance is about fast food, so it's specifically about fast food. This is not a formula retail ordinance or anything like that. It's specifically about fast food.
I'll hold my further thoughts for discussion.
Any other questions? Well, that sort of wiped the board. Councilmember Brock.
Yeah, not to get my football helmet out to wave it again. Can we get a couple of examples? Because I am concerned about diversity of price on the promenade. Not everyone can afford a $20 salad or a $20 burger. So I want to make sure that the people who work around the promenade have a place to eat. I want to make sure that our visitors who are just not off the cruise ship terminal also have a place to eat in our city. So tell me what's the difference between 100 and 150. Can you give me a couple of examples of regional chains? Because that's what I'm concerned about. I'm concerned that we don't just continue to hit the high end and we leave the people, the families who come down to the promenade who don't have a lot of money, and they have a place to also grab lunch or dinner or breakfast.
Yes.
Council, I believe you may have Kathleen Rawson from Downtown Santa Monica on caller. I wonder if it would make sense to go to public comment and see if that question of the examples could be answered.
So we have two callers. One is Sean Landers. Is the other, Corey, can you tell, is it Kathleen Rawson? Hello?
My apologies, I was muted. Yes, Kathleen is the caller.
Good. Can we, I don't want to do this. It's not that Mr. Landers is not important, but let's hear from Kathleen first, since she has the answer to the question possibly that we want.
Okay, we'll go to the caller.
Thank you.
Transferring Kathleen Rawson.
Kathleen Rawson, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Mayor Himmelrich and council members Bakken, Parra, and De La Torre. on your recent election to the council. We look forward to working with you. My name is Kathleen Rosson. I'm the CEO of Downtown Santa Monica, Inc. And our board of directors recommend that you adopt the proposed ordinance to amend the zoning code, making permanent the ban on large chain fast food establishments on the promenade previously enacted by the IZO. We've collaborated closely with the city over many years to fine-tune the understanding of the restaurant market and the lines between traditional fast food and the modern fast casual concepts that the lines have blurred. We recommend the definitions and typical fast food conditions written into the code to be consistent with the prior IZO. After careful review of many other jurisdictions, we believe these criteria to be the most straightforward and easily enforceable. However, in order to provide limited additional flexibility in light of current economic conditions, we ask that the threshold used to define chain fast food be increased just slightly from 100 to 150 domestic locations. The prohibition of fast food uses on the promenade is intended to promote land uses and tendencies that contribute to the long-term character of the street, which is a policy prioritized in the DCP. While we understand and share the sense of urgency around filling our increasing number of vacancies and stabilizing our local economy, we caution that permitting even a few fast food outlets will significantly alter the tone and character of the promenade for decades to come. We've not traditionally been supportive of permitting these types of uses via CUP or by instituting a cap on the number of outlets permissible per block. These types of policies inherently create winners and losers among property owners. In the process, those who have successfully secured limited number of CUPs would establish fast food restaurants as anchor tenants without regard as to whether the uses are in the best location to serve the street overall. In a time when all options, thank you.
Yeah, let's let her finish. I'm sorry, but we do need to hear this.
Thanks. It's really quick. Thank you, Mayor. In a time where all options for re-envisioning the future of the promenade need to be on the table, we should be cautious about establishing new uses around which the rest of the street must be planned. We're sensitive to the need for the district to be welcoming and inclusive, both to lower income guests who may seek food options at lower price points, as well as to minority entrepreneurs that may access business opportunities through franchises. However, we urge you to keep in mind that such uses are expressly permitted and well represented throughout the rest of downtown. The scope of the 3rd Street Promenade Stabilization and Economic Vitality Plan we just launched in partnership with the city includes an assessment of all ground floor tendencies, including fast food. The consultants have been directed to conduct the entire study with an eye toward enhancing community well-being through improving diversity, equity, and inclusion. We assure you this is a very important policy consideration and will be fully vetted and addressed in future policy recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kathleen. And you start with Councilmember McEwen.
Ms. Ralston, you've specified that fast food, which is well represented in the rest of the downtown, could, should it proliferate, change the whole tone of the promenade. And yet you're proposing that we change the threshold on allowable businesses from 100 to 150 outlets, which would increase the number of chains that might secure a lease on the promenade. So at least two of us on the council are curious why the shift from 100 and 150. And I understand this may mean that somebody has a deal in the works and you can't give us proprietary information, but can you tell us what kind of chain? Give some examples of what falls between 100 and 150, which this proposed amendment to the ordinance would now allow.
So it was meant, council member, to really focus on some of the smaller chains that are just starting to get established. So not chains that are all over the U.S., but really those that are that may have just a few more outlets. So, for example, Johnny Rockets, who is currently on the 3rd Street Promenade, has 155 units. So they may lose some. You know, it just gives just a bit more flexibility. I will tell you there are not specific deals that are in the works that would push that up to 150. It was a number that the board agreed to provide just a little bit more flexibility than 100, but not go to a larger number to create an environment that would have a lot of big chains. So it was just meant to be a little bit more flexible in a time of economic crisis.
How in the board's estimation does the size of a chain alter the impact that fast food has on the promenade?
For example, it's really an interesting time. So large chains like, these are completely random, but Taco Bell or Chick-fil-A have thousands of chains. And therefore, they're very well heeled. They are the type of tenant who could come in, actually sign a 5 to 10 year lease with multiple options and be able to afford it, ironically. And so if there's not a limitation on those types of uses, those would be a very desirable tenant type for property owners on the promenade at the moment, when the tenancies are very challenging.
So if you allow in a corporation that has 140 outlets, aren't you effectively outbidding the local gal who has 10 restaurants?
Interestingly, not necessarily, because there actually aren't that many of the chains that are 150 or less, and these are meant to be domestic outlets. There are some chains worldwide that don't have a domestic use, so they are unique to the street. If a chain only has 150 domestic outlets in the country, it's unlikely there'll be one in the Los Angeles region and in the Los Angeles area. So the board felt it would still be a unique use for the west side of LA.
So I thought we were trying to encourage local and regional businesses. So if you're saying that the advantage of 150 is they're not likely to have more than one location in the LA area, okay, they're unique, but they're not local.
Oh, well, we are very focused on local business, which is a parallel but a slightly different concept. Most of the restaurants that are in downtown Santa Monica are locally owned businesses. That's where we succeed. We're less successful with retail businesses being locally owned. But part of the economic stabilization and vitality plan is to really do a comprehensive leasing strategy that helps property owners make good leasing decisions and open up more options for more local uses. But a successful downtown is a combination of both. Anyone who runs a local store definitely wants to be in the traffic pattern next to the Apple store, for example. So both work together to make a vital 3rd Street promenade.
Okay, I'm done with my question. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes. Councilmember Brock. Or do you have a question, Councilmember Brock?
Yes, I do. I was unmuted.
So Phil, I have to explain the problem to you before you go ahead. You're sitting so low that you're behind your name underneath you, so I can't even see your hand.
I think I'm pretty close to everyone else, Mayor. Right now, I'm focused right in the middle of my screen. So, sorry about that. Kathleen, so the 100 to 150 fast food outlets, because I am concerned because we have such an emphasis on low-cost housing and wanting to make sure that our workers have a place to eat in the city, that we need to make sure we also have places to eat at all income levels. And I said that initially before you were on the line, but that concerns me. So I agree. I don't want Chick-fil-A on the promenade. Frankly, but I do want places that people visiting the city who don't have a lot of bucks can eat. So do you have examples of, you mentioned Johnny Rockets. What's another place that's 75 to 150 outlets? Right now we have Chipotle on the mall, which has obviously many more outlets. We have Johnny Rockets, and I'm happy they're still there, I guess. And I know there's the Japanese custard place down by Broadway. Is there any others that I'm missing in downtown?
Well, there's many fast food options in downtown, Councilmember Brock. And so there's actually quite a few options for people at different price points throughout the downtown.
Oh, I know Fresh Corn Grill opened on Lincoln, but I'm not sure of very many other ones until you get to Jack in the Box. So I just want to make sure that a family of four who's, who works in the city and they finally get a chance to, when the COVID's over, to take their kids downtown on a Saturday afternoon, even though I would prefer they not eat fast food, but I know that they can't necessarily afford that $20 burger. So I want to make sure we have a integrated food service at all price points. There are very few people who can afford Michael's or Heroic Italian. And at the same time, I want people to be able to eat. So I don't see a lot of fast casual.
So there's
actually greens, I guess.
So remember, there's McDonald's at 2nd in Colorado. There's Cava on 2nd Street.
That's a $15 or up meal.
Yeah.
That's not. So I'm talking about the people with these that are on the cusp of barely surviving, and they finally get to go out once a week. So that's what I'm concerned about. So you said that having 2 outlets per block was prohibitive. It became too much it wasn't viable, correct?
So that it isn't something that we would recommend. But to answer your question, if I could answer your question, because we do have Chipotle, we have BB Bop, we have Wetzel's Pretzels, we have Johnny Rockets, we have the Santa Monica Place Food Court, we have McDonald's, we have Solana. So there's quite a few options for people. There's probably more options in the downtown that are actually on the pier that are within the price point that you just were concerned about, I would say.
Okay, so 150 outlets will get us, it won't get us Chili's, but it also will keep Burger King out.
Yeah, there's a few different ones like, so
I'm fine then.
Mediterranean Wayback Burgers. And we will look at this carefully because we understand the concern and share it. We will look at this carefully with our stabilization and vitality plan that will be done within 6 months. And so if there are real opportunities that we may be missing in this conversation, we are very happy to bring it back, and we'll bring it back to you because it's important to all of us.
Yeah, and a lot of this is based upon the landlord's rents also. And as the rent falls, maybe we'll get more realistic landlords. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So any more questions for Kathleen Gleam?
So thank you, Ms. Rawson. And you notice I know, for example, we had the Fry's cart. It went away, but we also had the Subway on Colorado. You mentioned the food court, but there were also some relatively inexpensive food options like Ebo in the mall. Has downtown Santa Monica gotten any complaints about there being a dearth of affordable eating options in downtown?
No, we have not.
And I think the concern here is, it's my understanding that all the studies that downtown Santa Monica have done have shown that the main attraction for the promenade is the fact that it doesn't look like every other street in America lined with fast food. It's got an authenticity that makes it a little different. Is that one of the concerns with the fast food chains, as well as just the, sort of overall appearance, is that it diminishes the differentiating factor of the promenade from other locations?
No doubt. That's exactly right, Councilwoman. Because the issue is that we have independent restaurateurs that are willing and want to be on the promenade. We have our friends at Casa Martin who have just recently opened in the 1200 block, and we're so happy to have them. The reality is that a well-heeled fast food chain like Chick-fil-A or Taco Bell could pay double or even triple the rent of a local restaurateur, and that's a very big concern. We would say that Casa Martin is a much bigger asset to the overall look, feel, and ambiance of the promenade than a very sterile fast food chain.
And then I just have one last question. It's my understanding, for example, you mentioned Taco Bell, that what they had proposed at one point for the promenade was their new iteration of Taco Bell Cantina, which has things like dollar margaritas, which, given some of the issues we have with people who are in the grips of addiction, including alcoholism, might not be exactly the kind of fare we want to offer on the promenade. Is that true?
Yeah, I think something we have to consider very carefully. Agreed.
Okay, thanks.
Thank
So
you.
any other questions for Ms. Rawson? Thank you, Kathleen. So we have, how many, do we have one more speaker? Is that right, Corey?
We just have Sean Landris.
Good, let's record that.
Go ahead, Sean.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I'm actually really happy that we had a chance to hear from Ms. Rawson because, and this is an aside, due to changes in the public comment pre-registration system that altered from week to week, we on the Planning Commission were actually prevented from hearing from her before we took up this item because no registration had been received for her. So as you're looking into the way commissions operate and the way you operate, I think it's very important that we hear from the executive directors of organizations to which the city appoints board members. But that is an aside, and it was problematic that we had to take up this item, which is why I'm providing you with a report. We, as you know, took up a long conversation about racial and economic justice when it comes to housing, and racial and economic justice were at the core of the Planning Commission's conversations about this item. I will tell you that although the staff report says that we approved it or recommended approval, it was only with the understanding that we would be seeing within 6 months some kind of a plan to make the promenade accessible, not simply to visitors who need income diverse opportunities, but to small entrepreneurs, women, people of color, African Americans, others who are trying to start small businesses and need access to places like the promenade in order to make them grow. And so it would have not been a 7-0 vote on the Planning Commission to approve this. We did have the indirectly provided assurance from downtown Santa Monica that they are in fact working on something. But I did really need to make that commitment to follow up on the commitment from the Planning Commission to express that to you because we are requesting direction from the council that this be brought back to us. The only other reason that we did approve it was that the expiration of the interim zoning ordinance simply happened to coincide with the COVID pandemic, and some of us were reluctant to make an abrupt change to the economic structures on the promenade in the middle of the pandemic. So again, coming back in no less than 6 months would be appropriate, or perhaps even sooner, to start to talk about how we address these issues of access and equity and inclusion for the entrepreneurs who want to work on the promenade, for the people who want to eat on the promenade, and for all Santa Monicans in general. So I hope that's conveyed the strong feelings of my fellow commissioners who were quite concerned about approving this, and really do ask that you give direction that this be brought back to us from an equity standpoint.
Mayor, you're muted.
Councilmember De La Torre, that's because my dog was barking. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to appreciate the comments made by Commissioner Landers in regards to looking at issues of equity and how we can, bring some diversity and entrepreneurship back to the downtown area.
Councilmember Brock. You're done. Councilmember McEwen.
Wait, I wasn't unmuted. My question is, can we request that we amend the motion to make special mention for diverse businesses? And I don't know how that works with private companies leasing, but I think if we were expanding this to 150 units, that a lot of those are many times franchises, and we try and help them, diverse businesses, get a foothold on the promenade.
May I answer the question, if it's helpful? The commission started to take up some alternatives, but it was felt that it was difficult to spec out those alternatives on the dais using tools like conditional use permits, other types of rules. You saw the comment about limits per block. I think the concern in playing with the wording, if you will, was that we didn't have the time, and it's of course your policy decision, but I would suggest similarly that there wasn't necessarily the time to really tease out the nuances of those kinds of changes and find the legal ramifications of additional words. So that's why we were really clear about wanting this to be brought back so that we could just look at it as a whole and really fix it.
Councilmember McEwen.
Chair Landry, in asking that this be remanded to the Planning Commission, were the commissioners concerned that the IZO has expired and that having this window of opportunity might mean that some leases signed with the big chains of fast food, which would preclude those spaces being even available to more diverse businesses?
Very much so. That was one of the concerns that I had raised and some other people had raised, which was that if we simply didn't approve this, we would end up with that window and this is why Ms. Rawson's testimony was so important. She pointed out that they are so well capitalized, and the market for spaces on the promenade, given the economic disruption, is so fluid that, if we said we're not going to do anything tonight and come back 6 months from now, in the intervening months, this leases could be signed that would preclude us from actually being able to make meaningful decisions.
So then are you asking us to not pass this tonight and remand it to you, or are you asking us to pass it tonight and then give you a second shot? Because we can always.
That's what we're asking. We're asking you to pass it tonight and to give simultaneous direction to staff that no longer than 6 months from now, or really 6 months from when we took this up, so no later than May, that we see a new proposal that could be brought back to council by the summer.
And did the Planning Commission have any feelings about the raising of the threshold to 150 units?
We were, again, without the benefit of Ms. Rawson's testimony, we did discuss that with staff. There was the feeling that would not present a substantial risk, that the risk of the well-capitalized large corporates between 100 and 150 was not so much that it would create a problem. It was more what Councilmember Davis raised, which was this question of there was still nothing to stop a existing mega chain from creating a small brand and bringing it very well capitalized to the promenade, like the one that Councilmember Davis asked. So I mean, again, the commission didn't get into it. My observation would be that you would want to look at the underlying ownership structure for anybody coming. And if they say they're less than 150, make sure they're not secretly, 1,500 or 15,000 with just a little extra name attached to the end of the brand.
When we're done with questioning you, we'll ask staff if that can be done. That's a tough thing to do. I've dealt with chain ordinances before.
And it is, and that's why we deferred on the 150, to be perfectly frank.
So are we done with public comment now? Yes. So is there any discussion or question? Yes, Councilmember Davis.
Well, thank you. I'm fine with the staff recommendation. I do want to comment that I do occasionally attend downtown Santa Monica meetings, and in terms of their ability to get something back in May, that might be a little tough given that the COVID pandemic has slowed down their work quite a bit in terms of being able to meet. So I'm wondering if we could give them at least until the middle of the year, say the end of June or July, to come back with a comprehensive plan about diversified businesses. I think there are some, and I saw that our city attorney at one point, I think, was trying to buzz in. I think there are some legal issues. Yeah, there are some legal issues under, that limit our ability. And so I think there's some complicated work to be done. So just from my conversations with members of the DTSM board, if you could give them till June or July, I think that would be much appreciated. But I think they're all in on coming back with a plan. They just want to make sure they have adequate time to do it.
Mr. Cardona, do you have something to say about this?
No, I was just going to say that I think that amount of time would be helpful. And as I understand, Mr. Landris, the direction would be for staff to return to the Planning Commission for discussion with the Planning Commission initially, which would give an opportunity to vet and work out potentially some of the language issues and some of the legal issues that are raised by some of the things that are being suggested.
So I'm a little confused. So you think that if we set the deadline in June or July, that then they will go back to the Planning Commission first and they'll be back to us in June or July, or something different?
I think it would be back to the Planning Commission in June or July for the Planning Commission to take an initial shot at it and then have it come up to council in the time frame that it ordinarily comes up in.
Thank you. And Councilmember McEwen, I saw.
Does the city attorney's office have any thoughts on language we could use to control the well-capitalized big chain creating a little chain that would slip under the threshold and get onto the promenade, like the Taco Bell Cantina or a Mickey D's Mini, or something like that? It's hard to find what a chain is, and ownership can be hard to trace. But I think the Planning Commission and I share a concern there.
Yeah, I mean, the language in the proposed refers simply to restaurant limited service and takeout establishments with frontage, which provides some leeway and takes into account considerations of corporate ownership. So I think under the language as it's currently worded, we could apply some discretion to say, look, even if you are a sub-chain of a larger chain, you're an establishment with more than 150 locations nationwide. Obviously, we could probably tighten that up in certain ways if that's a desire, and that's something else we could work on. But I do think that the language as it's worded now gives us the ability to look at that and say you are part of a group that has 150 locations or more nationwide, as long as they also meet the characteristics under B.
If instead of calling it the Taco Bell Cantina, they called it Desperados, how would we know?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to raise different issues. I mean, if it's so for example, there are large corporations that have multiple different fast food chains all under one corporate parent. That becomes much harder because there's more of a distinction between the different chains. So I think that would require us to think about some different types of language if it's the council's desire to go that far and reach even different chains if they have the same corporate parent.
I'm just concerned that if we pass an ordinance, it has the effect that we intended to. That's all.
I mean, I will note that the interim zoning ordinance has been in place with language very similar to this for the last 2 years, and I think it has accomplished its purpose. So I think as a short-term measure, this should continue to accomplish that same purpose. And then obviously, if it does come back to the Planning Commission, we can look at modifications or additional language if that's the desire of Planning Commission and Council.
Councilmember Brock.
No, I was just, Kathleen said they had a outside consultant working on a study right now. I think if we were going to have them come back, we should have them come back at the same time that their consultant study is finished. And maybe Councilmember Davis might know a little bit about, since you said you're sitting on the board or you attend some of their meetings, you might know when the consultant's study is done, then we can hear what they've thought of. Because look, we have to realize too, the promenade is in dire straits right now. So that's my only comment. I had a snarky comment, but I'll leave that one alone about the McRib being back. But I decided I should leave that.
Should have left it.
I know.
Davis, you gave them the best estimate that June or July would work with the timeline of the expert.
Yeah, the consultant is actually working on a range of issues, not just the fast food issue. So I think downtown Santa Monica can have the consultant make sure that whatever work they're doing that relates, to uses on the promenade, specifically relating to dining establishments, can be done in the June or July timeframe. The consultant will continue to do some work because there's a lot of work to be done relating more to retail floor plates and things like that, and how we adjust the zoning on the promenade for retail, not restaurants, but retail, to make it more conducive to a post-Amazon, post-pandemic world. So I wouldn't tie it directly to the conclusion of the consultant's work, because the work's going to be longer than about that. But my understanding that the consultant feels they can come back with a restaurant, fast food / piece of it, by the summer. So I think that should be fine. Probably actually before the summer, but that'll give it time to go before the board of downtown Santa Monica, so they can then present it to the Planning Commission.
Great. And so the city manager, let me ask the city manager, when we give the direction about coming back to the Planning Commission, do we give that? Is that, do we have to do it after the motion as part of it?
I'm not, I may be tired, Mayor, I apologize. You can give that direction after, I think, with respect to downtown Santa Monica coming back, because they're on a different timeline. I think that's been heard, and I think they are planning to do that.
Okay, great. So does anyone want to make a motion?
I'll move the staff recommendation.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Second. And can we, I don't know if this is the right time, but that we instruct the Planning Commission to do a new resolution of intention on this issue. Is this the right time for that, or?
So yes, you could add that. So the staff recommendation is simply to introduce for first reading the ordinance. If you wanted to add to that direction to the Planning Commission to do something, or to staff to return to the Planning Commission in June or July with potential revisions to this ordinance in light of the DTSM study, you could add that direction to the motion.
That would be friendly to the measure.
Okay, thanks.
Then let's take a vote. Denise, are you with us?
I am. Councilmember Para?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes, and that was moved by, now I'm confused, McEwen and
Moved by
seconded by McCowan.
McCowan, yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Next we have, oh, go ahead.
So that was passed 7-0.
Yes.
Okay.
So next we have item 13A, which is recommendation to accept Joy Abbott's resignation from the Personnel Board and authorize the city clerk to publish the vacancy. And we have no callers on this item.
So I move we accept with regret.
I'll just point out that Ms. Abbott has served for many years, and we greatly appreciate that service.
Is there a second?
Yeah, we need a second.
I'll second.
Brock seconded. Let's take a vote.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Parra.
Yes.
Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes. So that passes 7-0.
Next, we have item 13B, is to appoint 2 council members vacancies to the audit subcommittee for a term ending June 30th, 2021 and June 30th, 2023. And we have no callers on this item.
This is something we need 2 council members to fill 2 vacancies on this. And I am presently the chair of the audit subcommittee. And I generally polled around and Councilmember Davis and Councilmember Parra have agreed to serve on the audit committee. I didn't even think about terms. So does anyone prefer shorter term?
I'll take the shorter term. I don't care.
Thank you. Is anyone else interested? I think I talked to everybody, but is anyone else interested in the audit subcommittee? No. So I'm going to move that we appoint Councilmember Davis and Councilmember Parra to the audit subcommittee of the City Council.
Any other nominations? Is there a second? Oh, I'm sorry.
I second.
And Mayor, just to clarify, that was Councilmember Davis for the term ending June 30th, 2021, and Councilmember Parra for the term ending June 30th, 2023.
That's correct.
And I'm sorry, who's second?
Member De La Torre.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Denise, I keep feeling, since you aren't on the screen, I keep thinking you can't see what people are doing, you know?
Yes.
I'm reporting as if you weren't even here.
Okay, I'm going to go through the vote.
Okay.
Councilmember Parra.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock. Oh, I'm sorry, Sue.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I just got a text that we have 1 caller on 13B, which is this item.
Let's hear him.
So let's stop the vote for a second. Okay.
Oh, it looks like that call was actually for 13H.
Oh, okay. Then let's go. Okay, then let's finish this. Okay, Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes. So that passes 7-0.
Okay, so next we go on to item 13C. Request of Mayor Himmelrich, Mayor Pro Tem McCowan, and Councilmember De La Torre that the frontline workers in their dedicated service to the community in 2020, in face of the challenge and demand from the global COVID-19 pandemic, the funds will be directed to the We Are Santa Monica Fund to provide assistance to families experiencing food insecurity in our community through the Virginia Avenue Park Food Pantry. And we have no callers on this item.
So we put this on. It started as a different idea, but in this holiday season where there is so much food insecurity, we've all seen the food lines, both in our community and in communities across the country. I thought that I thought it would be appropriate to acknowledge our frontline workers, the people who have been out there every day and not telecommuting, who are having contact and with real people and worrying about contracting COVID every day. And I thought that it was important to acknowledge those people who are working hard every day and are at risk, and that's why we did this. I checked, we have $200,000 in our discretionary fund, but I thought that providing $10,000 in honor of our frontline workers from the council to people who are hungry was an appropriate way to mark this new council and the holiday season. Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem McCowan, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, obviously I support this, and I just also want to emphasize that by doing this and showing, and putting the money through the We Are Santa Monica Fund, for me it was also an effort to encourage people during this holiday season to possibly join us in supporting the We Are Santa Monica Fund, and the fact that, $100 can feed a family in need for a month. And so the more attention we can get to this issue, and those who are able to contribute, I know it would be greatly appreciated. We had a line, I don't want to speak for Oscar, but we had a line, down our block, that was wrapped for 2 blocks before our block of people in a food line yet again today. And so the need is great, and so I'm happy to move this item.
Councilmember De La Torre, I'll let you go, Phil, but he's on it, so he gets to go first.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I just I want to support the comments made by our Mayor Pro Tem Hemmerich and McCowan. Really important right now during this time. A lot of workers, frontline workers, essential workers are struggling. Many layoffs, as restaurants haven't been able to, resume their outdoor dining and so forth. So there is a lot of food insecurity, a lot of insecurity in general, and I think this goes a long way. And I hope that we can inspire the community to participate, to help out, so that we can support these families in need.
I just want to make it clear that when I would love to honor all the frontline workers, but my intent in this, and I guess it can be taken as it is to honor those who work for our city. And that's why I thought this was an appropriate vehicle. But I don't want to take away from everyone else. Councilmember Brock.
I want to know, I think Mayor Pro Tem McCowan needed a second on her motion, so I would be enthusiastic about seconding that motion. And my question is, can we up that? Can we add 5 or 10,000 more, because the need is tremendous right now? Could I make that amendment? Could that be amended? City, can I ask Lane if that money is available? Because Sue just said there was 200,000 available.
Councilmember McEwen may, I don't know who has the answer, but yeah.
I'd actually like to join in and build on something that Mayor Pro Tem McCowan said, which is we hope that others would see what we're doing and join in. I would suggest that we add to it, but make the addition at least a matching gift to the fund to encourage other people to match our money so that we double what we're giving.
Great idea.
Quite often with
Yeah, that's a friendly amendment, yes.
Be friendly, yeah.
That's a great idea.
Brilliant, Kevin. Thank you.
Is there a time period in which you want to have donations made?
By January 1, is that good?
We go through December 31st and remind folks, as Councilmember Brock raised the other day, that, you know, this is a time too where this is a 501c3 to donate to the We Are Santa Monica Fund. These are tax deductible donations. December 31st, I think, would be a good deadline.
Yes, and some of us have been regularly, I think, giving to this fund, but I do think it could use a boost from us, and I think a matching fund is a great idea. So
we'll match it up to another 10,000 or 5,000. What's our matching?
It's saying
10,000.
Okay.
Although, so you're right. So if we match it at 10,000 and we don't get 10,000, then we can't give all the money.
Correct.
Phil is right. We should do a matching. I hate to not be ambitious here, but we either should extend the time. We can do it for a longer period of time where we feel like we're sure of hitting our goal, or we should have a lower matching amount. And Mayor McEwen, I'm sorry, Councilmember McEwen.
Let's do it this way. Let's give the 10,000 up front so we know what's that going to feed, 100 families, something like that. That's great for the month of December, with the matching grant of 10,000 up until the end of December. And if that doesn't get matched, shame on you, Santa Monica. But if it doesn't get matched, we can give it again when we have our next council meeting in January.
Great. I thank you all so much.
Just so we make sure that the motion is clear when it's made, that would be to allocate 10,000 for the discretionary fund to immediately be given through the We Are Santa Monica Fund to provide assistance to families, with an additional 10,000 to be given as donations are provided by other sources through December 31st, up to the amount of those matching donations.
Great.
And I'll start off. Tomorrow morning, if Lane or somebody from the city sends me a link, I'll donate 300 to start off.
Can we also have staff send a press release? Is that customary for an item like this for us to inform the community?
Yes, we'll get a press release out tomorrow and likely promote it on social. George, I believe our guidelines allow council members to promote those things generally on social media. But you should not be targeting specific entities that do business before the city without talking to the city attorney's office. But if you want to promote generally on social media or otherwise to anyone who sees it, I believe that's permissible. George, am I getting that right?
It should be general and not directed to any particular source so that we don't run into issues with behested donations.
But can we do a public service announcement on this too?
I'll check whether we have guidelines on our Santa Monica alerts related to emergency operations, but we will get it out.
Thank you very much.
On multiple platforms. Absolutely.
I'm thinking that somebody on the council might be able to do something. Thank you. Okay, let's take a vote, Denise.
Councilmember Parra.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember McCune.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock. Councilmember Brock. Oh.
Sorry about that.
Councilmember De La Torre.
That'll cost you $50 more, Phil. Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, and thank you all. And Kevin, great contribution. Thank you so much.
Okay, next we have item 13D, and it's request of council members Brock and Davis that the City of Santa Monica, as part of the America Supporting Americans program, adopt a resolution in accordance with the attached sample resolution, whereby the City of Santa Monica would adopt the headquarters and headquarters company of 2nd Battalion, 327th Infantry Regiment, no slack, of the 101st Airborne Division, Screaming Eagles of the U.S. Army. And there is no financial commitment required to the city, and participation in the ASA program does not support any members who are serving their country. If the city were to adopt the resolution, it would encourage local organizations such as the Santa Monica Elks Lodge 906 and local Girl Scout Troops 16135 and 415 Holly Hills, all of whom expressed interest in supporting U.S. soldiers, to participate in activities that support no slack soldiers stationed at home and abroad. And we have a caller for this item. Or I guess we don't know. So Councilmember Brock or Councilmember Davis, which one of you wanted to present?
Well, I'll start out. I was just waiting for the mayor, but she's muted, I guess. So here's a shocker. This came to my attention through my son, who is actually stationed with the No Slack Battalion at Fort Campbell in Kentucky. And this is a organization in the rather lengthy presentation here that started during the Vietnam War, when some local people actually in California discovered that many soldiers who were deployed overseas were not getting letters from home, not getting care packages during the holidays or throughout the year, that sort of thing. And it's become a nationwide program. Malibu's participated. Actually, the woman who is the chair of the program is located in Pacific Palisades and is very enthusiastic about Santa Monica becoming part of the program. As Ms. Anderson-Warren stated, it's not supporting any military operation or policy, and it doesn't cost the city any money. They just form a relationship with the No Slack Headquarters Battalion, and by doing so, it will encourage local organizations to do things like send cards to service members at the holidays, do care packages. The commander of the battalion has said if they would like, they would be happy to send representatives to some of our local events, such as our Memorial Day celebration, our Veterans Day celebration, or even our 4th of July parade, when we're able to do them all again. So it's really just creating a framework to have local groups in Santa Monica support soldiers who are serving their country.
Councilmember Brock, do you want to add to that?
I can tell you that the Santa Monica Elks and both of our local Girl Scout troops are enthusiastic, and they regularly support our veterans at the VA. They would be honored to help support our active troops. And I move that we adopt this.
Second.
In accordance with that, if the motion could include authorization to us to fill in the blanks on the resolution, put it in our standard format, and submit it for signature, since the sample resolution you have doesn't have that filled in. And then one other thing, it requires that we designate a individual to serve as the primary liaison between the city and the organization. I don't know if you've thought about who you want that to be.
I think it should be Council Member Davis. I think she has a relationship with that battalion.
That's fine. I'm happy to do it, and that amendment is friendly. I think there might be just some more formalization of the process, but yeah, that's all fine. The resolution was just a sample resolution, but yeah, I'm happy to be the primary liaison.
So let's take a vote, Denise. Thank you all.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Parra.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes. So that passes 7-0.
Next, we have item request of Councilmember McKeown and the mayor appoint up to three council members to, along with Councilmember McKeown, the city's representative to the chair of the West Side City's Council of Governments, and Councilmember Gleam Davis, the city's alternate representative to the WestCog, to attend the December 17th virtual meeting of the WestCog and vote to elect a WestCog representative to SCAG, Council District number 41. So under the SCAG Regional Council rules, up to 5 council members from each voting eligible city may vote to elect the WestCog representative, but must attend the meeting to do so. And we have no callers for this item.
Thank you, Denise. Councilmember McCowan?
I apologize. That sounds complicated. Let me try to simplify it, okay? SCAG is a 6-county body with 191, I think, cities in it. And that would be an unwieldy board. So they have 80-odd representatives from the various cities. Some cities are bigger, some are smaller. So unsurprisingly, some of the representatives are elected from multiple cities. Our little pod includes not just Santa Monica, but West Hollywood, Culver City, and Beverly Hills. We all get to vote. Each of those other cities has 5 council members. So in the interest of equity, we have to assign 5 of our council members to vote on Thursday. Now, SCAG rules say there can't be proxies. So we can't just take a vote here and have Councilmember Davis and me carry the city's votes to the meeting. We have to have 5 council members actually log on to that Zoom meeting on Thursday and vote individually. So the question is, which 3 council members would the mayor choose to appoint to come to this meeting on Thursday? And for her to know that, she has to ask you whether you're available and want to do it.
So I already pre-did that, I want you to know, and I do believe that actually I can appoint all 5, but I'm happy to appoint the existing representatives. And I know that Councilmember Para is not available, so I think that that leaves us with Councilmember De La Torre and Councilmember Brock, both of whom volunteered. And Councilmember McCowan, I can do it if you don't want to.
I had volunteered, and then the item came up on the agenda, so I was waiting to.
Great. So we have our 5.
So
but everybody has to promise to be there.
And what you'll have to do is you'll have to talk to Stephanie in the council office, who has the agenda and the material and the link to help you get there. And
so Denise, I've now appointed council members McCowan, Davis, De La Torre, Brock, and Mayor Pro Tem McCowan to vote on noon on Thursday for our SCAG representative from the West Side COG.
Okay.
And as the bringer of the motion, my understanding of SCAG rules is our council does not need to vote on that. The mayor alone has the authority to make it.
That is what
that was my understanding. So I think we've done what we need to do on that, and we can move to the next.
Okay, so items 13F and 13G have been pulled, and so we'll go to 13H. Request by council members Brock and Para that the City Council direct staff to review options and return with a proposed amendment to the city's noise ordinance or other city ordinances to reduce prolonged noise from protest activities in residential neighborhoods while still upholding First Amendment rights. And we do have a caller for this item.
So may we, well, I guess before we hear the caller, council members Brock and Parr should talk about why they put this on and what they envision, I think.
Okay. So first, let me wipe the word protest out for a minute, because what we're really trying to do is have an enhanced noise ordinance in the R zones that allow families to have peace and quiet in their neighborhood. So I want to make it very clear. I have absolutely nothing against protest, and people should march, people should have placards, and if people want to use their voices to express themselves on a street corner or in front of a house, they should be allowed to. But as we've seen both at a protest in front of Assemblymember Bloom's house and Supervisor Kuehl's house, it can sometimes go too far. So we had, for 5 or 6 days last week, we had amplified voices, we had bullhorns, et cetera, that went till 10 o'clock at night. Especially with COVID, families are trying to find ways to be together, and these were protesters in many cases that were maskless, that were trying to incite a neighborhood. So I looked at, after hearing from numerous residents within 3 blocks of that area and receiving videos from a block and a half away where you could clearly hear the noise, I looked at some other cities and their noise ordinances in their neighborhoods. And I talked to a sergeant at SMPD who was on the scene. He was the sergeant in charge, I believe, a week ago Monday night. And yes, the decibel meter, when code enforcement came out, they have to have a sustained noise level for 5 minutes of a certain decibel level, et cetera. So it was hard to enforce anything, not that I wanted our police to enforce things. I saw what happened in LA at Getty House when, one of the LAPD officers started swinging a billy club at a protester with a bullhorn. I certainly don't want that in our city. And I admire our police at their restraint, but I also want our neighbors in their neighborhoods to have some ammunition. And I don't know what we need to do. I'm not specifying a specific thing. I looked at Beverly Hills' ordinance, and I think it's too draconian, as things in Beverly Hills often are. But I also want to make sure that our residents feel protected. And I'm not concerned about Supervisor Kuehl or Assemblymember Bloom much, because all of us have signed up for, what we're doing. But I do want their neighbors to have some peace and quiet at 9 o'clock, at 9:30, and 10 o'clock at night. So that's why I brought it up. But I'm concerned it's not only about protest. It is about excessive noise in the neighborhood. So that's why I want to remove the word protest and make sure that everyone understands it's about First Amendment rights, but it's also about the rights of people who live in a neighborhood. Thank you.
Councilmember Parr, do you have more to add to that?
I don't. I completely agree with Councilmember Brock, what he said. Thank you.
And I think that this is, as a lawyer, right, I have some exposure to these issues. I think that they're very complicated. You don't have a date on this, so.
No, I would think sometime at the end of the first quarter, if George comes back to us with something that we could look at, that would be fair.
Excuse me, let me ask the city attorney what's involved in preparing an ordinance like this, because I think there are issues, even if we all agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, what we'll do is we'll take a look at some of the other ordinances that other cities have. Obviously, as Councilmember Brock has noted, Beverly Hills has one. There are other cities that have differing versions of noise ordinances that apply in different ways at different times in different neighborhoods. We'll take a look at some of those, and then we'll also look at the First Amendment law. There's a rather extensive body of First Amendment law that addresses activities and what you can and can't limit and how you can and can't limit it. And we'll try and come back with something that we think addresses the concerns that we've heard, while balancing and making sure that we mesh with First Amendment law. And we'll present something, and then the council can consider that and decide what you want to do.
Thank you.
I do think end of first quarter makes sense in terms of timing, so I think that's fine. We'll probably return. My suggestion would be that we return for one of the council meetings in April.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem McCowan, are you? I thought I saw your hand. No?
Yeah.
Councilmember Davis.
Yeah, so I just have a couple of clarifying questions. So is the ordinance we're asking the city attorney to bring back solely focused on noise?
My suggestion would be we'll look at noise, but I think it's addressed at activities. And I know that there's also been consideration previously about other types of activities in neighborhoods. So my suggestion would be that if it's all right, that we just simply bring back what we would propose to address types of activities, including noise in neighborhoods.
And the reason for my asking is that we wrestled with the noise ordinance quite extensively, relatively recently. And you know, while I understand it has shortcomings and, you know, doesn't satisfy everyone's belief in what a good noise ordinance would look like, you know, we sort of wrestled with that. The concerns I heard from people in the neighborhood, while noise was certainly part of it, was more about trespassing on their property, shining flashlights into windows after 10 p.m., that sort of thing, which is a different kind of activity. And so I just wanted to know if that's going to be part of the consideration or if it's just going to focus on noise. But it sounds like you're going to look at broader activities.
Yeah, my suggestion would be if we're going to look at noise, that we look at those other things as well.
Yeah, the other, and I am a firm, strict First Amendment person. So I'm not prejudging. I don't want to suggest that if I vote for this tonight, that means I'm going to vote for whatever you come back with, because I'm very concerned about limiting people's, whether you take the word protest out or not, you will be limiting people's ability to exercise their First Amendment rights in some way, and I suspect I'm going to be seriously troubled by that. But the other question I have is, Councilmember Brock and Para focused on residential zones. I'd like to know what part of Santa Monica almost isn't residential. Downtown Santa Monica has residents living in it. You know, we have people living cheek and jowl next to a cement plant. So I'm sort of curious, what areas are we focusing on here?
Can I?
Yeah, you should. This is a discussion.
Okay, no, I didn't know if it was. So,
yeah, let me just say, Brock, Para, and then McEwen, and then we can go from
there. Okay. Councilmember Davis, I think, look, at our public parks are always open for public discourse and protest. I believe our boulevards are as well. I think, and look, I don't know how to describe an exact definition, so you may be able to help me with that, because I understand what you're saying about downtown streets and boulevards, but those aren't zoned R zones. I think the R zones are specifically the ones that have been more troubling, whereas downtown, where our boulevards and our major streets, Olympic, Wilshire, you know, Ocean Park, et cetera, I think would be absolutely acceptable. And all of our public parks, obviously, and our beach. So I think, look, when you get into, this was 32nd and Pearl, I believe. And I think when you get into a zone where there's no retail, there's no businesses, it's not an industrial area, it's not a mixed use area, that's where I think you develop a real issue. But look, I think we should look at, while not limiting free speech and while not limiting demonstrations, certainly, but I think we do need to respect residents' rights to live in a peaceful environment. I mean, you know, in the winter, especially now, families are home to have dinner and they're home to be together later at night. So I wouldn't want someone on, you can pick a street on Frank Street, to suddenly have a huge demonstration that keeps people up in the next 4 blocks late at night. And by the way, I don't think we're talking about daytime at all. We should only be looking at nighttime activities. So, you know, 18 hours and 17, 16 hours a day, people should be allowed to demonstrate. And the first demonstration at Sheila Kuhl's house was on a Saturday afternoon at 3:30. I would have no problem with that. So I'm talking about dinner hour or later, late times that people have a chance, families want to put their small children to bed, things like that. And the people who are still working can get to sleep.
Councilmember Parra, do you have something to add?
I do. When I agreed to be on this one, sorry, I'm so tired. But my thought process and my concern is over the residents that live near the Expo maintenance yard. The noise is obsessive. The noise, my bedroom, I live on Delaware, so I am 1 block over from Exposition, and the noise will wake me up in the middle, 3 o'clock in the morning will wake me up because it's that loud. I'm in a dead sleep and it'll wake me up that loud. And it happens during the week. It happens at 3, 5:40, 1, 2. It happens on the weekends. It's all the time. And it's obsessive. And then on top of that, you throw in some of the alarms that go off on the weekends that people are not there to turn off. So then it's a continuous buzzing alarm for 30 plus minutes. And it happens at least 1 to 5 times a month. And the neighbors and I have consistently sent emails and help us and help us and help us. And it's outrageous. Our quality of life is extremely, being affected by this, and it's just in your sleep. And again, now that we're home more often, we're hearing it more often. And so I really think that we need to work very hard to rectify this or to put something in place. So that was my rationale behind supporting this.
Thank you. Councilmember McEwen, sorry, Evan.
Well,
McEwen.
now we got multiple issues going. The Expo Yard was imposed on us by Metro, much against our local will, and we had long discussions at the time about wheel squeal and all the things that happen with an industrial facility with rail cars like that. And I deeply regret that Metro has not been more cooperative with the neighbors. And I've been in long email strings with people about what goes on, and I really do sympathize. That indeed is a noise issue. Now, it is a good first step to take the word protest out of this 13 item. I agree. First Amendment rights have to be protected. It's also probably a good thing to expand it beyond just the concept of noise, although the Expo situation brings us back to noise, because from what's been described, some of the most disturbing activity was not noise. It was basically hooliganism, and probably was already illegal. The problem is you don't normally have enforcement there in the middle of the night to enforce against somebody shining a flashlight. So I'm not sure what we're going to be able to do here realistically. Like Councilmember Davis, I'm going to support this because I support getting the information to make a wise and informed decision for our neighborhoods and our residents. But I also know that what we can do on First Amendment issues is pretty limited. There are some things we can do as to time, place, and manner, but we certainly can't control the content of free speech, and we do have to allow free speech to happen. So with that caveat, that when this comes back, it may be that, well, in light of the First Amendment and court rulings, we can't do much. I would like to see the information, and so I will be supporting the motion.
Councilmember McCowan.
Yeah, I tend to agree that, I heard from tons of folks in the 32nd and Pearl neighborhood on this issue. I think that is what precipitated this agenda item. And so it's hard for me to then remove that from the equation. And so, I'll say that I'll support it tonight. I just am very deeply, deeply concerned about infringing on First Amendment rights. And then I had a question for George related to specifically the ability of people to protest at the homes of their elected officials, or just, voice their concerns. Do we run afoul of anything in that area potentially?
there's a kind of general First Amendment principle that people who wish to make their voices heard on public issues have a right to do so in a way that reaches the audience that they intend to target with those messages. And so, in all likelihood, a ban on all types of protests near the houses of public officials would not stand. We do have on the books an ordinance that for targeted demonstrations, the demonstrators are required to stay 50 feet or on the opposite sidewalk from the residents that they're targeting. That's probably a permissible time, place, and manner restriction. So that's the lines that we'll be looking at along what is permissible while still allowing people to get their messages across in a way that reaches their intended audience, which is the general First Amendment principle.
And I just wanted to also add, we're living in very interesting times, and I think there's a lot of inclination for people to want to bring their concerns directly to the people that they think might be sort of have some ability to change it. And I see this every day, and I have to say that some of the decisions that were made, I think, to not poke the bear in this instance were absolutely the right ones. And I'm very concerned about bringing attention, unwanted attention to us that might actually backfire. And so again, this is far out by the time we hear back on this. We're talking April, so I'll support it, but we have to be careful.
Councilmember McEwen.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan is very correct that prohibiting protests can call out protests against the prohibition and actually multiply what you're trying to stop. And also sometimes the solutions we come up with don't help the neighbors. That I believe what happened back a decade or more ago when we passed the ordinance that City Attorney Cordona talked about was that there was an animal protest against a doctor or a professor in Sunset Park. And in reaction, the City Council passed a law that such protests had to remain at least 50 feet away from or across the street from the home of the target, which was great for that researcher. But it meant that all the protesters ended up in front of the neighbors' houses. So the neighbors were hurt worse by that. So unintended consequences are part of what we have to look out for here.
Councilmember Davis.
You're muted, Councilmember Davis.
I'm sorry, what?
You were muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I just hope that as the city attorney's office looks at this, it will remember that, because I focused a little bit on what Councilmember Brock said about the difference between day and night, that curfews and protests on night and prohibitions on night protests were used in the Jim Crow South to reduce the voices of people of color. And so I think I'm not suggesting that that's what's going on here, but what I do want to suggest is that as we think about the solution to the problem that's been identified, that we keep in mind that whatever we do, it has to recognize the right of protest to all people, and keep in mind that things like banning night protests, curfews, things like that, do have something of a racist legacy. So just taking that into account, not suggesting that that's anybody's motivation here, but I think we need to be careful about that.
Okay, are we ready to vote?
Oh, because we have members of the public, so hold off for a second.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you for reminding me. I'm really sorry.
No problem.
Yeah, and I didn't mean to get in the discussion. I'm going to apologize when they come on, because that was my bad.
Okay, we're ready for callers.
Yes.
Transferring Ellis Raskin.
Ellis Raskin, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hi, good morning, Mayor Emilrich, Mayor Pro Tem McCowan, and members of the City Council. I just called in tonight to speak up on behalf of all Santa Monicans to say that this city should not be taking any steps to silence public discourse, to silence minority viewpoints, or anything in that direction. It's a slippery slope. Let's not slip down that slope.
Thank you. And Ellis, I apologize for letting this discussion go on so long while you were hanging on the phone. That was my mistake, and I apologize for that.
That's quite all right. I'll be calling in for the next item too.
Oh, great. Okay. Is there any more discussion on this? Good. Let's take a vote.
We have
need to
another
make a
caller.
motion. No.
We have another caller on this item.
Great. Thank you, Corey.
Caller on that one. I know we have someone holding.
Well, he said he was calling on 2 items.
Transferring Josh Levy.
Josh Levy, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hi, guys. Happy Wednesday now. I live a couple streets down from, couple houses down from Sheila, and I understand the bullhorns and trying to get a message across. I have young kids, 5 and 3, and when people are blowing a whistle repeatedly over and over again for 3.5 hours, there is no message they are sending except let's annoy everyone. I did a lot of research on this. I'm going to read you something from the ACLU website about how to protest. You may not need a permit to use a bullhorn or megaphone, but the government may ban noisy parties without a purpose or sound that is amplified too loud and at a raucous volume. Why have any other regulations on the books? I sat with George Cardona and talked to him. A protester was parked in the red, his tire halfway into the red zone. 8 police there, and George, they wouldn't give him a ticket. Why have a mask mandate with the city if all of these anti-maskers, the cops are going to be fist bumping with them? Why have parking mandates if we don't need to follow them for protesting? There's no message being sent with a loud whistle for 3.5 hours. None.
Thank you, Mr. Levy, and we appreciate your calling, and I'm sorry for your inconvenience.
Now, I believe that was the last caller, but I do see a couple more line listings in the meeting. Let me just check and make sure that these are not active callers.
Mayor Hemmerich, before we vote, I think we have to make a motion and have a second.
Oh, missed that.
Let me just check this last line.
Messy little detail, especially this late at night.
You're teed up to do that, I hope.
I will. And now I feel sympathy for Kevin and Gleam and you, Sue, because my God, we're at 12:30 in the morning.
Okay,
and I know that's not a record. I know it goes later.
No, but I want you to know that I did look at this agenda, and I do think that I'm going to be working hard on agenda management and keeping these earlier or scheduling additional meetings. Okay?
Cool.
Okay, Mayor, I think we can go ahead and do the motion now.
Great. We can make the motion.
I move the motion.
Second.
I second.
I'm giving that to Councilmember Para, who's been so here.
I second that second.
Okay, let's take a vote.
Okay. Councilmember Para.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
You're muted.
Muting me. Yes.
Councilmember McHale.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes. So that too passed 7-0.
Okay, next we have 13I. This is a long one. Request of council members Brock and Parr that all Santa Monica boards and commissions not currently permitted to meet under the executive order may hold a quarterly meeting beginning in January or February 2021, with such meetings to be conducted remotely and focused on issues within the jurisdiction of the relevant board or commission that are scheduled to come before the City Council before June 2021. B, in light of staff reductions and in order to minimize disruption to court and pandemic-related services, the city clerk and city manager or designees shall work with the boards and commission chairs to facilitate the scheduling of the quarterly video meetings with the boards and commission members taking responsibility for preparing agendas, ensuring compliance with the Brown Act, preparing letters with recommendations to council, if any, and ensuring that video recordings of the proceedings are made available to the city clerk, and the city council will honor all commissioners and boards, and C, the city council will honor all boards and commission members who have left their positions, whether as a result of termed out, not being reappointed, or voluntarily departed during the period from September 2020 to the present, by reading their names in a January 2021 city council meeting and the issuance of an appropriate accommodation for their valuable volunteer service on behalf of the city's residents. And I believe you have two callers for this.
So would one of you like to introduce this item?
Sure. And I will tell you that interim city manager Dilch and I worked together on this. So, look at our commissions are next to our grassroots as important contributors to our city's fabric and extremely important to the work of the city council. So, as far as I'm concerned, I would like to see the commissions resume a monthly meeting. But for now, with COVID and staff reductions, I think it's acceptable that they meet. The new members of the commissions become seated because in most commissions, the previous city council voted for new commissioners to take their seats. And in fact, the old commissions are still in business and the new commissioners haven't been seated. Now, I recognize that we may want to, later in 2021, we may want to look at consolidating some commissions or changing the way they meet on a permanent basis. But for right now, I think we owe it to the commissions, have a chance to meet, the new commissioners to be seated, and the old commissioners to be feted and thanked for their volunteer service. That's it.
Thank you. Can we hear from the callers?
Sure. Take the callers.
Transferring Denise Barton.
Denise Barton, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
No, I called for item J.
Oh, okay.
Hello?
This is J. Oh no, this is
I. Denise, we'll get back to you. Thank you for that. There are a few calls listed. I just want to cycle through them and make sure we didn't miss any.
Transferring Michael Soloff.
Michael Soloff, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Good morning, council members. I know you're tired. I'm tired. I'll try and be brief. I appreciate this item being on the agenda. I know many members of boards and commissions are anxious to do their work in helping the city again and feel that the time is now. I expressed earlier the specific issues that are before the Housing Commission that are extremely timely, and it's important that for both our commission and all commissions that it not just be whether we're legally allowed to meet, but also what the process is to actually make that happen. As the city attorney noted, the Housing Commission has been technically legally permitted to meet, but told that there's no support for our meeting except when there was a HUD required document that we had to approve. So I would actually ask that for our commission that we be allowed to meet more than just once a quarter. I don't think we can deal with the housing element issues adequately with 2 meetings before the next time this comes before you. And whatever is done here, I hope will be communicated out to the members of the commission and the chairs exactly how they're supposed to go about scheduling these meetings. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I do see one more caller. Let's see.
Transferring Ellis Raskin.
Ellis Raskin, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hemmerich, Mayor Pro Tem McCowan, and Council. I wanted to call in tonight just to share my own experience. As you know, before I had the honor of joining the Planning Commission, I was on the Urban Forest Task Force. And between, I'd say, the summer of last year and February of 2020, we had devoted substantial time and effort working together to draft enhancements to our city's tree code. And I'd worked with Grace Wolf and Tom Clays, along with Peter James, Matthew Wells, Ivan Campbell, and many other dedicated city staff members to get that done. And we were about 90% ready to go, and we're set to bring that before council in April before, unfortunately, COVID forced us to shut down. And hopefully we'll have a chance to continue that really important work soon. And, again, just wanted to share my perspective on that. Thank you very much. Hope you're all enjoying a nice morning.
Thank you, Ellis. Councilmember Brock.
Commissioner Raskin, are you still on the line?
I am.
So I know that particular study that would come to council takes significant staff time, but you said that most of the work is done?
Yeah, to be fair, I think that there is still work to be done on the staff side, both in terms of planning staff and from the city attorney's office to make sure that the revisions to the tree code are all put in order. But the heavy lifting in terms of the conceptual framework has been done.
So that one will take a while. Planning Commission is meeting, but there are so many commissions that have been left hanging. And so I think we need to solve that problem. I know that city manager wants to speak on this.
Mayor, I do want to be sure that the public understands why we are where we also want as much public participation as we can possibly have. With respect to boards and commissions, I do need everyone to understand that we both cut the budget by 25%. So everywhere we used to have $1, we now have 75 cents. And we're doing extra things for COVID. So the 2 examples I'll give you in the Community Services Department, they currently have 7 commissions and 3 advisory committees. Their department, which was part of a merger, lost 87 staff positions in the budget restructuring. They're also running the food pantry that you just gave money to. So, and that's in addition to childcare and everything else, all of which has to be done in public health requirements. Every time the county opens and closes the playgrounds, Public Works has to go and do work they don't normally do. Corey, who has been outstanding with us and been with us till 1 o'clock in the morning for every council meeting, is a member of our Information Services Department, never previously assigned to council meetings. So I do just need to be really, really clear, and I appreciate Councilmember Brock working with me to try to get this to a place where we can do it. We're not letting these meet because we don't want them to meet. We're trying with everything we have to try to put the city in the best possible position in what is a true global public health emergency, and a public health emergency where right now California is looking for more hospital beds. So I just can't emphasize enough, this isn't about anyone trying to shut things down. This really is, things are fundamentally changed, and we're doing everything we can to try to work within that. So I appreciate Councilmember Brock working with me on the 13 item, but I do need the boards and commissions to know that the 13 item includes that the staffing will largely fall to board member and commissioners, and we just don't have the staff. I can't pull them from providing food, rent assistance, et cetera, to provide notes. So.
Thank you, City.
Mayor Hemorrhage, can I follow up?
Sure.
And you know, it may be a shift where the boards and commissions start not leaning on the staff, but staying within their mission, and that may be a good permanent shift. I think there are things that we can learn and adjust from almost everything we do, because everything is going to change for a while. So, you know, I don't know if we need to be quite as staff heavy anyway. You know, I would rather they take the initiative and then come to staff when they need help. So I appreciate, and I wasn't trying to make light of us working together on that, because I think that's the ideal solution, is for us to work together on initiatives.
Great. Councilmember McEwen.
One of the things that surprised me when I read this 13 item was the suggestion that we could mitigate the impact on our scarce staff resources by letting the commissions basically self-govern. And now some of our commissions have actual decision-making roles, others are advisory to the council, but because they are involved with city government, my understanding is they're all covered by the Brown Act. And therefore, things like setting agendas, how meetings are conducted, how public testimony is taken, those are all very tightly constrained by state law. So let me ask either the city manager or the city attorney, is it conceivable to let commissions run their own meetings given what the Brown Act says must be done?
This will require us to work with the boards and commissions. And commission members are aware of and enforce the Brown Act requirements. You know, this is a new approach. We will try it. We will see how it works. All the board and commission members do get Brown Act training, but I do think we're going to have to work with them to make sure that agendas are set and distributed and posted correctly and other things. So there is still going to be some staff work that has to be done. We'll try and minimize it. And see how far we can go in having some of the boards and commissions be self-governing. Some of the commissions are still going to be staffed, the ones that particularly exercise adjudicatory powers. For example, the Planning Commission and some others, just because it has to be to make sure that that goes correctly.
And that will also be informative as we look to the boards and commissions item when it comes to you. Some of this is, CSD is just a problem. Honestly, we have too many commissions in one department. So there are issues like that we're already looking at, how we could do that differently.
Let me, because I'm only hearing from staff tonight what they think is possible. When Councilmember Brock introduced the item, it sounded as if you'd had substantive discussions and we're ready to move forward, and this item would actually authorize you to move forward immediately. Are you prepared to move forward immediately in implementing this? Can I hear something a little more definitive from staff on whether you're capable of doing this in a way that, you know, ultimately we're responsible for making sure the Brown Act is followed. So I just want to make sure we're not authorizing you to do something that will get us into a legal mire down the road.
Councilmember Brock, not muted.
I'm not muted.
I'm not muted, and I called on you.
Oh, I'm sorry, and I think I fell asleep for a second. I apologize. You know, that's one reason we, Councilmember McEwen, one reason I suggested and worked with Lane on making sure that we didn't have all commissions meet in January, for instance. That would have just been a time suck that the city staff couldn't do. So they have the right and ability to space this out. And over the first quarter, really. I asked that we could try and get the commissions have to meet in January, have to meet in February. I will assume that the interim city manager will use discretion, and if it means that some have to meet a little bit later, it'll be okay. I just want them to feel that they are valued and that they are working with the city, because a lot of the commissions feel, even though, yes, it's COVID, they feel discarded. So, and look at, one of my great memories of joining the commission was back when city council people were liaisons, and Councilmember McEwen went down to the audience and spoke on the first issue that I ever brought up to the Recreation and Parks Commission about bike safety on our beach bike paths. And Councilmember McEwen had taken a fall somewhere around Bay Street, if I recall. And I love the fact that was so instructive for me that Councilmember McEwen was there, was a liaison, and spoke on behalf of what I was trying to accomplish. So I think it's really instructive for commissioners to be able to meet. I know it's a different world, and we'll try and work with that.
I still have a scar from that fall.
But, Kevin, I remember that. That was the first issue I ever brought up on Recreation and Parks. And
Motion.
So thank you.
A motion.
Sorry, I moved that we approved this.
I second it. Can we take a vote, please?
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Parra.
Yes.
Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes. So that item, moved by Brock and seconded by De La Torre, passed 7-0.
Okay, next we have 13J, which is request of council members Parra and Brock that staff return with a report outlining the city departments and their respective divisions that have a role in providing outreach and services to homeless community. Any information on biannual and annual reporting of metrics from nonprofit homeless service providers that the city supports through bonds, grant agreements, etc. And as Municipal Code Section 2.69.020 requires that once every 12 months, City Council conducts annual review of funding for homeless services. Council members Parra and Brock are requesting to see a copy of the last 3 years of reports. And I don't believe you have any callers. Is that right, Corey?
We do. We still have Denise Barton, who I thought was calling in for 13. I have put her back on hold.
Okay.
Are we ready for
Yes,
Barton?
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, I think the council members may want to introduce their item.
Yeah, Phil or
Councilmember Parra, it's her item.
Great.
I'm just assisting.
Hi, thank you so much. And so the reason why I put this forward on the 13 items is just so that I could get a better understanding of what services, what divisions, what departments, like what that outreach is looking like for our homeless services. As you know, obviously, our city is in the midst of, a crisis in regards to our unhoused community. And so I really wanted to get a good understanding of what's in place, what needs to be in place, what has been done in the past, and really wrap my head around that framework and work together to work on something that may be more productive than what is happening right now. I also wanted to include, as part of this, to make sure that our ADA coordinators are also involved with this reporting, because as you know, many of our unhoused have access and functional needs. And so I just want to have a good understanding as to how everybody's working together.
Thank you. Does staff have any comment on this? Well, so let me say, go ahead, Lane, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, Mayor, I was just going to say, we do typically provide a homelessness study session right around February. We're looking at the dates with the long range agenda and may need to move things, but it looks like we can bring a study session in February.
That would be great. And just for future, I think that we're going to run into areas like this that people are interested in where there is some documentation and other things, information they need to help them formulate a motion or a 13 item or whatever it is they're doing. And I just want everybody to know what the rules are about that, I guess, because I know that this information exists somewhere, but would there have been a way to do this short of a 13 item? That's my question.
Yes, those requests can always come in through Stephanie or through.
Through Stephanie or what? Yes.
Sorry, through Stephanie Venegas, the council office coordinator. Or
yes.
Through me, and we are planning department walkthroughs as soon as that's safe with public health requirements.
Great, thank you. And yeah, I just yes, Councilmember De La Torre.
Yeah, I want to support the item. I think it's real important, for us to have a robust discussion and evaluation of these programs and services. And I also understand that there's an RFP process, a grantee cycle, and at one point the city decided to not have reports and not have a reapplication process. And I don't know where we're at. I mean, I lost track of that, but I just remember that one action. So I think it's really important for us to bring that information forward so that we can, have a robust discussion on homelessness and the services provided for homeless individuals.
I agree with you.
Yeah. Oh, one other thing that I want to mention is in terms of like procedural, how we can strengthen our protocols so that we can maybe like a calendar. I don't know. There's like a calendar where we could see sort of the whole year in terms of what reports or special sessions and so forth might be coming before the city council. So then we know what's coming, down the line.
Yeah, you mean like regular, like budget reports or other things?
Yeah. There's, I'm sure, a whole lot, and great to see like one document looking at the whole year or 2 years. So then we don't have to bring in the 13 items, to ask for things that are going to come as part of, a practice.
So I didn't say that as a negative. I mean, I just think that you all need to feel free to ask for the information, the documents, for instance, that you need. I know that there are a bunch of homeless reports, right, and that are in our records, and I'm just saying that without meaning to say anything negative, but that you can ask for that and get it, right, and then figure out what you want to do with it. That's all. Councilmember McEwen.
I deeply appreciate that council members want information on which to base potential, future policy motions or decisions. Believe me, I've been there. I don't want the public to think that once they've elected someone to the council, they have to petition the rest of the council for information. You are inherently empowered to get these reports you're asking for from our city staff. Just, so that if you have other issues you're concerned about. If you ever find that staff will not provide you information, please do bring it to the rest of us, because only the council as a whole can give direction. But I can assure you, it's been my experience that anytime a council member asks for specific information, given the limitations of, how long it takes staff dig it out, you'll get it. You may get more information than you bargained for.
Yes. Councilmember McCowan?
Yeah, you will definitely get more information than you bargained for, but I think part of what we did recently with orientations and other things was the goal of sort of getting everyone acquainted so that, going through Lane, obviously, and Stephanie, we could identify what briefings, our new members needed next and first, most importantly. So I think that worked really well for me. It was super helpful to get really comprehensive, long briefings with the departments that do some of these things. And my homeless briefing was incredibly beneficial. And so I would encourage that. And
Councilmember Brock?
That the homeless briefing would be great.
I hope you're making the motion. Did you make the motion?
Yes, I made the motion, and I bet you that Councilmember Parra is willing to second.
Yes, I second.
Great. We can take a vote, Denise.
We can. I believe we have a speaker on this.
Oh.
Hold on. Let me find out. Corey, do we have a caller?
We do. We have Denise Barton, who called during the earlier item. I have her on hold. Are we ready?
Yep.
Okay. Denise Barton, you're in the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening. I support this item due to the number of horror stories I've heard at City Council meetings from people who have had to use the services of OPCC, now referred to as the people concerned. Although you previously hold an item on the actions of OPCC, and at the next City Council meeting there was an item giving them full funding, and looking at the tax returns for OPCC before they became the people concerned, I found it interesting that the highest amounts spent were for travel and fundraising expenses, while the food services at that location were being donated. I also believe the executive pay caught my eye too. But one of the actions by OPC of their clients that I found especially appalling was the piece in the Santa Monica Daily Press of OPCC putting the client out on the patio in the backyard at night due to night terrors. In my opinion, showing that OPCC / the people concerned are in it for the money over showing compassion for the people they serve. Putting profit over people, kind of like the city has a history of doing. Although I have to question why the city would put a person who has received previous services and continue to be entangled with this entity to be a board member on both the Housing Commission and the Resident Advisory Board. Again, making it look like you are stacking the deck in favor of OPCC. Or might another example of this be John Masseri of OPCC being one of the heads of the Housing Commission? Thank
Denise,
you.
I think your time's up. I'm sorry. But thank you. Any questions? Thanks, Denise.
Okay.
Did we have any other callers? Corey?
We do not have any other callers.
Okay.
So let's vote. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Davis, I see you.
So I'll be honest, I'm not sure what the heck we're voting for. Are we just voting to do our annual study session on homelessness and give any council members who wanted prior information from prior years?
That's what we're voting.
Okay.
I'm sure we need to vote on that at 1 o'clock in the morning, but here we go.
Yeah, but okay, let's just vote and get it over with, I guess.
That was my goal here. Go for it, Denise.
Councilmember Parra.
Yes, and for the record, had I known that that's the way that I should have done it, then I probably wouldn't have put it on item as a 13-1 item. But now that I know, hopefully in the future, I'll do it differently. Thank you.
And council member, I should say that's on us, because when I got the 13 item, I asked Andy to give Christine a call, to give Councilmember Parra a call, but I think he was reluctant to actually ask you to pull the item. So I think the two of you had a very friendly conversation. that I unfortunately was on conference calls throughout. So that is entirely on me, and I want to be crystal clear about that.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember McCune.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
And Mayor Hemmerich.
Yes. So that passes 7-0. And that, I believe, completes the agenda. But we unfortunately, and very sadly for this council, have an adjournment. And I believe Councilmember Brock is going to...
Ma'am, it's with great sadness that we adjourn this council meeting in memory of former mayor and native Santa Monican Bob Holbrook. Mayor Holbrook was born at St. Catherine's Hospital on 4th Street in 1941. That's in Ocean Park. It's no longer there. And educated in Santa Monica schools. As Bob was a great storyteller, he was able to tell me about his snow day, walking to school past the now shuttered St. Catherine on his way to Samoai in the snow. In fact, it did snow that day in Santa Monica. After graduating from Samoai, Mayor Holbrook went on to study at Santa Monica College, Santa Barbara City College, UC Santa Barbara, and then worked at McCarthy Drugstore on Montana Avenue, where I'm sure all of you heard the story of his delivering drugs to stars on Ocean Avenue. He attended USC and studied pharmacology, and all of us saw him in cardinal gold throughout his life. He later joined the California Air National Guard and then returned to Santa Monica to work as a pharmacist at Thrifty Drugstore, where he worked for more than 20 years before landing a job as the director of pharmacy and assistant professor of clinical pharmacy at the University of Southern California. He told me he only worked at Thrifty for the cheap ice cream. Mayor Holbrook started his political career where he ran and won a seat, the Santa Monica Malibu School Board in 1983, serving 2 terms, including one as board president. In 1990, Bob ran for Santa Monica City Council and won, making him the first person in city history to serve on both elected bodies. Mayor Holbrook was known to the community for his actions. As mayor, he sought ways to battle homelessness, improve the quality of our public spaces. Bob was instrumental in helping build Tonka Park and the Civic Center, a memorial at Woodlawn Cemetery to honor local veterans, many of whom sacrificed themselves in service to this nation. He was extremely proud of that Veterans Memorial. Proud when Joe Gandara got his Medal of Honor on his grave at Woodlawn, and was proud to visit his parents at Woodlawn as well. Bob's father was a fireman at the infamous fire station at the corner of Rose and Lincoln. Told me great stories about that as well. Bob and I served together on the Samoai board, on the Kiwanis board. He was a dedicated board member of Red Cross, and throughout his life, he was a member of service clubs in Santa Monica, finding ways to give back, finding ways to help the community in his own way. He's survived by his wife, Jean Ann. He was the power behind the throne. 3 children and 4 great-grandchildren. My partner, Catherine, went into the hospital for a hip replacement. And Kathy wasn't getting her blood pressure back a couple years ago at UCLA. And Bob Jr. had the same blood type, Catherine. And I got a call from Bob Holbrook saying, my son is ready to drive from Newport Beach to give Kathy blood. For me, he was my mentor. He's the second and last of my mentors to die in the last 18 months. So we remember Bob this night. I will remember him always for his generosity, for his mentorship, for his friendship. And I'd like to think that he beat my Bruins last Saturday night in his last act on a last-minute touchdown, and he's cheering somewhere in heaven for that. And on a selfish note, I'd like to think that he was really pleased that I became a city council member last week. And I thank all of you for your forbearance tonight. Thank you for welcoming. I appreciate it. And thanks for remembering Bob Hope.
Thank you, Phil, and thank you all for a long night. Our next meeting is Tuesday, January 12th at 5:30 p.m. I said that right. Tuesday, January 12th, 2021 at 5:30 p.m. I will see you all then, if not before, and everyone have a wonderful holiday. And don't go anywhere. Bye.
Merry Christmas.